Good morning, everyone. I respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today, either here in Brisbane or wherever you are online. Today in Brisbane, it's the Turrbal and Jagera people, and we pay our respects to their elders, past and present, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. My name's Tim Geraghty. I'm the Director of the Hopkins Centre and a rehabilitation medicine physician in the Queensland Spinal Cord Injury Service here at PA Hospital Metro South Health. It's my pleasure to be your MC for the day, and we're looking forward to having a great day. Apologies for getting started a little bit late. We've had some people caught in traffic and things this morning, but we'll have a great day. Thank you all for attending. I'd also like to especially welcome our special guests, research partners, funders, members and supporters, particularly Gaynor Walker, the General Manager of the NISQ agency, and all the NISQ team who are here today, partners from Spinal Life Australia, members of the Hopkins Ambassador Council, Hopkins executives, citizen researchers, and all our members, collaborators, and special welcome to everyone here and everyone online. We've got about 90 people online, I think, today from Queensland and nationally around Australia, and a few international guests as well. So that's great. Welcome to everyone. There are just a few housekeeping things that we need to go through, as we normally do. Okay, fire evacuation procedures, you can see there, we're raised 1 to 5 go and go 6 to 10. And follow the arrows. There are some QR codes there for live captions and the event program. There's also a local TRI Wi-Fi network that you can join as well. Recording
One, two. That's 1, 2. Yeah, that's what it was. 1, 2, testing. You got somebody.
One of the
attendees had their mic on. Speeding back.
Right. Thanks very much. As you know, the theme of our BIBS today, which is our 9th Bold Ideas, Better Solutions Symposium for the Hopkins Centre, is identity and participation. And I think that, you know, perhaps identity is something that when we particularly are busy clinicians and we've got our heads down and working through the rehabilitation process, perhaps the identity issues of people that we're working with, perhaps our own identities and how they relate to the rehabilitation that we're doing is not necessarily something that's always front and centre of our minds, but you don't have to scratch the surface very far, I think, to start to think about identity and how important that is for the people that we work with, for them to get back to the lives that they want to live. So think about that today. We've got a wonderful keynote presentation on that topic, which we'll get to shortly. The other thing I would just mention is that it's Spinal Injuries Awareness Week this week. Many of you will know. We will be putting out some information on socials for the rest of the week through the Hopkins Centre. Spinal Life Australia, I'm sure, have already and will be focusing on Spinal Injuries Awareness Week this week as well. So please engage with that and think about that as we go through the week and the program. It's my pleasure now to introduce Ms. Gaynor Walker, the General Manager of the NISQ agency, to officially open today's symposium. One of the really important things that has happened since our last BIBS was that NISQ have taken over funding of the Hopkins Centre from the Motor Accident Insurance Commission. We had many great years with MACE and the last 6, 7 months, where are we now? 8 months with NISQ has been wonderful, and we look forward to working with NISQ closely for many years in the future as well. Thanks, Gaynor.
Morning, everyone. I'm a little bit shorter than Tim, so hopefully you can still see me over the screens. I'm Gaynor Walker. I know quite a few of you in the room, but for those that don't know me, I'm the General Manager at NISQ. Thank you, Tim, for your welcome and for your leadership of the Hopkins Centre. So the symposium's title, Bold Ideas, Better Solutions, I think is just perfect. If there's one thing that Australians are really good at, it's bold ideas. But bold ideas are only half the story, we know that. And coming together today is really an opportunity to stretch and tussle with those ideas and really turn them into solutions that make a difference. And at NISQ, we see every day how innovation and collaboration can make a difference to the lives of those that are seriously injured or have a serious disability. And so for me, a conference like this is just such a wonderful opportunity for clinicians, researchers, and lived experience voices to be together all in one space and come together to work as one. And it's one of the reasons that we're really proud to partner with the Hopkins Centre, along with Griffith, obviously, and Metro South as a funding partner. And I think probably one of the standouts for me when I think about the Hopkins Centre is it's not just research for research's sake, that really the Hopkins Centre focuses on research that can be translated into new service delivery, in better rehab practices, and I guess most importantly, better outcomes for those people that we're working to serve. So I'm really excited to join you all today. It sounds like a cracking program, lots of interesting things on the one sheet. And on behalf of NISQ, thank you for all of the really wonderful work that you're all doing. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks very much, Gaynor. One of the consequences of some traffic issues this morning is that we've slightly rearranged the program. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Elizabeth Kendall, who really doesn't need any introductions to any of you, I don't think. And she's going to introduce Lisa Stafford, who has kindly jumped in to be our first keynote presentation today. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thanks, everyone, and good morning in Spinal Injury Awareness Week. And good morning to everyone online as well. They tell me there's national and international guests online, which is amazing. So this is our 9th BIBS, as Tim said, and we're really looking forward to next year, which will be our 10th anniversary, which is quite amazing. My work now with Hopkins Centre is really in the background, and I just marvel every year at what everyone here manages to achieve. With this adjustment that we've had to have in time, Makala's completely unflappable, as you can see, and I'm really, really pleased to be able to introduce both keynote or guest speakers today. So I'm going to swap around my order and introduce to you Dr. Lisa Stafford. Now, Lisa is someone who I have absolute respect for. She has done some amazing research focused on transport, and I never understood the significance of transport systems until more recently. They are the vein that keeps everything connected, and when they fall down, everything falls down. So Lisa's work's quite impressive. The other really important thing about Lisa's work is that she focuses on the stories that we don't hear. So she focuses on the trips not taken, which is what she's going to talk to you about today, which is such an important focus. We all hear the stories over and over, so we know the experience. But what about those who don't even get to have the experience? And that's the story that we need to start uncovering. So Lisa has taken her academic research career to the highest level. She is an ARC Future Fellow. Now, that sounds like nothing to many of you, but it's such a big deal. They're very, very few and far between. So we're really honoured to have Lisa with us here today. She's had her own transport difficulties getting here, and she'll no doubt talk about those as well. So Lisa, thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks, Elizabeth. Okay, good. We're working. Sorry. Thank you.
And does everything work well?
Let's see. Yeah. Okay, we got a screen. That's good. I'll just pop out so everyone can see me. So like you, Gaynor, I'm short too, and always behind the scenes. So yeah, thank you so much for having me. I was supposed to be secondary, but anyway, it's great to be here. And something about, as Elizabeth said, transport's one of those really important things that I'm so passionate about because it just touches every aspect of everyone's life. But I want to start by acknowledging the Yagara people and all Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people here today. And I really thank you for your continual care and enduring connection to our sky, land and sea country that is so critical to our longevity and knowledge. As Elizabeth said, oops, I spoke too soon. Do you want to individually? Yeah, great. So as I mentioned, transport is such an important aspect. And I'll put it in the context of what one young person said to me. It actually makes a complete life possible. That's pretty profound when we think about it, isn't it? So we already know it's a social determinant of health. We already know it's an enabler of social and economic participation. We also importantly know it could be actually important for our future when we think about the climate change impacts and what public and active transport can be doing. So it isn't just something about moving people and goods that we can often see about. And it's not about just something like a service. It really is a whole enabler and aspects of life, as we said. No, you'll have to do it. It's not working. All right. The problem is the realities of, I'll just leave it up there. The realities of public transport, though, is that it's often one of the most taken for granted acts. People don't actually think about that it requires planning. You can just rock up, get a train, get a bus, get a plane. That's not the reality for so many people. And when we think about the consequences of it, a recent study, I've done lots of research on transport mobility, how it impacts from children all the way up to older people. Common factor that comes out when you don't actually have freedom to just, as I said, turn up and get a train, or actually just get in your car and drive. The reality is that it's not an option for so many people. There's also a growing generation that actually don't want to be driving, but are forced into car ownership and movement because of the lack of connectivity in our networks. The unreliability, or what we're hearing is, it's untrustworthy. Can I depend on it? The fact that it's costly, not just in time and money, but in terms of dignity. I won't talk about stories personally because, I've got 10 minutes, so I have to be quick. But it really does. It's a profoundly impact, and it actually can unravel your safety. We hear that time and time again. We know this is emerging for women and young women in terms of what it feels like just waiting at a bus stop. So we mapped the whole journey from, pre-planning your trip through to what some young people or some people with disabilities in Tasmania were experiencing, is getting stuck getting home because of the way in which services finish. Now that's profoundly impactful. But what we don't actually think about is the impact, what that then means. So the trips that aren't being made and the impact on people's lives, livelihoods, and their health. Can you change the next slide, please? So when we talk about trips not made, it's not just simply as, I just couldn't be bothered. It actually means decision-making around education. So what we heard is that people weren't able to take courses because of couldn't get transport, field placements, all these other restrictions that people have to think about, but again, others don't. So those decision-making about what career you'll end up with can actually be really affected from transport. We even heard some children and young people had to make, because of family impact on income, whether you buy bread, a loaf of bread, or actually had the money to get onto transport. Queensland only just brought in 50 cents. Transport wasn't always that cheap, and particularly if you're in the outer suburbs where a lot of people do live because of housing affordability. These are deeply connected housing and transport in terms of access and who gets what. Jobs, another thing. We have a highly casualised workforce now. And what's your first job when you're a young person? Casual, pretty much at night or on weekends. When you're living in areas where you don't have access to regular services, so outside of Brisbane, Perth's Caboolture, Sunshine Coast, Tasmania, where I looked, where I live, we don't have a service past 6 p.m. Yeah. So that impacts everything, and when you can't take shifts is what we heard. So it impacts on your experiences, and it also then meant, am I competitive against other people when it comes to, my job when I graduate from uni? Same with those questions. Where am I going to get a job? Engineer students who can't get onto field placements or can't get out onto the job because of, transport. It's no good if it's a 9-to-5 commuter model, which is what we've been dealing with for a long time, the legacy of that. And this is where, the implications. So people are either, it's either there is nothing you can do, or it's just too hard. And so one person beautifully described it as, I've mentally cancelled a lot of trips because it's just too difficult. And the risk is too high, getting stranded. Next. How are we going? So there is a lot we can be doing, but, we always keep talking about the problems, but there's so many solutions that can happen. We've mapped a whole lot of strategic policies and decision making, but I want to talk about the actions that can be happening. This is in terms of practice, planning, those really on the ground works. And that starts with actually how we invest and think about our inclusive transport network. It's not all good to think service to service. It's actually a network that's totally connected. I'm sorry, I'm echoing, aren't I? Is that bad? Is that okay? We have to plan it with people and communities. One size fits all does not work. And in our outer suburbs and regions that are really impacted greatly, we can't just pick up Brisbane CBD and put it into somewhere like CBD, like Caboolture or Sunshine Coast, or a whole range of different areas. It has to be planned and thought about in terms of how people use and move through those spaces. You can be suburb to suburb and still can't get to each other. It's incredible when you think about community and how important community is to people's lives. Bringing an equity focus is really important in transport planning. It's something that is very new, and I'll talk about that because that's the main part of my new project, is actually looking at transport equity, working with transport planning. And the other thing is changing the story. Public transport's still this weird, dirty word. It's like, do we use it? There's a whole cultural change that needs to happen. We're seeing that now, and I'm so, like, I'm born and bred in Brizzy, but but I live in Tasmania or Lutruwita now. But it's so nice to see how inhabited the trains and buses are now. It's so exciting compared to what I have currently. But there's a slow change in culture, but that has to happen systemically if we want that investment to happen. We ensure that septic and stormwater is addressed in developments, but footpaths are still conditional or optional. They have to be seen as the same investment, because we know it's critical for getting out and about in where you live. So that's why changing the sorting is important. Next slide. We're getting this. The next slide says, okay, so transport equity. So transport equity is really critical. It's a part of the Sustainable Development Goals. 11.2 is a clear target that focuses on transport equity for all by 2030. Okay, we're pretty much not going to meet that target. But what that means in terms of it, people with disabilities are actually identified as a key group, a target of that. And that means active transport, which is your walking, wheeling, riding, pushing around where you live, and your public transport systems. The problem, however, is equity in transport planning currently is not a word that it's used. We use, and even in disability, we use access, but access to isn't the whole story. It's participation, experiences. Equity recognises fairness, but it also recognises that people have to have what they need in order to do that. And that's has to be thought through and come back to planning and customised. We currently don't have a working definition of transport equity in Australia, so that makes it really hard to apply. We actually have huge gaps in practice knowledge, and that's also, again, problematic. We're asking people to do something we're not actually educating and training them in. So how are we building capacity? The other issue is we're yet to really understand how do we best utilise equity to overcome the extensive disability discrimination that's entrenched in our transport systems in Australia. So next slide, please. And that's what I'm currently working on. So thanks to the Australian Research Council for funding in it. So the next 4.5 years, we're working on actually building this understanding. So with transport planners, because they're the ones that are doing the work. If you're not actually including the frontline people who are making decisions, who are part of the thinking and working with communities, we're never going to make the change. It has to be with them, and it has to also be with diverse people with disabilities. And so the first component will be to get the definition. So it's an Australian-wide project, and it's really focusing on what are we currently experiencing? So what does it look like? How do we build a model? The second component will be then co-creating the actual resources and tools required. So they're measures. So how do we measure transport equity? How do we actually then think about what's a practice framework look like? And particularly around not just the network. Yeah, and assessment's really important. It starts with planning and assessment. Like if assessment and infrastructure is not seeing equity as critically important, then it doesn't get accepted. So it starts really early on through the whole process. So that's me, and I was pretty good on time then, wasn't I? Yes, 10 minutes you got to sort of practice. Some you can't wing it. So yeah, and our project starts in October, so keep an eye out. So I really encourage you to share it. There's the more voices to create the foundation it's just going to be key. So thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. What a lineup, and really looking forward to talking to everyone. So yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lee. We have a few minutes for questions, and then we probably need a vote as to what we're doing next in the schedule. Any questions for Lisa? Yeah. Can you shout?
Yep. How do you see the emergence of things like video conferencing, but also sort of VR video conferencing and effectively the version participate about needing to be physically in that space, and that leads to some kind of I guess lessening of the impact of transport inequity.
Yeah, I think it has a place, but it doesn't ever, video conferencing doesn't say, can I go get my job and that sort of stuff. It's sort of like not having to deal with airlines, like what I had yesterday in the trauma. Every time I get on a plane, it's traumatic. It really is, because you just never know what's going to happen. And this time I got stranded near a toilet for 15 minutes because someone just ditched me and because I didn't bring my wheelchair to the plane. Like just, you know, everything goes wrong. So that I would love to see way more conferences, because there's such a privilege in just getting on a plane to go into a conference. I think academia has a lot to answer for in terms of exclusion and that. So absolutely. COVID, we did it. Isn't it amazing? We did all these international conferences and we did it by video conferencing. So I think, you know, we have to think about those choices because of that. And also the cost. It's such a privilege to fly. It's so expensive, right? And then accommodation and everything else that comes with it. But I think that, and it's definitely short term, like telehealth was amazing. Personally, telehealth was really great because I have specialists all over the place. So not having to fly and go in to see them really made a game changer. And I think, you know, and one of the legacies is we're seeing that continue, hopefully. There's been some pullback, but there has been stuff. So things like that is great when you don't have to then waste your whole day planning, getting to a specialist appointment. So it definitely has a place. I think it, but those day-to-day things, getting, you know, just to go for a track or something like that around where your neighborhood is, you know, we just need that infrastructure investment. That's never going to take it, and continue to have metros. I love the metro. I had it this morning. It's fantastic. So those sort of things are really good. And it also then, sorry, you shouldn't get me started on this one. Like the bus, for example, currently they have to roll it out. There's a workplace health and safety issue with the workers as well. And so the metro now, smooth transition ramp. No one has to do that interaction, and it's good for us too. Yeah.
Hi, I just want to speak from the perspective of experience from recently being someone who started using public transport more often, how great it is. But I'm interested to know, you talked about the culture aspect of it and people, you know, using public transport, and that obviously affects the, you know, like our councils and everything in terms of programming and things like that. So I'm just curious, what kind of inroads have you got in relation to that conversation around culture and changing that key messaging? And what conversations have been had with the young people so far around how is that going to be tackled?
Have we got time? Yeah, cool. So the first one, absolutely. So that's a long game. So transport is a long game because of the longevities of, you know, your infrastructure plans of 30 years, the investment into those things. So it's really acknowledging that. So those conversations have to happen. So we've been having these conversations with both federal and state parties, because that's the other thing with transport, where you've got tri-level government, which makes it really interesting. And then you've also got outsourced private companies as well. So it's a really complex space around that strategic investment. But, you know, there's been lots of work for a long time trying to bridge those gaps. The other really important thing is remembering our professions in building those capacities. So I've been a part of Transport Australian Society for quite some time. It sits with Engineers Australia. And I'm also a member of the Planning Institute of Australia too, as a planner as well. And so these are really important professional bodies. So we've been doing lots of work around writing discussion papers for practitioners to even be aware of it. This is something that's not taught in the curriculum in the undergrads or your masters. You might get a specialty in transport planning and you might get 1 week talking about maybe equity issues. So when you think about it, we've got a huge gap to fill. So that's why it's been really important to be part of these groups. And yeah, we've written several discussion papers now that really highlight different aspects. So there's been one on universal design of transport for the whole profession in Australia. There's been another one where we wrote about integrating urban planning and transport. I know that's probably boring, but it's really important conversation because it's been very separated for quite some time. We just recently did one for the Planning Institute on from my previous research on planning inclusive communities. And that was about a discussion paper of how do you plan for disability equity inclusion when we don't even know about it. So these are another mechanisms we've been using than just the working with governments as well and writing strategic responses or writing responses to another disability standards for accessible public transport review. Also facilitated a lot of the roundtables around the recent review as well. It wasn't the great outcome we had, but I think the continued pressure is really critical. So yeah. And young people, in my practice days, I worked with children, young people. I created inclusive play spaces and all that stuff. So they're always at my heart in terms of that. So the Trip's Not Made really focused on young people's voices as well as, you know, the broader community, but they were front and center. And we actually had 4 co-researchers that were young people. And one actually went on to publish the an article in a Q1 journal actually called, yeah, The Mentally Cancelled Trips. So yeah. So it's been really important to build their legacy up to. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's
Sorry, I can talk forever.
but it's very, very important. So thank you. And transport does knock us about quite a bit. So yeah, thank you so much for continually advocating for better transport systems. Thank you. Join me in thanking Lisa. Thanks, Lisa. Okay, so we're going late to morning tea. So 10:30, all right? So now my second task today is to introduce you to our other guest speaker, our keynote, Jacinta Emeritus Professor Jacinta Douglas. Now, I'm just going to explain that term for people who don't know what it is. Emeritus is a term that's bestowed on someone in the academic world when they've had a very long and distinguished career and had a lot of impact. But not only that, it's about people who they're seen as continuing to have impact even after retirement, which often means working for nothing, I think we've decided, but but nevertheless, they continue to have impact, but also their work continues to have impact. So I'd like to tell you just a little story. In the 80s and 90s, when I was part of a family that was still struggling with the aftermath of brain injury. And I read everything there was to read. There was one author who continually stood out to me as someone whose writing made sense. It made sense of my experience. It made sense of my family. It was easy to read. It was just so helpful. And that was Jacinta. So I had an academic crush on Jacinta from a very early age. And I promised myself that one day I would make sure that I met her, and I did. And we're now 40 years later. I'm really, really pleased to be introducing her today for our keynote presentation. So Jacinta is going to, Jacinta is Foundation Summer Research Fellow at La Trobe University, and she's doing some really amazing work there. She's going to talk to us about a little bit of her identity work today. So, and there'll be time for questions after. Thank you, Jacinta.
Forward if I need to, just enter that into way forward. Beautiful. Okay, it's lovely to see so many wonderful people. Can you all hear me? Great. And I have to say Lisa's talk was absolutely spot on in many ways in the sense of how important transport is. My afternoon getting here yesterday was one of those examples of how hard it is, even when you actually are not having to negotiate a wheelchair, all of those sorts of things, because our transport system often doesn't come together. And as part of that experience for me yesterday, a very lovely, very elderly lady sort of, I think I have a little mark on my forehead, came over and asked me if I could help her to get to Brisbane. Of course I can, I'm going too. And I realised how difficult it is I mean, I've known for a very long time how difficult it is for people to negotiate public transport environments if they have even a mild cognitive disability or have difficulties remembering. You know, when she arrived in the airport, she sat next to me, talked beautifully all the way about her life, and I got an amazing story from her. And she also had experience with disability of a family member, but she actually said, I don't remember ever being here now. Do you think I've come to the wrong place? And the other thing that struck me was, particularly for older people with some mild cognitive decline, signs are really difficult to follow. All of those issues we negotiated. Firstly, she was confused about getting on the plane, and we negotiated that. We were then late getting on, so our luggage went on the next plane. We got on the plane we were booked for, but that then became another huge challenge for her. And there's really nobody there to help people who have those difficulties. So we made it. Hence, I mean, I did get here before just now when I was late. I did get some sleep. So bear with me. And I just feel, Lisa, your first talk was perfectly timed. And I promise I didn't come late just so that I could make the transport speech. I feel very, very, very bad for doing that. So what we're going to talk about is probably some of that research that we've been doing for a long time, I think, in many ways. But this started for me when I was talking to a young man, actually, about his life after severe traumatic brain injury. And what he said to me, which has stayed with me for years, is, so that's the way it is for me, always being left out. It actually, I can still hear his voice. And he then went on to say, you know, I sometimes just go out on a Saturday night so I can tell people I've been out. I don't go out with anybody. I don't have anybody to go out with. I just go out. So in his mind, he didn't have to tell a lie, that he did have people that he could spend time with. And it was really interesting because when in talking to him, his idea of his relational self, the way you see yourself in how you relate to people, was a failure. I'm useless. I can't do it. So he sort of started a whole series of me talking to lots of people who have experienced severe brain injury and them actually helping me to do research. So that's what we're going to talk about today, is that identity and the relational self, but really the things that come in to actually shape it and the things that we hope can make a difference. And I will talk about a little bit of research looking at some interventions as well. I'd like to start with acknowledging that our work at La Trobe is located on the unceded lands of many traditional custodians. We recognise their ongoing connection to the land and value their unique contribution to the Australian society. We pay our respects to their elders past and present and thank them for ongoing care of the land, skies and waterways of this beautiful country. The work we do, we try very hard to actually be able to work with Indigenous populations, particularly in regional areas. It's sometimes interesting that, you know, it's a beautiful experience. It takes more time. And I really sometimes think we've had to educate the people who give us research funding about that issue. And it's the same with people aging with disability too, the time that you need to take. Okay, so I firstly want to ask you to think about something. And you can also, if you want to, share it with somebody next to you, or you can keep it a big secret. I want to ask you to think about the things that bring meaning to your life. Not the things that bring anxiety too much, although they very well may. So have a think about it. If you've got a pen and paper, you can write it down. It's sometimes a good thing to remember that there is meaning in our lives. Have a think about that. Well, I consider whether I'm having a hot flush or I'm just hot. Have you got at least one? Have you thought about at least one? One thing that brings meaning to your life? If not, you're going to have to come and see me in my psych practice too. Okay, so let's see. Relationships with others are the most frequently reported source of life meaning across the lifespan. Soon as a child can talk, they can tell you about the people they have a good relationship with, or they can point to them, or they can keep them just to show that they're their really good buddy. And all the way across our lifespan, it's those relationships that shape us, that we actually work, the people we work with, our families, all of those meaningful relationships do give meaning to us. And I don't think we should forget that. One of the things, and I'll pop in snippets about in rehabilitation, sometimes when I've been talking to people about their rehabilitation experience, the person would say, I kind of feel like I could just be a mannequin in the bed. Or I kind of feel like nobody really knows me. So that's our first lesson, is really to start working with somebody by getting to know them. The other thing about social relationships is evidence linking social relationships to health, mortality and morbidity is as strong as evidence linking smoking, obesity, blood pressure and physical activity to health. Now that seems to me a damn good place to start, because if we can actually promote that sense of social relationship, of belonging, we could save a lot of money from a health perspective. It's amazing the difference that it can make. So it seems to me a good way of us thinking about, you know, doing work in the community, even when somebody's still within the inpatient rehab unit, is actually a terrific place to start. And unfortunately, in some work that one of my current PhD candidates is doing, we're finding out that people who are in inpatient rehabilitation units are not going anywhere. It's a shock to me and to lots of colleagues of my age, because we went through a period where in fact we did move people into the community, much more so. We'd go to the coffee shop at least in front of the hospital and have a chat, or we'd go to the gardens, or we'd look in the garden, look at flowers. So many of people in Suzanne's research are saying, no, I didn't get to go anywhere. One young man talked about being on a mattress on the floor for about 20 hours a day for 6 months in the rehab unit, unless somebody took him to put him somewhere else, but no interactions. So that's the recipe for loss of friendship. Friends tell me, friends of people who have a close other who's had a brain injury, tell me You know, hospitals are weird places. They smell weird. I'm never sure who the person is who I should be saying, is it okay if I go and see Mick? You know, or whether I'm allowed to at all. So there's this sense of it being a foreign land, and I think we need to change that. It's interesting too that social relationships produce crucial and enduring challenges to pretty much everybody with an acquired neurological disability, despite the fact that they're coming to that space in their life with lots of experiences. One of the things that people want to share with you first is, you know, I don't hear from my friends so much anymore. I don't feel I can go to the local disability sailing club anymore, because not only do I have physical disabilities, but I'm sometimes a little bit off. Or sometimes I lose my temper. So those behavioural changes in the community. So I think we need to recognise that and to see that social relationships and connection have been reported in the literature, goodness knows, for a long time. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, they're all there. Soraya Dickman, when she looked at 210 patients who'd been through rehabilitation and followed them up 3 to 5 years in Seattle, in Washington State, said that, or showed us that decreased social integration was a significant problem for 49% of those people. That's half. You know, you've got to flip the coin chance of actually being able to get on with your social integration in society. Dear Robin Tate looked at a group of people, of 100 people at 6 years post-discharge, and she found that 63%, so that's nearly 2/3 of people had restricted relationships. Not a good look. She also went back and followed up those people. Not all 100 were there anymore because some had died, some were impossible to actually trace. But that number had stayed at 61%. I think that's a real indictment really for society, but also for what we're achieving within our rehabilitation. So, oh, I should tell you this one. This is that person you liked reading. I actually interviewed a group of 23 young adults who'd had a brain injury, and they were 10.4 years post-injury. And in that group is the 61%. But what's really frightening with this group is they reported having no friends, 0 friends, no one to talk to if they wanted to talk something through, no one to go out to dinner with. They actually saw many of their attendant carers as friends because they went somewhere with them, even though it was the attendant carer's job. I heard some pretty difficult stories about the quality of support that people received, where a support worker would take them to a very, very sort of snazzy restaurant, but make them a sandwich to take so they could eat the sandwich when they were there, and actually basically have their lunch covered for by those issues. Am I whistling?
2 seconds.
You can hijack it.
I'll go to the next slide now.
Okay, and then, good, yep. So, what I know, I've gone backwards. It's not doing anything now. You broke it.
Is it that one?
Yeah. Thank you. So what I wanted to just remind us, and I know we all know this, but every time I look at these figures, I get really anxious and realise that, you know, you really shouldn't retire ever. You should really be working with people. If you look at these are the incidents and the prevalence figures in 2016. Now, I know that's a good 9 years ago, but if you look at these numbers, what we have is, in terms of incidents globally, 27.1 million people have severe, or this group is mild to severe in TBI. So they're not a small group. And if we look at the age standardised rate, we've got 369 people per age over standardising it with respect to having more injuries when you're younger or when you're older. The counts in 2016 really had doubled. The number of people with really significant brain injury had risen to 55.5 million. And the percentage change was a plus in terms of when you look at the uncertainty intervals, how sure can we be about these numbers? The percentage change was up 8.4%, and in 2016 it was up 3.6%. That's a lot of people struggling with a lot of strategies to actually to actually bring to their lives, but also to have a life for many of them. So there's lots and lots of work to do. One of the things, I started life. Actually, I started life in pharmacy. Don't tell anybody. I might have told some of you this story. I actually did my first placement in pharmacy and decided that I think I should leave because a lovely old lady came in with a prescription, and it said ABT in typical doctor's writing. At that point, it's long enough ago for me to have to go to the pharmacopoeia to have a look at how I could make this up. Look through the pharmacopoeia, can't find ABT, feel really embarrassed. In first place, and go to the pharmacist and I say, I can't find anything for this ABT. I thought, I don't know, I have no idea what it is. He said, oh, that's any bloody thing. I've lived in dread that I might get an any bloody thing prescription one day from my doctor, but I haven't. And I said, well, he said, look, she comes in, she's got nothing to do. She comes in, she chats to us. Her doctor gives her an ABT. We can either give her sugar pills or we can give her rose water. She's happy. It's kind of a two-sided issue, isn't it? In fact, he recognised that this little lady needed to come out and go into the pharmacy and just have a chat and say, oh, here's my script, whatever it was. And they just followed through. But you kind of need to start at the problem. Why is this lovely, lovely person having to actually get a false script for a placebo, basically, and not even know she is? So she also probably goes to any of her appointments if she has to go to other appointments and tells doctors that she's using ABT. And I had this terrible image of things. I went home and I talked to my mum and dad. I said, I don't think I can do this. It's really just a business thing, I think. So I then went on to speech pathology. And that's why I think some of the research that Jenny Ponsford and John Oliver and Caroline Curran did down at Bethesda, finding that 70% of people with moderate to severe traumatic brain injury have social communication deficits after TBI. Big numbers again. And when Pam Snow did her PhD, we looked at people who'd had 2 years pretty intensive rehabilitation, and we followed them up 2 years. Well, we saw them at the beginning and then followed them up 2 years later. And we found that 96% of them continued to have really significant social communication problems, even after reasonably good. It was in the in the 90s, but still reasonably good rehabilitation that they received. So there's something about how you communicate, if you want to communicate, if you're brave enough to talk to somebody, all of those things that actually then flows on to our sense of belonging in our community. So really today's aim is to explore importance of attending to social relational aspects of individuals' lives in the rehab process. Are you timing me too? Huh? Oh, good. Okay. So let's start with personal experiences. I have learnt most of whatever I have learnt in my role as a speech pathologist. Then I travelled to Canada and did my master's in clinical psych and my PhD in clinical neuropsych. And I have learnt more from the people I work with than I actually learned through a bachelor's in speech pathology, a master's in clinical psychology and a PhD, many years. And one of the things that I think is changing is that we have recognised the importance of lived experience. I say to the students I work with all the time, you know, your best research tool is listening and talking to not only the person with disability, but the people who love them, if they have anyone, is in some ways the problem. So Ryan says it pretty clearly. After head injury, you know, everything just changes. Your whole social life goes downhill because nobody wants to know you. An awful way to be feeling. And then Carl says, I don't have many friends. Well, I don't have any, actually, when he thought about it. Second, no, I don't have any friends. Again, that sense of isolation. You know, as William James said way back in the 1800s, no worse an outcome could befall somebody than to be in an environment or to be in a society where nobody recognises you as who you are, an individual. So it's almost like day after day of punishment. Joseph says, hope can only go on for so long and then it fades. So this sense of loss of hope. Jake says, the way other people treat me, they don't understand ABI behaviour. It's really like I don't belong anywhere. And then Mia says, many people are dismissive because I'm different. They're just not willing to listen to me or to get to know me. So we've got these outcome constructs that just keep repeating over and over and over again that say pretty dismal outcomes when it comes to social integration. And I do think we've improved, but I still spend a lot of time with people who are isolated, who don't really have that sense of belonging either to their community or to their social acquaintances. So the people that I've spoken to have come up with some pretty good solutions. And a lot of them really miss group activity, really miss being part of a group. So Greg's going to a learning how to be a friendship skills group for people with brain injury and being ready to put myself out to please other people. And he's enjoying that. He's meeting other people who are in similar situations. Carl says it's good to feel useful, and Carl's doing a terrific job and has made lots of friends at the community farm where he's a volunteer. So activity can be that sort of push into actually becoming connected. And Olga says, I think the little lady yesterday had taken this on board because Olga said, always talk, because if not, you talk, if not, you think you talk, if not, you think too much, and that's not good. and you never know who will become a friend. And Bronwyn, the lady yesterday, literally we talked for the whole trip from Melbourne. I know her life from all the way up to over 80 years, but we had a really good time, and she was able to say that, you know, normally people don't even look at me, she says. So that's what happens when you get older, let me tell you. Okay, and also those previous activities like music, and to pursue a long-held interest is really important often for people. And that procedural memory of being able to play a musical instrument often doesn't get absolutely messed around. So it's something you can do almost without thinking about it. I've had people play chopsticks for me in their homes when I'm doing follow-ups many times. A disability support group, and I'm not sure what it says under there, but I'm sure it says, Richard said it was a good idea. And a fitness group, my daughter keeps telling me that's a very good idea. So one day we'll take that advice. So there are solutions that people see. One of their problems is getting there, especially those who are actually in a wheelchair or got a walking frame, all of those things. It's the getting there, and it's then breaking the ice. How do you do that? So we spend a lot of time thinking about that and getting people to have some support in that process. I'll talk to you a little bit about that. So it's TBI is a massive global problem with significant and ongoing challenges. So what is social integration? Have a think about it. When I asked myself this question, I thought I'd have to tell somebody what social integration was. What would I say? So I looked up a definition from the Psychoneuroimmunology 4th edition. And it says that social integration refers to the degree to which a person is linked to or involved with his or her social environment at different levels, including community, individual work, individual network of social ties, and intimate relationships. The converse of social integration would be isolation or the lack of regular contact with friends, neighbours, co-workers, family members, and social groups. So there it is. There's a lot of ways into social integration and connection and belonging. It's helping somebody go down those paths that actually is the thing where we have difficulties. Okay, so developing solutions. I'm going to run through these things very quickly. Think about the theoretical perspectives we work in. Think about how that applies to, from my case, to how I look at theory, practice, and research. I want to just quickly introduce functional communication and the cup of competence in functional social communication, and also to look at social communication deficits with a focus all the way through on social connection. So, we did that one. We're going to we've actually already gone through the personal experience and what I want to we'll talk about that a little bit more, but I want to start with my favourite theoretical perspective, which began with good old George Herbert Mead back in he was busy between 1963 and 1931. And what he said was, language is not only a necessary mechanism of mind, but also the primary social foundation of the self. If nobody interacts with you or connects with you, your identity is almost, if you like, not developed in a way that you can move it from one place to another. And it's really, really, we know that people who have a lost sense of disability feel lost. Sense of identity, sorry, feel lost. So that's a really important thing to learn about. Even those little incidental things where somebody says hi, or you smile, or you say, oh, you go first. Those things make a difference to feeling like you're a real person. Bus drivers who remember what stop you get off at. All of those. The barista who knows what coffee you want. A lot of people with traumatic brain injury who are living in the community don't have those experiences. So that's something I would really like to change, and we're changing one at a time. Herbert Bloomer was a student of George Herbert Mead. I think you had to be a Herbert. Individuals act toward people and things based upon the meanings that they have given to those people or things. So meaning happens, meaning is the basis of actually how we interact with people. So if you've given this sort of description of somebody with traumatic brain injury in your thinking, oh, it's a scary person, they actually speak really loudly. They actually, don't seem to know where they're going. All of those things actually create that identity that says, this person is not like me, I'm not going to interact with them. I'm going to keep away. A quick story. Don't tell my daughter I'm telling you this. We went into Macca's when I think she was about 3. And there was, as used to happen a lot, she's now quite a lot older than that, it used to happen a lot where the local group home would bring the people with disability who lived in the group home around to Macca's. And so at a particular time of the day, there would be quite a lot of people. There were people with Down syndrome, there were people who had physical disability, people with intellectual disability, cerebral palsy. And I said to her, sweetheart, just go and sit at that table there and I'll get our order. She gave birth and she said, oh yes, I was going to whisper like her. You nearly missed the punchline. That's right. She leaned towards me and she said, Now I don't want to go to that table. There's aliens over there. And I literally thought, oh my goodness, at 3, we're starting to see this perception develop in children that people who look different, sound different, are actually to keep away from. And I bet most of us here feel the other way. But if that's how society is developing, we're in troubles for at least a period of time until we change that. Is that better? Did you hear? Okay, so when I think about this type of a theory that talks to us about the fact that we need to communicate and the fact that individuals act toward people and things based on the meanings they have given to them, then that is a theoretical principle that in many ways I keep thinking what we should change. What we should change is we should change society. But that's a little bit harder, but we should actually do things to show people that everybody from the group home doesn't have to come at the same time and sit at the same table and in fact just be, present rather than part of society. 10 minutes? Okay. All right. So in terms of therapeutic practice, you need to know how the person and those around them experience their world, what's in their world. We need to seek to understand the impact of the injury and its consequences on relationships. So I focus on the lived experience of the person and those with whom they interact. I love grounded theory. But there's a lot of people, yay! But there's some people who don't love grounded theory. It's lovely because it actually allows you to really look at the interactions, to look at how a person is traveling through life in many ways, and to see similarities across people. Okay. All right, now, are there any speeches here? Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Well, oh, good. You get a whole round of applause. Great. So what I want to say is that social communication is something that we should all be aware of. Doesn't matter what discipline we work from or in or how we grew up. But the issue that we have interactions where we can break social rules, where we can mess up the conversation, all of those things I think are important across the board. So this social communication is an emergent consequence of interactions between our language, our cognition, our sensory motor processes, which take place within and between us when we're out and about. Okay? This is my, well, Pam and I made this up, a cup of competence. It actually shows you that if you want a really good social communication competence, there's a hell of a lot going on. And these are the things, they're the constituent functions are executive language and social cognition functions. So the social cognition functions need to go into your cup, and executive functions need to go into your cup. In the context of individual psychological characteristics as well as environmental influences. So that's your saucer. Oh, there's another one, and also cultural influences. Well, we do find that the rules of conversation actually don't change. When you do research across different cultures in different countries, I've done a fair bit of work in Singapore and in Canada with their Indigenous population. And the rules that you actually, have, you spend time with the person, you attend to the person you're talking to, they're universal rules. And Grice was the person who made them up. Grice's conversational maxims. I don't think he made them up. I think he observed them. Okay, so all of these people with acquired neurological disabilities, I've done work with each of these groups. All of them show social communication problems. And in fact, people with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, it's the first thing that their spouses notice, that they're not interacting with them in the same way. The same with people with really early onset dementias like frontotemporal dementia. Okay, I'm moving quickly now. Good pictures. We've done work all the way along this continuum. I'm not going to talk to you about all of it, but I do think it's a research program. Social, it's all of those things. We should be working together. And Elizabeth tried very hard and did such a fantastic job of those sorts of getting a group of people together who recognise that this is a holistic problem. And it'd be so lovely to actually, all of us, to be considering all the different pulleys that we can actually have access to. So we've done research in all of these. I love these quotes, and I have to give them to you. This is how people with brain injury describe their communication, their social communication problem. What the hell do I say? I don't know, so I don't speak. Second person says, I do have problems starting up a conversation, especially when it comes to women. It was a young man. I just keep quiet. I have no idea what they're on about. I have trouble with continuing a conversation. You say, hi, how are you? And then where do you go from there? I don't say the right thing. I say ridiculous things. I say the wrong thing all the time. I go on and on about things. I don't know when enough's enough. I don't seem to pick up even their facial expressions or their voice to know when to say something, or even if I should say something. And the last one is using nonverbal cues and not being able to actually understand facial expression, social cognition, and tone of voice. Now that puts you behind a really big barrier in terms of interacting and being connected. Oh, and this one's great. It actually describes the cup of confidence, and then I'll move on. You've got to be trying to think about two things: that you're actually doing the actual communication stuff, but then at the same time, you've got to remember the stuff you're saying. So that's really important. The fact that when you actually look at a functional MRI when somebody's having a conversation, there's no part of the brain that is inactive. All the way from the frontal cortex, occipital cortex, temporal lobe, all of the midbrain, all the way through. And I've got 5 minutes. Okay. Social communication accounts for a significant amount of explained variance within social outcome. That's the message there, so it's worth looking at it. Okay. I think I'll finish with 5 minutes of treatment. Would that be good? I reckon. There's important messages about working with people in couples, and lots of wonderful quotes from there. Everybody can have my slides, so I'll make sure we leave them. And in fact, being able to do things together has a significant impact on marital satisfaction. And we compared people with orthopedic injury and TBI. I'll go through that and show you that, yes, there's a significant difference, a lot more avoidance from spouses of people with TBI. Not a good way to deal with the world. Okay, they're all the significant ones. So that work has been published, so I can send you those. Now, that's what I did there was I thought, we've been working on communication for so long, maybe we should work on communication breakdown and give people good ways to cope with it. We got some lovely results, and the best result was that it reduced people's stress when they were in interactions. Next. We won't do that. Friendships are important. Friendships disappear, as I said earlier, with these people reporting, 61% of them reporting they had no friends, and it's a going downhill experience after brain injury. And we've seen some of those quotes. I'll go through that quickly. That paper's also been published, so I can give you the reference list with that. Okay. There's some good hints for making sure that you support friends of people to be able to come to visit the person. Okay. Here. That says it for itself. Obviously, I thought I was speaking for the week, and I apologise. I got so involved in it last night, which is why I went, so code is the one I want to talk about is the one we have some great results with. And I've got the report done, but I haven't published this work. So if you want to, you can have a copy of the report. It's in the Trobes, the stuff we've done. So I think collaboration is really important with key stakeholders in designing solutions. I think it's a multi-level process. I think it actually requires understanding the lived experience. And if you're a clinician, you understand the lived experience. It requires authentic collaboration with people with lived experience, truly. And at the Summer Foundation, we have a lived experience team who are just wonderful. And we have several people with a disability who are working in our research team as researchers and senior fellows. I think symbolic interactionism is an excellent theoretical perspective to think about this multi-level process and constructed as grounded theory. So that wouldn't have surprised you. Ooh. Okay, we know this, we know that. The stakeholder collaboration we used with this was we had 4 adults with severe TBI, and their point was we need to be in the driver's seat. We want to be able to choose. Family members, 4, and their perspective was we need to be active. We need to be active social things outside home in the community. Clinicians said they needed a strength-based framework for community participation. Funding body said we need their perspective was therapy is too office or home-based. What we need is a community focus. So they funded us because that's what this is all about. And researchers said that they needed some reliable measures that gave them insight into personally meaningful outcomes. I still think we can do a lot for that. Okay, I'm just going to show you that's the design of this project. They were the people, they all had severe brain injury and they were all living, a lot of them alone or with family support only. These are the measures that we used: the health-related quality of life, the CIQ, the Australian version, and the Warwick-Edinburgh mental wellbeing scale. And what we did was we actually found focus with these people. We didn't call it goals. We found focus about what they wanted to do, but we started with understanding and connecting with the person, which most of the clinicians said, I go to hospitals now and nobody does that. Building a relationship with the person, working together with them to find their focus. And what we did was we actually looked at goals or focus at a life level, what I want for myself in my life, at a motivation level, why I want to be in the project, at an activity level, the activity I would like to try, and at an intervention level, how am I going to I need you to help me do this. So that intervention was really important. And we did lots of wonderful things with our participants. I want to show you the results so you go away with a positive feeling. These are the results for health-related quality of life here, pre-intervention. And you don't need the stats to show you that that's a whopping change post-intervention, 6 weeks post-intervention. Wellbeing did exactly the same thing. People were doing things. And there's, we're getting large effect sizes with these. And that was really, really promising from our perspective. And the CIQ, the revised Australian version, same thing. And you see that what was happening for a lot of them first was home integration. Being able to get things organised at home so you could get out. Yep, 1 minute, we're nearly there. Finishes on a good note. And you can see the social integration. This is their post-intervention level, remember? So we're not losing effect. It's being maintained in all of those, okay? And in a minute, we don't need to look at the stats. We had 3 months follow-up and you can see similar maintenance in all of those measures, and we had 9 months follow-up. And again, this isn't a significant drop, but we have significant maintenance across them all. At 9 months, that's pretty good with people with very severe brain injury. And this is how they saw it. They saw it that they were being seen as an individual, that they were connecting socially and belonging, and that they were developing confidence in a different future, in a different self, in fact. Okay, that's the summary. It really says that if we support people to participate, I have to say what we did here was we didn't have disability groups. They went to the group of their choosing in the community. So we went to Bible studies. Susie was writing a book and she's nearly finished that book, all of those sorts of things. One of the people became the footy tipping person at his local pub. So he organised the footy tipping with a clinician support in the first instance. We became, one man started a podcast. So we had loads of different things, which actually made it more fun for us too. And this is the quote I love the most out of that work. She, the clinician, really did make me feel that I had good input at every stage, and I never felt railroaded or pushed into a corner. At every stage, it was my choice on what to do and how to do it, and that's important. That shows a change in identity from Mitch. He would never have actually said that he was in command or was really in the game from his perspective in what he was doing. So I think that's a good one to finish with. But I have to thank, firstly, the experts. All of that work has a large number of people with lived experience participating in it. These are all of wonderful co-researchers, and keep an eye out for the 3 on the bottom. They're young PhD candidates who are doing research. Susan Curry with people who are moving from inpatient rehab. Cornelia Walicki, she's German, is actually looking at peer support. And Rebecca Evans, who is a national champion para wheelchair footballer and is off to the Asia Pacific competition and maybe the World Cup, is looking at how can we help people with physical disability get out into the community. What is it that we need to do? And she's doing a beautiful job with that. So thank you, and I'm sorry I was late, and I'm sorry I've gone over time again. Clearly, I need a walk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacinta. We should have known that we needed to give you a week to summarise 40 years of great work. I think the other thing that's really important to all of us at Hopkins Centre is that you've highlighted the importance of dignity in the way we treat people and taking the time to help people to find themselves again. So, and as a family member, I can really relate to that. It's taken 40 years, but it's a long journey. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And thank you for getting through the challenging Queensland transport system.
Thank you for having me.
Now,
It's lovely.
Given that we've shuffled up our agenda, we're going to go straight to morning tea now. And I can see you all saying, thank God, because my stomach's rumbling. But we'll be back here at 11, if that's okay. So it's really quickly grab something and come back. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you again, Jacinta and Lisa, for great presentations. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming back early. We really appreciate that. And thank you so much for sticking with us through IT problems and challenges, particularly people online who I know hearing was very difficult for quite a while there. IT solutions are sent to just keep us grounded and remember that the world can be a very difficult place. If IT challenges are tough for us, let's put that in the same basket as the transport issues that Lisa was talking about this morning, because we're often presenting both as a bit of a panacea and they're not a panacea at all. We've got a lot of work to do in both areas to make them inclusive. So thank you so much again for coming back early. I hope you did get to have some morning tea. Now we've got a really quick session where we have 5 wonderful speakers who are going to speak for 8 minutes each. See if they can stick to that, with a couple of minutes of questions. And Lisa spoke about it. Jacinta spoke about it, the importance of people with disability being at the core, the front and centre of research, leading research if possible. And that's the sort of thing that we've maintained at Hopkins Centre from the beginning as much as we can. And we've really held that close as a value. So in this next session, we're going to have people speak for about 8 minutes about research that's done exactly that. So I'll get started straight away by introducing you to Dr. Emily Bray, who is going to speak to us through the haze of new motherhood. And she's going to talk about sleep, which is entirely appropriate. So thank you, Emily.
So today I'm going to be talking about my Sea Grant project, which is looking at sleep after spinal cord injury. So I'd just like to start first by acknowledging the research team who've been really instrumental in the successful progress of this. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully that's better. Okay. Yes, next slide. So sleep is an essential part of our lives for everyone. But poor sleep is common for people with spinal cord injuries. In fact, about 2 out of 3 people experience poor sleep. So the general impact of poor sleep for all of us is tiredness, irritability, reduced focus, worse health problems, and even worse mental health. But perhaps it's more impactful for people with spinal cord injuries who already face additional secondary health complications, higher rates of depression, and barriers to work, hobbies, and their social lives. So while sleep issues are a problem for about 1/3 of the general population as well, those with spinal cord injuries are more likely to experience untreated sleep disturbances. So to date, while most of the research on sleep has focused on the prevalence, characteristics, and impact of sleep disturbances, little has focused on how we can support people with spinal cord injuries with their sleep, and also why they don't seek support for their sleep disturbances. So what our research aimed to do was understand the lived experience of sleep disturbances after spinal cord injury, and also understand their help-seeking behaviors. So why or why not they are seeking help. Look to identify the best approaches to supporting people with spinal cord injuries with their sleep, both from the perspectives of people with spinal cord injuries and clinicians, and then to co-design resources to support people. We aim to do this in 3 stages. First stage being needs identification interviews with people with spinal cord injuries. So looking at their experience of sleep disturbances and their help-seeking behavior. We then conducted 2 workshops, one with people with spinal cord injuries and one with clinicians, where we brainstormed solutions to their unmet needs. We've then developed some resources, and we are just about to start the solution refinement interviews with people with spinal cord injuries and clinicians to kind of get their feedback on the resources and then refine them further. So what have we found? So we found that recognizing sleep as an issue is really the first step. So sleep problems start in hospital. There's noise, lack of privacy and stress. Some of these resolve on discharge, but often issues persist and they worsen with age and as a person gets to know their new bodies. Participants described multiple interlocking physical, psychological, and environmental factors that impact their sleep, leading to fatigue, but also unintended sleep episodes. So, for example, falling asleep during a theatre performance. And then for many, there was a sense of resignation that their sleep was as good as it was going to get, and there were really no solutions for their sleep issues. We then found out that reaching out and seeking support for sleep was a challenge, especially because many didn't perceive sleep as a priority. So participants shared their concerns with health professionals, and they found that sometimes these were also overlooked, and that professionals didn't actually really know how to support their sleep problems. This left them feeling unheard and unsupported. And then because of this, many had to do their own research and kind of go through this trial and error process by themselves to find solutions. When it came to solutions, participants were seeking multidisciplinary and integrated support. They were looking for information and education on the challenges of sleep and how to address them. And then they really emphasized the importance of improving medication management, and they shared a range of personal experiences and techniques for managing sleep issues. From the workshops, we started to develop a few themes that would help guide our resource development. First one was raising awareness. So resources that fostered awareness and promoted conversation, making these concerns feel normal and making individuals feel less isolated. Sharing reliable information from trusted sources in an easy to access space was also essential. These resources should be eye-catching and engage the individual, and then include links to further reading. But ultimately, the goal is to motivate action and inspire hope that sleep problems can be managed, but that it sometimes takes time, and therefore perseverance is really important. So using the interviews and the workshops, we created a framework upon which to build our resources. So this framework, the 3 Bs of sleep, is really adapted from the biopsychosocial environmental model, which recognizes that our bodies, our minds, our social lives, and our physical surroundings all dynamically influence well-being. So in this case, my body, my brain, my bedroom are the areas which include factors that affect our sleep. So my body considers the physical factors, so sleep apnea, pain, spasms, and also hormonal changes like menopause. My brain assesses worries and stress, mental health, disruptions to the body clock, and medication and drug use. And then you've got my bedroom, which looks at the sleep environment, lights, noises, equipment, room temperature, but also physical safety and support overnight, whether that's from significant others or formal carers. Using this framework, we then developed resources. So the first one being an infographic. So that's really focusing on that eye-catching, engaging resource that then links to further information. Further information being a more detailed information sheet on sleeping better after spinal cord injury. We've also got frequently asked questions, which have been answered by clinicians and people with spinal cord injury. And then we also developed a sleep diary for people to track their sleep and created a worksheet based on the 3 Bs of sleep model, which is kind of some meant to promote action and develop resources that then can use with health professionals to guide conversations. So what next? As I mentioned, we're just about to start the solution refinement interviews. We have 6 people with spinal cord injuries who have consented to take part in the interviews, and we're looking at booking those in the next couple of weeks. We at the moment don't have any clinicians that have reached out or agreed to participate. So if you are a clinician and you'd be interested in providing feedback, or you know one, you can use this QR code. It'll take you to the participant information sheet. You can have a read through and get in contact with us and forward it on. Alternatively, you can contact me on this email for more information, and I can send that through to you. I'd also just like to quickly bring awareness to the fact that it is Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Week, and it's all about fall prevention this year. There's some initiatives going on, so hopefully you can engage in that. And yeah, that's it. Oh, thank you to our funding partners.
Thank you so much, Emily. Spot on 8 minutes. So we have time for a couple of questions, maybe one. Anyone have a question for Emily? Yep.
I was just wondering where we could get the resources from, the information packet.
So the resources we've created.
Yeah, the pamphlets.
So we are aiming to have those resources available online, hopefully through the QSIS Resource Hub, but still yet to be available. We've still got to finish the refinement interviews, but it'll be on the Hopkins website for sure. Hopefully in the next couple of months towards the end of the year, once we finalize the resources through those interviews.
Emily.
No worries.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank Emily again. We have Matt McShane is going to present in a very unusual way, because Matt has got himself a really fancy job in the Paralympics, coaching the basketball team. So he couldn't be with us today, but he's recorded his speech. So we know this one's going to be definitely on time. Thanks, Makala. And the online people will be able to see that. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Matt McShane, and I'd like to thank the Hopkins Centre for allowing me to present my project. My project is called the Design Cafe. The Design Cafe promotes co-designed solutions to assist with everyday tasks and challenges, with a big focus on enhancing and innovating assistive technology through lived experiences, bridging the gap between good enough to truly fit for purpose. Assistive technology often focuses on big, high-tech solutions, but it's the overlooked everyday challenges that can make the biggest difference. The Design Cafe addresses these small but significant barriers through shining a spotlight on these types of challenges and providing an environment that promotes collaboration for co-designed, low-tech solutions. We used a multiple case study approach within a participatory co-design framework. Each case was built around one participant's challenge, with workshops structured to move from problem identification to prototype. Our 4 workshops drove group discussion and input from a wide variety of perspectives, giving each design a rich and meaningful input. In the first workshop, we introduced the co-design process to the whole group, discussed what the phrase meant to them individually, and spoke about our approach to this project. We then split into small groups and identified the everyday challenges participants found most. Using the Canadian Occupation Performance Measure, we captured what mattered most to our participants and began generating early ideas for AT solutions. In the second workshop, we presented our initial concepts, mainly through sketches and low-fidelity prototypes and group discussions. Participants provided valuable feedback, which played a huge role in shaping the next round of design development and the designs as a whole. By workshop 3, participants could physically test their prototypes, provide even more feedback, likes, dislikes, and any suggestions for changes that might guide further refinement. By this time in the process, we were making small but significant changes and improvements to the solutions. The final workshop focused on handing over the prototypes, training participants in their use, and reflecting on their time and roles within the co-design process. One example of our participant, Mitch. Mitch wanted to independently game using a few bespoke attachments for his Xbox controller. He had a couple different ideas for outcomes based on how he would use the controller. He wanted options for using it with his chin and with his hand. Another example was from our participant Clint. Clint wanted to regain independence playing the guitar again, with good posture and no leg pain. His main challenge was resting the guitar directly on his leg would cause pain and spasms. Since this project, Clint has been back on the touring market and performing at his local pub. We are still going through the evaluation stage at the moment, but we are really excited to learn about what the co-design process means to all parties involved and how it varies from designers to participants to clinicians. We're looking forward to gathering all the information we've learned from this project and putting together a bit of a template of our learnings and how we conduct our co-design workshops. A few of the challenges we did find were some designs require a lot more work than others, and finding the right combination of experiences and expertise, as well as managing time and expectations of the participants. Some of the strengths we really enjoyed were meaningful challenges, created a really good group enthusiasm and collaboration, and working on these small challenges that often get missed create big outcomes for the individuals. I'd like to thank our amazing team, Camilla, Louise, Vince, Lockie, Emily, Melissa, and everyone at Spinal Life Australia. I'd like to thank NISCU and the Hopkins Centre for this opportunity to conduct this research. It's been amazing. Thank you.
I've been attending those citizen challenges and design cafes for nearly 9 years now. And every time they just amaze me, some of the solutions that people come up with. One of the things that Matt wanted to do in future was to create a bit of a library where some of these great ideas were available more broadly to everyone. So I hope that he can still do that while he's doing his day job. Okay, so our next presenter was unable to be here, unfortunately. Hannah Simmons, who many of you know, has been with us for quite a while. So Hannah isn't able to be here today, but Jessica Walker has agreed to present. And Jessica's going to present to us on the role of 3D visualizations in improving home modifications.
Okay, great. So this first half of the presentation is quite a little bit new to me as of this morning. So I do apologize if I'm reading a bit off the slides, but we will get there. So yes, very broadly, this project is about the ways in which visualizing activities of daily living can be really beneficial, especially from from the hospital to home perspective for people with SCI. So very quickly, we have a really beautiful, large, really diverse project team on this project. So just a few, obviously, Louise, who is a very, very big part of this, but also our lived experience researchers, Matt McShane, and Hannah as well, who is unfortunately not too well today, so she couldn't be here. So very quickly, what is the point of visualizing ADLs? And importantly, what are ADLs? So ADLs are activities of daily living. So they are the basic self-care tasks that people perform daily to mean their health, well-being, can be hygiene. It's just those normal things we all do every single day. So ADLs can become more complex for people with certain disabilities due to the interaction between their physical abilities, assistive equipment needs, and built environments, which are a lot of the time not built with accessibility in mind. So for people with physical mobility restrictions and SCI, home modifications are often necessary to allow people to actually perform ADL safely and with dignity in their own homes. So from this, we found that there was a bit of a gap in that being able to actually visualize home modifications before they're actually done could facilitate improved outcomes for people who require them. So we made a prototype. This prototype is this 3D tool that allows for 3D visualizations of the complex spatial interactions, not just between wheelchair users, people and their homes, but also their support people, the equipment they use, and the rest of the home environment, which has a really big impact. So there was quite an extensive design process to do this. So we have both Matt and Hannah there helping to actually motion capture images, probably not the right word for it, to be able to actually create really representative visual representations of people doing ADLs within kind of home environments, or at least that's kind of what we put it into. So the process was very complex. I was not here for this point, but I've heard quite a bit, especially from Hannah, that it is not really made for people who are not able-bodied. A lot of the technology that needed to be used was technology that had to have somebody standing up to be able to actually calibrate it. So there had to be stand-ins who had similar body types, at least for Matt there, as you can see, to be able just to even calibrate it. So there's definitely a lot of accessibility barriers of the motion capture equipment itself, which is really interesting, but won't be too much of the focus of the rest of what I'll chat about today. So the prototype itself, just to give you a bit of an idea, these are luckily gifts that are working at the moment, but as you can see, this is our prototype. So it is interactive 3D visualizations, which are meant to display authentic motion captured daily activities in a dynamic 3D environment. So we have 3 realistic personas of different spinal cord injuries with accurate equipment dimensions. We have a focus on ADL. So we want to be able to visualize how people are moving and doing these regular daily activities within the home. We are still working on the environment, so this part of it might oversell it a little bit, but currently you are able to kind of like take walls down, be able to see how things are kind of placed and the person moving within it as well, but still not 100% there yet. So we have this tool, which is great, but on its own doesn't really mean that much. So our next step was that we wanted to really talk to the people who could be using it or potentially benefit from it if we do get it to that point. So to do this, we conducted a number of focus groups. So both consumers who, for the purpose of this, we define as consumers, but people with SCI and who are wheelchair users, and also clinicians. So specifically OTs with experience in home modification process. So we wanted to learn as much as we possibly could. So what works well, maybe what did we miss, what needs to be improved? And really, really importantly, is this worthwhile? Should we keep going? Is there value here? So encouragingly for us, there was a unanimous and very enthusiastic yes from both clinicians and consumers as well. So that's great, but obviously we wanted to know much, much more than that. So I think the first thing I really want to note is that I've been very deep in this data at the moment, but there were 5 really big points of consensus between both consumers and clinicians. So firstly, there was an overwhelming value of 3D visualization in this space. And when we talked to them, there was so many different ideas of, oh, this could help us do this, and this could help us do that. And it was, yeah, very encouraging to see all of that together. Number 2, that, you know, having a really visually aesthetic, nice looking program is great, but it's not important. What really is important is respect and accuracy in the way that wheelchair users and also the homes in which they live are actually represented. So that needs to be at the absolute forefront of what we're doing and how we're going forward. Number 3, pinch points and overlooked details. So we needed to make sure if we were going to be actually creating these homes digitally, that all of the tiny little bits and pieces of the home were represented because they might seem really not important on paper, but in reality, they have really big impacts on actually being able to move around the home environments. They need to be there. Next, we need to make sure no matter where we go from here that there is a focus on usability and integration. So make sure that we're using the technology and the tools that we already have at our disposal. So finally, and something that was really interesting to see was that many of the participants brought up all these different ways that we could potentially use this program outside of the scope of what we have at the moment. So that could be through education and training, even things like empathy training was brought up quite a bit. So there's definitely these really cool different things that we could do on top of what we've already got. So really importantly, I think it is really important to explain that while we did have a lot of agreement, there was also different ways in which both consumers and clinicians saw this tool being something useful. So firstly, for a lot of clinicians, there was this focus on making sure that there was a way to capture what was created within the program, be able to kind of take that to NDIS or funding bodies and say, hey, this is the house that we've created. As you can see, we do need that extra meter of changes. We need to put a wall in and do those extra things so that, you know, both the person and their carer can actually move and function within this. So there was that kind of really, that utility to it. So on top of that, they needed to make sure it is functionally accurate. It needs to be down to the millimeter in precision, especially if we are replicating people's homes and putting it into a program. It has to be exact. For consumers, there was more of a focus on the way in which the tool itself could be used as a way to be able to visualize moving within your own modified home before actually coming back from hospital, and the ways in which that could really help one person feel empowered and feel like they have some sense of autonomy going back to a space that might be quite familiar but is going to be quite different. So with all of that in mind, we see those as two really big pathways: being able to reduce the amount of errors and also reduce the amount of rejections when it comes to clinicians' uses. So being able to go, this is the changes we're going to do, give that to NDIS, and hopefully be able to visually storytell the needs for home modifications that way. The other really important use is to be able to find a way to be able to implement it to help people while they're still in hospital get comfortable with what the home may be like once they return. So through both of these pathways, we really hope that it will help to reduce the time spent in hospital for people with SCI, which firstly will hopefully be able to reduce the costs on hospital and public health services, but much more importantly, be able to actually create a better, smoother, more comfortable transition from hospital to home for people with SCI. So we do have a lot of things ahead of us and definitely some big challenges. So importantly, as I alluded to a little bit earlier, there are definitely some developmental challenges. It is quite resource intensive and time consuming to use motion capture to capture these movements, but it is also really important. So it's something we need to find a balance with. Number two, we really need to decide how to best address both consumer and clinician needs, because they work quite different and they have different uses and different benefits. We have to figure out a way to do that. Number three, we want to expand functionality. So we don't have all of the different chairs that are available. We don't have all of the different gradients and slopes and bits and pieces that exist within real homes. Next, we need to make sure that we are integrating existing tools, especially if we want clinicians to use this program. We need to make sure that we're using everything that's there and make it an all-in-one. Finally, once we do all of this, we really hope to be able to pilot the tool with actual users and assess the real-world impact, and hopefully be able to make some substantial change through the use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. That was great. And thank you for stepping in. Does anyone have questions? Yes, over here. Thanks. I'm always struck by how long these projects take. Once again, IT seems like a great idea, but it's a really big task making it happen. So well done.
Hi, really interesting work. I'm interested as a builder's wife, where do members of the building industry fit into this? Because it seems to me that's an obvious collaboration, and they probably have many of these tools that you're suggesting or developing to assist that process.
Back to this one. Yeah, that's a really, really good question. It was something that actually quite a few of our participants brought up as well, is this kind of using the tool as something which kind of bridges that gap. So bridges the gap between clinician doing the home mods, the actual homeowner, the person who's going back into that home, and also like architects and builders themselves. So at the moment, like, we have had a bit of a look around at what tools actually exist out there, and I don't think that there is anything just yet which kind of allows for that bridging. So what we are really trying to do is to make it something that you don't need to be an expert in any one thing to be able to use. Instead, for it to be something that people can, jump onto the website, be able to share, like, this is the house, these are the changes we're going to do, and be able to not only help the clinician and the person with SCI be able to see what it would look like, but also to be able to bring in builders and architects into that and use that visual tool as a really clear and easy way to kind of bridge that gap, if that answers your question.
Any other questions? Yes, Lisa.
No, excellent work. And as Elizabeth said, these projects are really complicated when you're using the more immersive technologies too. And you might not have this answer yet, but how will you resolve if there's too much tension between clinicians and people with disabilities? What's the decision-making process you feel like you're going to use? Sorry.
It is a really great question, and it is something that I think we're not fully there yet. It is one thing that we have one of our participants say, it's like you can't try to do everything with one tool. So one way we are thinking potentially we go about it is this kind of, we work off the same base. We have the same technology, but then have two different versions. So one version that is more so, very technically accurate, very, has all those different tools that clinicians need. And also a different version, which is more tailored towards the actual user. So I would be very hesitant to my enthusiasm to be like, oh, we could do all this stuff on top of it, because it is also very technologically a lot. So, but there's obviously, I think in that space, a lot of things like, VR and, those ways of really being able to embody, what it would be like to be back home and to be able to build that confidence. So probably two different things. I'm not sure we could do it all in one, but yeah, definitely benefits on both sides, I think.
Thanks so much, Jessica. That's great. Thank you. Okay, next we have another topic dear to your heart. Isaac Collins and Kathy Goodchild are going to present together now, 4 minutes each, I guess that means. And they're going to speak on using rail transport.
Whilst this is being set up, and I'm just responding to that previous presentation, I'm an architect and that looks amazing, that tool, and will link so well. And with the tools we already use with developing 3D models for projects, I think it would fit quite well in that. And it is a very, very complex industry, the building industry. There's so many different parties involved that I understand the complications in that as well. Okay, so this research is mainly focusing on neuro-inclusiveness and accessibility of train stations. And I'm sure we can all agree, every time we catch public transport, we have a very straightforward and fantastic experience. And on top of that, a brain injury, and like try that with brain injury, and I would not recommend it, but hopefully we can improve that and make it more seamless for everyone. So that's what this research is focusing on. It's on we researched people with acquired brain injuries navigating train stations, basically. But how do you research something like that? Like a train station, there's so many different variables that you can't control. There's light, there's sound, movement of other people, access routes. And then just as importantly, there's the people themselves. Every cognitive impairment is different. Every person is different, every trip, and each day has a whole set of different parameters that influence it. So the study aimed, and why this matters, I guess. My interest comes from two places. As my professional background as an architect, and then my lived experience with an acquired brain injury. And in my own experience, as I mentioned, I found catching trains very intimidating, confusing, and exhausting. It restricted how far I could travel and how I could engage in my everyday activities. And often after a brain injury, public transport becomes the only path to independence. Most patients spend a very long time unable to drive again. It's a very long process to be able to drive. And essentially, buses and trains are the only way to participate in the community. So the design of this study, it's a relatively new area studying rail and cognitive impairments and neuroaccessibility. But from an architectural perspective, train stations are actually a very good start to start the exploration, because it's a very controlled space in terms of the way it functions. There's a very specific function where people have to move through the space in a particular order. This clarity makes it easier to study compared to, say, offices or homes as well, where people use the same space for a lot of different uses. It becomes much more difficult to test the space if it's successful. And so, yeah, and then in a train station, you have a strict process you have to follow. You buy a ticket, find the platform, you board, and makes it very easy to measure if it was successful or not. And there was, 3 phases. The first phase was the focus group with clinical experts. We had to tailor and adapt the method specifically so that it could capture the complexity of the environment and the diversity of the personal experiences as well. Phase 2 was the walk-along interview. There are current clients of ABI TRS, and it's a journey between 2 stations, one old and one recently expanded. And during the journey, we would observe and document the whole process and each of the challenges they faced at each stage. Paying close attention to how the design of the stations shaped and influenced each of their experiences as well. The final phase was the post-travel reflective focus group, and this was a facilitated group discussion, and the participants could reflect on their journey and see if there's any alignments in what they found difficult, or the challenges or the strategies they found around it, or if there's any differences as well. On to you.
Everything. Yep. So the data collection was conducted over about 3 months earlier this year. We had 7 participants, and each of the walk-along interviews took about an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours to complete, depending on if there were interruptions on the trains and the train lines. Interviews were recorded, as we said, with like little lapel mics. So it was Isaac, myself, and the participant. And then we had the transcriptions professionally transcribed. So there was a lot of data to analyse. Isaac also took all the photos. So there's a few photos which we'll look at today. But for each participant, there was possibly, 100, 150 photos.
Yeah, a huge amount.
So a lot taken from their perspective. So it's, interesting. These are some of the emerging concepts. So emerging themes, they're changing all the time. My slide says used to say newer version. So the data's still being analysed. These are preliminary sort of ideas only. The clinicians in the room will look at this and go, these are some things that we work on in inpatient rehab. And often we work on them in community-based rehab as well. For me, self-awareness was a big one that really impacted on people's performance. And some photos. So this one on your right, the customer service desks were rarely open on the stations, and if they were, there were rarely staff inside there to talk with us, despite people seeking this out on a regular basis. And we found that was a common theme, that people were seeking information or seeking confirmation, and they were seeking that from a person, not so much from signage or from their phones. But when they did make contact with Queensland Rail staff, they were generally quite confident and happy with that input that they received. They gave them confidence to move on with the next stage of their journey. The photo on your left is taken from a train. That's perspective of a participant. They're looking at the signage, which is of the rail line network. Very hard to see from sitting, and on a moving train, very hard for them to interpret and use that information. And the information that we saw, the displays really varied. Some were on the trains, some were on the platforms, some before you got into the station itself, and then the information that you might find on your phone. So newer stations, like the one on your left, this is Fairfield Station. So we compared Fairfield and Coopers Plains Station, one old legacy station, one new. They have this bird's eye view of a platform, a signage, not always easy to interpret unless you are kind of from an engineering or an architect background. And you may be used to seeing things from a bird's eye view and familiar with walking across bridges. But we saw this theme come out a lot. The people were seeking out confirmation. They wanted reassurance that they were in the right place, the right time, and that really impacted their performance during the task. Technology played a huge part in the navigating. Sometimes people's screens were broken, their phones were broken, which really impacted the use of TransLink or Google Maps. And that led to them then reverting back to seeking out people for reassurance. If they couldn't use their phone, we were maybe surprised a couple of times that they were approaching just strangers and trusting their information as to navigating. Yeah. And the station aesthetics, probably more an Isaac comment.
Chaos.
Cooper's Plains has a lot of fences, concrete. It's just grey generally. And if you look in the other direction, it's barbed wire and industrial kind of zoning. The next phase is the participant focus groups, which were completed last Friday. So the data from that will be added to the data that we have from the walk-along interviews. And these findings, we hope that they'll inform professional clinical documents. And I guess this is a unique project because we've begun with industry input from the very beginning. It's a quote from a participant. Also something that happens to me when I get lost on the train. When I catch an express train by accident. Did happen. And in terms of the clinical impact, we hope that the findings from this study can contribute to documents that we already have in clinical practice, but I guess expand them and add some real practical suggestions and ways that we can improve and help people with a brain injury get out and about into the community.
Industry impact. We're in a unique circumstance with this one in that we have old stations that have not been upgraded yet. We have recently completed stations, and they're also in the process of designing and constructing new stations. And we've made contact with the architects who designed the current ones and are designing the future ones. Made contact with QR, and we'll again reach out to them once we've analysed the data and find the best way to implement the findings very quickly and make a difference very quickly, both in the new stations and then in QR policy. And then also the architects have informally volunteered that I'm now older than two, into creating a, I guess, a design guide for other architects around the world to use that in a very easily accessible source of information, which is great to see it have an impact quickly. And then, yeah, thank you to all of you here and our funders, Hopkins Centre, NISQ, and Road Accident Insurance Commission. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Kathy and Isaac. We've probably got time for one quick question. Anyone? Yes, up the back.
I'm just wondering, what type of buy-in do you have from Queensland Rail? Are they keen to jump on board and make change?
They seemed keen, and we had to work with them to get approval to do this work. And first thing they did was volunteer to come along and give any. Like we had a senior Queensland Rail staff there on the first day to check everything was going well, and they were very keen to get input, which is surprising in some ways, but yeah, it's good.
I guess we're waiting until the findings are complete before feeding that back to them as well. So at the moment, it's still preliminary findings, but they're very keen.
Yeah, they've been keen, and I guess it would come down to cost in the end. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. Okay, our last speaker in this set is Dr. Kelsey Chapman. And Kelsey's going to speak to us about her long experience in dignified inclusive research. Thanks, Kelsey.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm going to draw on some of the themes from Isaac's presentation about information when I speak to you today. So I just want to first acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands throughout Queensland and of course where we're meeting today, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. I also want to acknowledge people with disability who have come before us and died in institutional settings, as well as those who are silenced by institutional practices or trapped in institutions. I take on the responsibilities of being clear about the rights of people with disabilities and, where necessary, speak in an informed and considered manner. So I'm presenting today on behalf of a brilliant team of clinicians, researchers with lived experience of disability, citizen researchers, and other academics. So I'm very lucky. Guess I'll start off by taking you on a little bit of a journey for this project. So the project I'm going to speak to you about today is Study 2 on your screen, but I want to back up and talk about Study 1 and where this project's come from. So we started off doing a project looking at dignified rehabilitation experiences for people with disability in a rehabilitation unit. And we did that because any of you who have heard me speak before will know that dignity is a really important factor for patient satisfaction, but also long-term mental health and physical well-being. And from that study, which we did a series of interviews and co-design workshops, we found out some really interesting things. So the results from Study 1 presented this model for dignity. The key factor for dignity was the acknowledgement of personhood. And then there were 4 key strategic areas for action that could support the delivery of dignity. And the one I'm specifically going to talk about is the green sphere at the bottom of your screen, which says explicitly address gaps. Specifically, the transparent, accessible information and communication. I mentioned I was going to talk about information. And of course, authentic co-design and partnership. So that gives you some background. We use those findings from Study 1, which highlighted that accessible information and communication was critically important to establishing the what to expect when you're in rehab. It also, of course, is really important to deliver information so that people can be informed in their decision-making processes. And that came to Study 2. So Study 2 combines, again, interviews and focus groups, co-design workshops, and like I mentioned, a research team of multidisciplinary people with diverse lived experience and clinical background. And importantly, we're using a co-design approach throughout all of these studies, specifically Bird's generative co-design framework. But really what that means is that we're trying to bring together patients and clinicians so that we can co-design something for the best outcomes. So the aims of Study 2 was to develop a co-design tailored orientation resource to ensure dignified orientation for people to the spinal injuries unit at PA Hospital. Now, why an orientation resource? Well, Orientation 1 is a complex transition from a previous unit into the spinal injuries unit, from a previous service into QSIS. Number 2, orientation is a perfect opportunity for transparent, accessible exchange of information that really sets the tone for a patient's experience as they move forward in their rehab journey. And of course, it was identified to us by both patients and staff as a really critical time to have a smooth communication handover of sorts. Part of this was to identify the key patient and family information needs, what they value in this orientation process, and of course, what clinicians value, and some of the things that are working really well currently and areas where we can add value. And that's really what I'm going to present today. Sorry for the small font. I will read off what's on the slide. So we, to date, have conducted 20 interviews and done a focus group with some clinicians. And that's given us our initial findings. So what do staff value for orientation? I highlight 2 quotes from staff people. One, which is that rehabilitation is not a quick fix, it's a process. And that rehab is all of the program here. It's everything in terms of education and learning, so not just therapy in the gym. There were 4 key things that staff really valued and felt like were working well currently. One is setting realistic expectations, so what rehabilitation is everything and what it isn't a quick fix. Clear communication about the structure and day-to-day schedule was working really well. Currently, there's a whiteboard that's being used, a really visual tool, but with the new patient education system that's coming in, there's real opportunity for digitization and individualization. So staff were really excited about that. Understanding culture and environment was really important, and staff felt like that was working well. Presenting familiarity with the unit layout, routines, and kind of the dynamics of the unit, especially the multicultural nature of staff. Staff felt that discussions of privacy, cleanliness, and shared spaces was really important. A staff person said, "You're living here, this is your home," with just 39 other residents. The tailored timing and delivery of information was also really important. So information was delivered or is delivered in stages, really aligned with that patient readiness and adjustment journey. Staff delivered information in timely, simple, and friendly ways. And a staff person said, "We start with questions that are burning and then slowly build into the education." And critically, empowerment and advocacy. So one staff member said, "We want patients to feel empowered to ask questions," and that seems to be going really well at the moment, sharing information about the peer support program, and of course, goal setting and decision-making early. So now, what do patients value for orientation? Some was really similar and some was quite different. So patients shared with us, "Your life may be different, but it's not over," and that they wanted that message communicated really early on. And of course, peer support, which helps normalize our experiences, were critically important. So patients, similarly to staff, value setting expectations. Patients valued currently emotional, relational, and existential guidance. So some of the more fundamental factors about their life moving forward. They valued family-centered care, particularly when their broader family unit are included in discussions and decisions, and respecting preferences about family involvement if you don't want your family involved or if there's a particular person that you don't want involved. And they felt like that was going really well. Information delivery and access was really important. So patients valued information being delivered when they wanted it to be available. They really valued that whiteboard schedule and understanding the kind of day-to-day movements of the unit and how that might impact them. And of course, they valued easy to find and engage with information. And similarly to staff, they also valued empowerment and advocacy, specifically the access to peer support and understanding who to ask questions to and when. So what would staff and patients value more of in orientation? So there were 6 key things that we've identified. One is digital on-demand resources. So the current orientation resources are primarily written in a paper format or a book or a pamphlet. And so particularly patients were really interested in having that on hand when they're interested or have some time to peruse. Staff similarly thought that it would be really good to be able to direct patients to a QR code or something digital that they could explore. Consistent messaging about what rehabilitation is and isn't. So although people thought that that was going well, they thought that there could be more messaging about that and more consistency across the board, from Quick Start or even prior to Quick Start throughout the rehabilitation journey, that consistent message that rehab is everything that you're going to do in this unit. Information about what to ask and who to ask. So staff was really highlighting that questioning was a big driver of how they shared information, and patients recognized that as well. Patients articulated that sometimes it's hard to know what to ask when and who you can ask it to. So they were really interested in having a bit more information about what those questions are and who might be the most strategic or targeted person to ask. Coordinated, accessible communication. So as I mentioned, a lot of things are written down. People were interested in things like voice to text and text to voice, being able to have a video or something a bit more interactive, something translated into their language of origin or their family's language of origin, and also just considering some more diverse accessibility requirements. Both staff and patients were keen for there to be sexual health and intimacy resources as part of the orientation program delivered for people who might be keen for that early on. Again, that was thought of as an opt-in, if some people don't want to know that information early on, but it could be something available by a QR code if you wanted to explore that further. And 6 was more resources that support self-management. And again, this was just mostly from patients who were really curious and wanted to drive their own information seeking journey. And lastly, just thank you to the Hopkins Center and of course NISQ for funding this important research. We really appreciate the opportunity to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. I'm reminded a quote, rehabilitation has no end date and no boundaries. And that's really important from your work. Thank you. Any questions for Kelsey before we go to lunch? Tim.
Friendly fire.
No, not at all. Thanks, Kelsey. That was great. Sexual information about sexual functioning and anything about sex really continues to come up in all sorts of surveys and research as one of the highest priorities for people after spinal cord injury. I'm just interested as to why you think it came up so much as part of orientation out of all of the different kind of clinical areas that might have come up. Do you have a sense of why it came up so early, if you like?
From my perspective, it seems like a lot of the other information is being delivered or at least touched on really early on. So there's information about the unit, there's information about your diagnosis, about what rehab is, about who your clinicians are. One of the big gaps is that there's not a lot early, unless you're asking for it, about sexual and health and intimacy. And I think the perception is like, why are you thinking about that now? But it's a really important part of our dignity of risk and our dignified human experience. So I think both staff and patients articulated this kind of need to have something available for people to opt in if they were ready or curious at that early stage.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you to everyone who presented. It's really great to see these teams working together, people with lived experience, researchers and clinicians researching together to find solutions and working with industry to put them into practice. And it's a really important part of what we try to do at Hopkins Centre. So thank you to all the presenters. We're a little bit late, but if we could go out and quickly gobble down some food and come back by about 10 to 1 if possible. Thank you.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are now entering into session 2 of the 2025 BID Symposium. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and feel refreshed for an afternoon of more presentations. If you weren't here before, my name is Emily. I'm a researcher at the Hopkins Centre, but I also have lived experience of spinal cord injury. And so today I am here facilitating our lived experience panel. We've got a wonderful panel with us today, and we are going to be discussing participation and identity and how that's impacted by having a disability. So what I'm going to start by doing is inviting each of our panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll jump into a few questions. So I'd like to start with Lisa on the end. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thanks, Emily. Lisa Stafford, or for those who saw me this morning, I spoke ASC Future Fellow. Is that all right?
Yeah, thanks. Next we have Michelle.
Sorry, good afternoon, everybody. I was just worried how yes, it is working. So I'm Michelle Owens, and I suffered a severe traumatic brain injury in 2009. Prior to that, I was a practicing general practitioner. So I've got insight from both sides of the fence.
Thank you. Katie.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Katie Hammond. I'm the team leader for the peer support program here in the spinal injuries unit, but also all across Queensland and Western Australia. And I have the lived experience of having a spinal cord injury many years ago.
Thank you. Isaac?
Yep, my name's Isaac. I'm an architect professionally, do some research, and I acquired brain injury in 2017. I work mostly in social housing and providing platforms for people to re-engage with the community.
Thank you. And Frith?
Yes, so my name's Frith Levin, and I have lived experience of living with pain and fatigue for the past 13 years. And just recently I've started working with Metro South Health Pain Rehabilitation Centre on some research they're doing that you'll hear about in the next session.
Thank you. Wonderful. Well, I guess to start us off, Lisa, maybe would you like to tell us about your change in career path and how you've kind of reassessed what's feasible and meaningful for you?
And sorry, I should have introduced myself. I was just throwing, I'm still, afternoons are terrible for me. Fatigue is like at the point of peak at the moment. I'm not even making sense. So I have multiple autoimmune diseases, and I first got sick when I was 17, but it's been a long ongoing journey. For those who will know what chronic and autoimmune diseases are like, you also accumulate them too, which I didn't really know. So I think between me and my sister, we're about 6 in total between us. So it's a continual journey. And I think that originally when I was 17, and it was in my first year of uni, I was going to be a marine biologist. I was a scuba diver, swimmer. I'm a water baby through and through. Maybe being a Queenslander or something like that, you know, it's in our blood. Yeah, so that was a really interesting, because it took about a year and a half before I was even ready to go back to uni, and that was part-time, and I was pretty much told that marine biology was not going to be a thing for me. You know, whether I could still scuba dive, you know, all those sort of things. And at that stage, I was still like, you know, about 70%, like, not to the accumulated to the point of where I am now. So it's, yeah, it's a long journey. It's been a long journey, and I think it's continually pivoting based on the next flare you have and what loss you have from that flare. And I think for me, where I've landed in research, I didn't, you know, I did my PhD, but I was still working in the field at that time in practice. So I wasn't, because I pivoted to psych, and then, you know, had a great time working with children and young people, and And environmental psych was really interesting to me. So person-environment interaction, symbolic interactionism. And I knew the impact of what participation and mobility was for people. So that's hence why I went into a PhD journey. But I didn't see myself being an academic. I thought I'd just go back to practice. And then I got really sick again. And at that time, if you're in Queensland, there was a big change. If you're a Queensland government employee, there was a lot of loss. And I lost my job at that time while I was on leave, on illness. And so I landed in academia. So my journey's not like, it's been a messy one, but the one that works for me. And I have flexibility and I have passion now. But yeah, it's just, yeah, so that's where I am now. So, and loving what I do. But yeah, so thanks.
Thank you for sharing. I mean, I relate to that too. I mean, I think after disability or acquiring a disability, often it disrupts the career path that you're on. And sometimes it takes a moment, it takes some time to figure out what you're going to do. And you almost sometimes just fall into things. That sounds like kind of what happened, but for the best. Thank you. Michelle, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your return to work after acquiring your brain injury.
Well, my return, sorry, I always feel a little bit panicky about how loud I'm speaking. And I think that was when I had teenagers at home and they thought that because of my speech disability, they thought I was shouting at them. So now I'm never sure whether I'm speaking at a normal tone or whether I'm shouting. So please forgive me if I'm shouting to you. And my journey has been a very long journey. It's based, so disappointingly, as you were talking about identity, I don't think people people without injury do not really have. It's really difficult to have a comprehension or understanding exactly about how much your employment is your identity. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to return to practice again. Well, I haven't been able to yet. But it took me 10 years to finally get some work. It was a real struggle. So it was, I was doing about 2 to 3 applications a week. And I also did voluntary work. But the whole thing was always came back up again, the same things. I was too slow. And so that was one of the jokes we had in our family, is because I was so fed up of sending off application after application and not getting any responses. And so then I just sort of was about to give up. And I said to my husband, I mean, for goodness sakes, I can go work at McDonald's. But then he said, you can't even get a job at McDonald's because you're not fast enough. You're not fast enough. And that's fast food. But then also, and contribute to that is also the severe fatigue. So it was a really long journey. And as I said, 10 years of motivation, that is really, really important. And I think everybody here on the panel would be a common theme. Every one of us very motivated. You don't give up. But so does that answer?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing. I know, Frith, you had to go through that return to work or sense of change of identity impacting your work as well.
Yes, I really, oh, sorry. I'm going to try moving that down, maybe. Can everyone still hear me? Okay. Yeah, so I very much lost my identity when I lost my ability to work. So I've been a worker all my life. I grew up on a cattle farm. I was mustering and drafting, minding cattle, painting fence posts with sunfoil when I was a kid. And when I had to drop out of high school because I'd missed too much of grade 12 with glandular fever, and I wasn't staying in Dalby for a minute longer than I had to. The people laughing have been to Dalby. Yeah, so after that, I tried to throw myself out into the workforce. And the first person who ever hired me said, oh, she's a country girl, she'll work hard. And I took that and ran with it in every job application I did. And I sold myself as a hard worker to everyone. And I followed through, like it wasn't a lie. I lifted and shifted anything that anyone put in front of me. I worked in nursing homes, bars, restaurants, cafes before I landed in coffee, and I stayed there for 10 years. And as with a lot of people that I know who endure persistent pain, I didn't even acknowledge it until it was past manageable. I only really saw it, because being in pain is quite normal for people in the working class. Like when you use your body to make money, I mean, that's just how it is. So I would take painkillers all the time. And that wasn't enough, so I started drinking to go to sleep. And then I would get up the next day, go to work, go to a specialist appointment, which gave me no answers. And I would collapse, get up and do it all again. Over that period, my life really narrowed to those two things, to work and pain. And that was all there was for me. And by the time I was made redundant at 35, I was a shut-in alcoholic with a huge amount of medical debt. And my confidence was destroyed because I could no longer offer the world my labor as proof of my worth. So I really was nobody to myself. Now that was all 8 years ago, so I'm in a much better place now. I do want to say that. But that was a really long journey to get back from there. I would say that when my identity and work collided with pain, it was catastrophic for me.
Thank you for sharing.
That's right.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing from everyone is the value we place on ourselves often comes from societal perceptions of work and how much our value as people is how much we can give back in the work that we do. And when that is disrupted through acquiring a disability, it forces us to have to kind of analyze that for ourselves and go through this cognitive process of saying, well, if I don't have value in being able to go to work, what is my value in society? It sounds like, you know, from the three of you, that's a process that you will have to kind of undertake yourself. I want to move away a little bit from perhaps work and maybe Katie, could you tell us maybe about your personal experience reconstructing your identity after your spinal injury?
Yeah, I think, look, there's no great time to have such a catastrophic injury, but I can see when I was 16 years old, I had my injury and I was able to kind of piggyback a lot of what I was that I was faced with being 16. We all remember being 16, do what I want, when I want, because I know what's right. So that was me. I was really sure that I'm a good person, that I build my friends up and that I try and get the best out of everybody that I meet. That's kind of who I felt I was at 16. Also, I just wanted to have fun. I just wanted to experience everything. My best friend, bless her, we're yin and yang. I don't want to stop and she has to stay still. So with her parent, we found ourselves in a position where I wasn't allowed to see her because I'm too much and I'm obviously leading her astray. The reason I share this story is because it gives a bit of an insight to 3 days after my injury, which was a car accident. I had a lot of drugs on board, but I remember waking up to not my best friend, but my best friend's mum patting my shoulder, telling me everything's going to be okay. And I was thinking, what is going on? What is going on? A couple of days later, I was talking to my best friend and she said, my mum was in here and she said she visited you. And I'm like, what was that about? Like, I thought I dreamt it. I didn't know what was going on. And she said that the reason she came in to see me was because even though I was such a bad person, a bad influence beforehand, now that I have a disability, I'll be different. And I thought, being 16, I'm going to change her perception on that. I'm actually not going to change. I don't want to change. But that was my first taste of now I'm different. Now I have to be something different. And I realized that through the really early stages of my injury, where every time I want to try and do something, I'm trying to sit up in my wheelchair and get myself dressed, and I've got a visitor come see me, and they're like, oh, it's so sad. She won't be able to get a job. That's sad. And all of a sudden, everyone else's preconceived ideas, as well-meaning as they were, kind of put me in a position where I'm like, wait, you're putting boundaries in my life, but I feel inside I am still the exact same person. So I have to fight. I have to fight every single moment in my rehab to be able to be who I want to be, and make that allowance. It is very difficult because I realized that it wasn't just during that rehab. It's actually every single day I come across somebody who has a preconceived idea and they accidentally give me a boundary that I have to apparently live by, whether I choose to have children, and apparently I can't have children because they can't see it, so it can't happen. And if I didn't have that feeling inside of me that said, actually you can, and I held on to that 16-year-old me, then I don't know where I would be if I didn't have that. So I think, being able to know that it's okay to kind of say, well, I'll educate you what I can do, rather than going, okay, I won't.
Yeah, it takes inner strength to kind of push back on those boundaries that other people
very much
set for us. And it takes a lot of effort as well every day to have to push back on boundaries. And I think that the panel here is representative of everyone pushing back in a way of saying, you know what, yes, that you might perceive those as boundaries, but I don't, and I'm going to keep pushing forward. Isaac, would you like to tell us a little bit about your personal experience, acquiring a brain injury, and then has it changed your identity? Have you had to reconstruct it, or, like Katie was saying, have you pushed back and realized you're the same person?
Yeah, I think, again, it ended up relating a lot to work in the end. I think it's probably best to tell the story of just beforehand and then just afterwards and how it changed. It was towards the end of my architecture degree, and I've been working really hard for a long time. And I'd just gotten a job with a firm, and that was my complete focus, of starting off and going into the industry. And so I went out for a motorcycle ride to kind of relax and cool myself down. Then I woke up in a room. I was in bed. There's different people around me that I didn't recognize. But the one thing I remembered was I have this new job. I have to get to this new job. So I got out my phone. Still don't really know where I am. But I Google the phone number of someone there. I call him up. He's like, I think I'm running late for my job. Sorry. He's like, where? Because he's heard about the accident. He's like, whereabouts are you? I'm like, I don't know. I'm in bed. People give me food. I think I might have been in a hotel. It was really nice. And then he's like, oh, I should probably ask someone there what's happening. So I spoke to them. They're like, yeah, you've been in an accident. Went back to bed, fell asleep. Obviously, there's a bit more to it than that. But and then I woke up again in a room. Don't really know where I am, but I remember this job. I have to get to this job. And then I just like get out of bed, get my bag, make sure I've got everything I need packed. I had long hair at the time, so I just kind of packed that down. I'm like, all right, off I go into the hallway. And this lady out there is like, Isaac, what are you doing out of bed? And where are your clothes? And this kept on happening this was like probably the 10th time this had happened, and it kept on happening for weeks. And that's how I got the name Tarzan, because I'd always spotted with long hair and no clothes on. And then, but then there was like, it started to sink in and like I'm not going back to this job straight away. I often have nightmares about how I was getting back to work and call up my family and trying to just work out what's happening, because to keep trying to work it out. And that was probably the most important part for me, was the support network, both in my family, but the nurses and the clinicians around me, kind of helping me develop myself, what my identity now is, and a space to kind of be vulnerable where I could talk about it and kind of work out what's happening, what I'm worried about. And that was probably the key space. So it's those relationships, but then also the spaces and the environments. I'd be able to go home on some weekends and I'd just sit outside in the sun, feel like you listen to the wind through the trees, and kind of just bring me back to that kind of moment. That in combination with people was key to kind of developing, I guess, two personalities. One where I can be vulnerable with people around me that I'm comfortable with, and then another personality that would help me build confidence in myself. And I'd take that other story out into the world as I go out and try new things. And I'd have that story about myself that I developed with them it would help me recognize opportunities and kind of take advantage of them, and go after them.
Yeah, so kind of two personas, one for home and being vulnerable at home and with the people you love, and then one for the world.
Yeah.
It kind of brings me to a point that we spoke about, Lisa, in our discussion, where you talk about having a number of different jobs. You know, you have your job, your actual job, your work job, and then your disability, job. And can you tell me us a little bit more about that and the impact of that on you?
Yeah, it's and yeah, the other two jobs aren't paid. So I think, and this is something that a lot of people talk about with disabilities in institutions and organisations, big bureaucracies and stuff, is that it's hard enough crafting your job, your careers, and when sometimes it feels you're never enough. You could be at the top of your game, and I've had quite a lot of success, but you still feel like you're always not measured against the sum. So there's that stuff, and then there's obviously your job. Then there's this requirement that gets put onto us that we have to educate others. I remember one experience where I was told by my manager, former, that I had to educate them on disability because they didn't know anything about it. Everyone's okay? No ear bleeds? Meadows? We'll be right. Yeah, and that was really, and this is something that's not uncommon, like, so that the burden on us to educate others on disability and what adjustments are, what it is like to have an inclusive community culture, what it's like around ableism and how entrenched that is in everyday part of your life, and the judgments we have to deal with, just how we walk, talk, think, feel. That is a huge load. Like, I've had to take so many leadership roles where I'm educating vice chancellors and all that about how you actually create an inclusive culture within universities. And that's really tiring on us. And no one else has asked to do that. I know our First Nation people get hammered with this as well, but disability is still that one area where we just have really poor strategic planning. We have such limited KPIs on senior people responsible to actually deliver. And I'm really tired of actually these leadership programs that don't actually have disability leaders that are part of it. Like, it's just exhausting. And then we have to manage and not boom and bust, because I'm queen of boom and bust cycles. Yes, I've done pain clinic. It's just, but you know, these are all these other stuff, you know, that, and then, you know, then you have to justify being part-time. I have to be part-time because I have fantastic specialists, and I'm so great with all the advancement in medication. Like being on biologicals has changed my life, honestly. It's, you know, and thanks to all the clinicians here that work on those. But it's coordinating everyone. Like now I live in a different state to some of my specialists. Like even blood tests can't be transferred between two states, like without a whole rigmarole, and that falls onto me. So that's why life is really busy for us, and we're fantastic project managers.
Yeah.
Which we don't get credit for.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's all those sort of stuff, you know, that's the three jobs, or maybe four, I don't know, plus family and everything else.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got our jobs, you've got the incidental job that comes with your job from having to maybe do the educational aspect. Then you've got your family life, social life, and then you've got perhaps you're managing your NDIS, coordinating carers if you have carers, or requiring.
It's exactly like that, Lisa. You've sort of put it into, you've spoken about it very beautifully, about it's like a sort of packaging. It's like you become the coordinator of your life. And it sounds like a silly thing, but it's like all the different aspects to make sure you get them. So as you say, tying up, so you are still being able to enjoy your family, and also do the other things that contribute.
Yeah. And I mean, Michelle, you've taken on a role now as an NDIS planner.
Yes.
And I mean, what's that been like for you? What does being able to do that role and contribute in that way mean for your identity?
Well, that was a win-win because I need, when I first started looking for work, it was a bit tricky because, I mean, obviously, unfortunately, the money aspect has come into it, but it's really, I needed something that gave me purpose. And that's obviously was my background as well. And so it's basically been a win-win because now I'm able to give purpose, because I'm able to help other people with a disability, because unfortunately I've got all the experience on that side. And then on the other hand, I can also bring my medical knowledge to tell that the world's a win-win. No, sorry, yes, I'm not sure. I think I might have crossed over there what I said. Sorry.
No, I think you've answered that perfectly. So it sounds like what you're saying is that being able to take on a role as an NDIS planner has given you some meaning and purpose.
Yes, sorry, I just want to use this right now because I'm not very good at putting things in place, but I know I will be disappointed if I don't mention it, because you were talking about work, but I'm talking, so basically that is paid employment. So yes, that obviously does define us in a lot of ways, but also people have forgotten about the other important role, parenting, and that obviously applies to men and women, and that is the biggest unpaid job of them all.
But I think parenting as well, it's a sense of identity for a lot of people as
Absolutely.
well. And another area of our lives which is impacted by having a disability is, as Katie was saying earlier, you know, this expectation that you have a disability and maybe you can't parent, and parenting perhaps looks different to normal, and then having to address those barriers as well.
Absolutely. And then also for myself, I mentioned it earlier, being the child home and having children at home, then having to having, like, you just do not think about the effects that having a disability has as an effect of those relationships, and continuing to be a good parent to them. It is a big challenge.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder, Katie, if you would want to touch upon that element, as I know you have kids.
So 100% agree. I know when I went through rehabilitation, learning all of the things that I need to learn about how my body's going to work and, You know, it's all the foundation stuff, how to keep myself safe, how to just do the everyday tasks. But what I didn't learn is how to get back into being a member of my family, how to assume the roles, how to move forward with new roles, like when I did become a wife, and when I did become a mum. Those things weren't really sort of touched on. It's just, I don't know, I felt like I should just know. And I'm trying to have the pictures that I used to have in my head and make them work, but it's not really fitting. So then I have to reinvent, again, my identity and that. And I think I'm so passionate about my role in peer support and making sure that people get the information that they need, but not my information. Like, my information is really fun to listen to, but that's not going to help you in your life. So I have to be able to give you a story about how I did it, where you can see yourself in that, in a way that you go, you know what, I reckon I could do that. I could make this my own and I could be myself. And this story gives me permission to do that. And that's where we built a framework outside of, you know, the general stuff that you would talk about with the spinal cord injury on ward. And we built the 5 Fs, which is family, finances, fitness, fun, and frisky.
Love it.
It's good to talk about because it lets people know that these are the things that you're going to be addressing when you're ready, you know. So we're happy to talk about your family. We're happy to have a chat to you about what your role is in a family. Not what my role is, what yours is, how you operate in a family, how you see your identity, yourself as that person, and the type of fun that you like to have. Like, one man's fun is another man's hell. So, you know, what's your fun? What do you do? What do you get out of it? It's really important that those things are discussed, because when you go home, you kind of go like, I remember those 5 areas that I can really work on. It gives me the framework to start adapting and adjusting myself in my own life. And in the really early days, I noticed that, like, for me, fun and family, which includes friends, because friends are the family that we choose. Those were so important to me. Like, if I didn't have that to focus on, I would fall apart. I wouldn't have the drive to move forward in what I wanted to do. So then when I get to know patients now, I try and find out what it is, their first main focus. You know, for one person, it'll be like, I just got to get home to my family. I just want to be with my kids. My wife is just absolutely on her own. That's what I want to do. And they will not take on any information until they can know that that is sorted. And then there's other people who they just want to get back to work. Work is so important to them because that's their main source of identity. So then finances, you know, that's the F that they're really interested in. We use that as a way to be able to have the conversation about getting frisky as well, whether it's being able to step into a hug. You know, we've got like medical equipment that's around us that really sort of blocks the natural progression of a hug. So how do we work around that all the way through to being able to, you know, engage in some sort of intimate experience with yourself or a loved one? So that's my passion for where we've drove this program. And yeah, so that people get the opportunity to choose for themselves what area they want to work on, what makes them feel like them, and what needs to be prioritized.
Yeah, finding their passions.
Well, I would, sorry, I'm terribly sorry. I would like to reinforce that 110%, because I think that is one of the greatest, I think the greatest talents that you guys might have in your side of friends is that every single person with a disability is different. So yes, so it looks like maybe these 2 ladies on wheelchairs, oh, you think, oh, that's okay, all of their problems are the same. And then you think, oh, I know all, and also myself and Isaac, we've got both brain injuries. So obviously everything's the same for both of them. So so the whole thing is, remember, every injury is individual. And so best to find out what the difficulties are for that person and take it from there.
Thank you. Isaac, Katie's just spoken about working with people with spinal cord injury, but you've done a little bit of work in meeting people through the STEPS program and getting involved with the research you're doing here at the Hopkins Centre. I wonder if you could talk about your experience with that.
Yeah, and it builds on a lot of the similar kind of principles that you're discussing as well with scaffolding and building up the support there. And also with what I was saying before, with kind of having capacity to develop your own story. And often working in research, my conversations and engagement with I guess recent patients was very different to working, or I guess socializing with people with a recent brain injury. Through STEPS, I made friends over 7 years ago, and we continuously catch up. We still catch up regularly, and in those lunches, very different types of conversation with a group of friends, where you feel like you can talk about what you're having trouble with, what's difficult for you, and you can find some similarities but some differences as well. And that was very different from when I do these interviews at train stations, where we're often asking people about how they're finding things. In that situation, they're much less open, they're much less likely to talk about what they have a difficulty with, even though I know their background. I've spoken to their therapist, and I know they've got a lot going on. They are more likely to put up a strong front and have that that identity of being able to cope with it and going out. But I also, seeing kind of both sides, I understand how important it is that they have that network there, with not just friends and families. Not everyone has that family friend network with I guess your clinicians and therapists as well. They have the potential to, and they did in my circumstance, to help you develop your relationships elsewhere. They can scaffold that and help you identify what's important to you, where you need to establish these relationships and pursue them. That's what my therapist did. They knew I need a strong network, and they knew work was important to me. So they made sure that my rehabilitation process related to my work and going out and starting to explore how environments influence people. And that means something to me. So it motivated me, and it helped me build a strong identity and story about myself going into the world. And you can kind of still doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really, what I'm hearing from everyone is about finding that passion, finding that meaning and purpose, and focusing on that in being able to then re-identify ourselves or just formulate that identity again. Frith, we talked about in our discussion before this about the role of culture and society in redefining.
Yeah, I think something that we talk a lot about in disability, and when you're getting treatment and when you're getting therapy, is, rebuilding your own identity and sort of rejecting that idea, or at least for me with my story, rejecting that idea that I was work, that my value was in work. But I think in order to do that, you actually have to acknowledge that that's not an unreasonable belief to develop. I mean, it's in the air all around us. I've been hearing, the chat that's happening at the moment about the housing crisis. What I hear from the people who have accumulated homes as investments is that they should not be punished for being hard workers, and that they deserve that because of that. And the inference is that those of us who do not work hard do not deserve the human right of housing. So I think being able to address that kind of ugliness and the ableism that is all around us all the time is vital to being able to discuss these core beliefs that we are so often given. I found the sort of antithesis to that, or the cure to that, is community rather than society. So what I found in the 8 years since I stopped working is I got in contact with a lot more people, a lot of, well, we call ourselves sickos, people with disabilities. It's just funnier and shorter. It's just better, I think. And they taught me all sorts of things. Like, I remember one of my friends sitting down to me and saying, Frith, I will not bring you to another one of these things until you kill the ableist in your head. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? That sounds insane. But what they meant was that when I applied those judgments to myself in front of other people with disabilities, I was kind of judging them. So I had to do so much work around stuff like that to change, and it all was through community. I had someone explain to me, because I grew up in my mum's a trade unionist, so like the dignity of work, I heard that all the time. And I always thought that that meant that you got dignity through work. Yeah, it turns out no. It's that all work is inherently dignified. It's an old Catholic thing. The Pope brought it up during the Industrial Revolution. That's the origin of it. It comes from Genesis, that caretaking is self-development, that working on things is how we improve and how we evolve. And so that unpaid work, like the being your own project manager, being your own social worker, is that's work too. So I've had to expand my definition of work in real ways. And I've had to, yeah, kill that ableist in my head. Otherwise, none of my sickos will talk to me. You know, so I just think it's all well and good to be inspirational, to have a positive attitude, and it's, you know, can do and break down barriers, but you've got to talk about the ugly stuff too.
Was it Stella Young who said you can't, a positive attitude never turns doesn't turn stairs into a ramp. It doesn't turn, you know, book into braille, like positive attitude.
It doesn't turn the DSP into a livable way. You know? It doesn't take away, you know, the partner income measurement, which creates horrible relationship dynamics for people with disabilities. When you're relying on your partner for money all the time, that is a really dangerous position for us to be in. It opens us up to abuse so easily. So we have to talk about that as well.
I guess on that note, it leads me to the last question that I'm going to ask everyone. But how can rehab professionals, how can policymakers support people with disability to maintain or reestablish their identities?
So I actually brought a quote for this bit, so I'm going to read, I'm sorry. But something I hear all the time is that patients are experts in their own experience. Like people are saying that all the time. And it's true, don't get me wrong. But the way I see it interpreted is that patients are reliable narrators of their symptoms, which is great and a step up from being seen as hysterical drug seekers. Like, I'm not saying don't believe us. What I'm saying is that it's a very small picture interpretation of that idea. And the quote that I want to read is from Susan Sontag in her Illness as Metaphor essay. And she said, "Illness is the night side of life, a more onerous citizenship. Everyone who is born holds dual citizenship in the kingdom of the well and in the kingdom of the sick. Although we all prefer to use the good passport, sooner or later each of us is obliged, at least for a spell, to identify as citizens of that other place." And the reason I bring that up with this is I want clinicians to see us like that, to see people with disability as citizens of that other place, with our own culture, our own language, our own ways of relating to each other. That we've developed, you know, the notion of self-care comes from Audre Lorde. She was suffering from cancer and she wasn't being looked after because she was a radical Black lesbian in 1970s New York. So she developed these ways of filling in the gaps that medicine didn't give her. And we definitely have created community care for each other in that way to fill in the gaps that we don't get. So you guys might visit the land of the sick for work, but we live there, and you have to see us as experts like you would see someone from a completely different culture.
Well, I also think what I was thinking was virtually very much the same, because it was what I was going to say, it's communication, and a lot of that part is actually listen, and that is one thing we all do really badly, is actually listen. What are we trying to tell you, and what, so we might, well, it might, you might make this assumption, so that's what I'm saying, try, don't assume, just actually listen and communicate and actually find out, so what is the actual problem? So there are lots of examples of that. It could be quick and easy. You might say the problem is one thing. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but just listen and communicate.
Thank you. Lisa, do you have any suggestions of how health professionals, policymakers can support?
I think all of the above so far, and we'll probably echo and reflect each other. And I love the living in sick, because yeah, I live in sick as well. And it's okay, that word, you know, it's why, you know, I even put chronically ill disabled in front, just because just the signaling, like we're not static. I wish, but no, that would be good. Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay to be like that as well. I think for me, with my journey and experience, when we were talking about this and reflecting, because it's been long and we've had lots of different people in our lives, and I'm so thankful I've had a lot of consistent specialists for a long time. But it wasn't like that at the beginning. Like, it was listening. What's the word? Like validating the experiences. And I remember one doctor going, we just got to get you on the map. And then once we get you on the map, we can actually start working out the path. This was like early on. And what I also didn't realize, I always thought medicine had all the answers. Yes. Everything was all like, it was just, this is your path. And that was another learning. So it was almost that self-educating as well. So communication was good. And once you had that, I think that's the power of being honest. That honesty, like my roomie was so honest, and I'm so grateful for her, rheumatologist. And you know, and it's journeyed, and now things have developed, and you know, we've got all this abundance of things that we didn't have early on. So I think that honest, treating us like we actually like know what we're doing, but that honest exchange of information and communication and validation, I think that would be my key things of my long journey.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I mean, Katie, I'm going to call on you now. You know, rehabilitation professionals, policymakers, how can they help support people with disabilities maintain or re-identify?
Yeah, I guess in the rehabilitation sector, from my own experience, I found all those years back, grief, it's a natural part of losing your identity, but losing the function in your body and not being able to do things that you used to be able to do and finding new ways to do it. There's grief in that. And it is like losing a loved one. It's the same grief, like losing, you know, a pet that you love desperately, or a human that you love desperately. The silence in the first weeks of just not knowing what to do and being numb, and then trying to move forward and do some of the simplest things with the memory of knowing that it's so raw. It was just there and now it's gone. The thing is it's still in front of me. So it's losing something that's literally right in front of me every day, and it's so hard to move through that grief. The challenge is that I'm in a hospital, and I can't leave, and it's someone else's workplace, and I'm surrounded by people who are desperate to help me do well, and they mean well. But grief, for anyone that's lost somebody, something, or you know, an animal that's so close to you, when you're in the space where you feel safe, you can cry. You can cry so hard that you think that maybe you won't stop. But in the hospital sector, you can't do that. You're surrounded by other people, and they love you desperately. They get to know you so well, and they say, oh, it's okay, you know, don't cry, it's all right. And they try and stop it because it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to see somebody in so much pain, but this pain needs to be worked through. And I think somewhere in that, having seen it every day for the last 16 years while I've been on ward, and knowing for myself that one day where I finally got enough wheelchair skills to be able to navigate a ramp and just howl, like just cry so hard I nearly vomited, like just to let it go. That's what I needed. And being able to have somebody who validated the fact that I need to move through this. It's okay to feel like I don't know what I'm going to do. It's okay to grieve the loss of something that I'm not sure how I'm going to put something else in that place, but it's tough. So being able to have something available, I'm not sure what, but having something that validates, having someone to talk to that can validate that experience, or some journey map information that helps people know that while you're here, these feelings are real and it's okay to go through.
I think that grief persists as well, and I think it comes back to identity. Things happen in our lives in which we can't. So for example, you leave rehab and you go back and you decide you want to be a parent, and then all of a sudden you realize you can't do that in the same way that you thought you were going to, and so therefore you almost experience grief again, because it highlights to you that your life is not the way that you thought it would be. And so it's support through not just the rehabilitation process, but through life during different stages. When, you know, maybe you lose a job and then again you have to go through that process of, how am I going to get a job? I've got a disability. Oh no, I've got a disability. Oh, grief. And so it's something that's not just happens once, it's reoccurring through life as we have to reimagine ourselves at different points.
Getting the skill set for resilience, but you know, I mean, it's great as well. You know, there's that toxic positivity, you know, that comes into it. Like, oh my God, you're just so inspirational. I'm like, I'm okay. You know, I'm like, I can't even explain to you that I'm literally just living my life. And sometimes that grief actually comes from being someone else's pin-up person. You know, I thought, you know, someone's having a bad day and they're like, oh, I saw you get the milk out of the fridge at the shop. And I just thought, oh, you know, you're so inspirational.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
oh
not
my
that-
Lord,
that
you
doesn't
could have
actually make you
seen
feel
me
any
being
better.
crazy at my children this morning. I would have been inspiring the hell out of
Thank you. Isaac, to finish us off, is there anything that you would like to say to health professionals and policymakers about, you know, supporting us find positive identities again?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, once again, building on I just find myself like nodding along, like, yeah, it's good. Talking about like, yeah, the listening and the understanding, that's really the first step before anything else, is being able to fully experience what you're experiencing. And it's the first step in building a strong relationship with the therapist or the patient. And also acknowledge it's not an easy process to really listen. Listening's difficult often, and to really be empathetic, you have to feel it. It's not a nice kind of feeling. I can't. It'd be a very difficult job. Yeah, but it's the first step in really building that strong relationship with the patient. And there's a lot of great therapists who do this. And once you've made that connection, then you can really understand. And once they've gone through that process of feeling what they're feeling, then you can start to tackle the next problems of helping them to build other relationships with their friends and family or their work. Or once they've gone through that process, they can really understand what they need from a space and what they need from a home, and you can help them do that. But if you start just working out home modifications before they really know what they're feeling, and I guess, yeah, their whole life has kind of changed, and they have to re-establish what their story is, and they have to have that process before before making that positive kind of story that were talking about earlier. It's a very useful tool to have the positive story, but you can't go there too early. It wouldn't be real if you didn't go through the grief first. And so I think, building the positive relationship with them, helping them build positive relationships around them. So it kind of takes a little bit off you as well, and helps them sustain for longer. Then creating safe spaces for them within the clinical setting, and then as they move out, that's a pretty broad problem at the moment. Homes, but it's important to have that safe space to always come back to before you go out into the world again.
Yeah, and it could make a wonderful place, a safe space to kind of break down your own perceptions of your own identity, go through the grief and loss that we've been talking about, and then the support to come out the other end and yes, reestablish ourselves. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate how open and honest everyone's been and sharing their own experiences. And that's us.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to move straight into session 3 for this afternoon, which is our clinician-led and engaged research. Just thanking the panellists this afternoon for that really rich and informative panel discussion. I'd like to just welcome everybody to the room this afternoon, and welcome to those who are joining us online, both locally, nationally and internationally. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land of which we're meeting today. For us at the PA Hospital here, it's the Turrbal and Yagara people, and I'd like to pay our respects to elders past and present. When we're moving into this next session, we're going to take you on a journey over the next hour to take you into our afternoon tea session. And we're really going to be exploring now, I guess, some of the really significant research that happens at the clinical front lines of service delivery. We are going to be hearing some completed pieces of research and the findings that have eventuated from those and the key learnings that have come from them. And then we're going to be moving on to some spotlight sessions where we're going to be hearing about some pieces of research and to give you some little bit of a taste into what they are currently working on. So without further ado, I am going to introduce you to our first speakers who will be presenting on scoping of technology use in outpatient brain injury rehabilitation services from a clinician's perspective. I'd like to welcome Rebecca Sini, who is an occupational therapist with the Brain Injury Rehabilitation Unit here at the PA Hospital, who is co-presenting with Mrs. Janelle Griffiths, who's the team leader and occupational therapist also at the Brain Injury Rehabilitation Unit.
Just check 1 second. I know Kylie's got a lot to say later. I don't want to steal her thunder. Thank you, Julie, and thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. My name's Rebecca, and I'm going to be presenting on behalf of this wonderful research team all listed here. On one part of this scoping of technology use in outpatient brain injury rehabilitation services, today focusing on the clinician perspectives. And I'd also like to acknowledge that this research was funded by the Metro South Health Research Support Scheme as part of a co-funded collaboration program grant with Griffith University. And the project has received additional funding support from the Hopkins Centre, NISQ and MACE. So technology is increasingly being used in the rehabilitation of people with acquired brain injury to deliver interventions, support adjustment to their functional impairments, and promote independence in the home and community. However, its uptake during rehabilitation and sustained use beyond programs can be poor. So this study aims to better understand the current practices and role of technology in an outpatient brain injury rehabilitation setting and the perceived barriers and enablers to technology use. Using a prospective longitudinal design and a mixed methods approach, data were collected via clinician and patient completed surveys at the Princess Alexandra Hospital Brain Injury Rehabilitation Day Hospital, as well as via a focus group with PA brain injury rehab clinicians. Today's presentation will focus on the role of technology in rehabilitation as reported by the clinicians from the day hospital, as well as clinician-perceived barriers and enablers to technology use in brain injury rehabilitation. So via paper-based surveys, clinicians reported therapy goals, technology utilised in each session, and enablers and barriers to technology use during T1 to T3 in service delivery. And then patients then reported ongoing use of technology following service discharge at T4. So between March 2022 and August 2024, 273 individuals with ABI were referred to the service. 91 participants with ABI were recruited and completed rehabilitation programs. The length of admission ranged from 7 to 560 days, with between 2 to 51 therapy sessions delivered. Clinicians then also discussed the role of technology in their practice, as well as barriers and enablers to technology use in a follow-up focus group. The focus group consisted of 8 clinicians, 2 OTs, 2 neuropsychologists, 2 speech pathologists, 1 social worker, and 1 physiotherapist, with average time in the service between 4 to 25 years. Descriptive statistics are used to examine survey data, while qualitative content analysis was used to explore the perspectives on the role of technology in rehabilitation and the enablers and barriers to use. The length of admission to the day hospital ranged from 1 to 39 weeks, and the number of rehabilitation sessions per patient ranged from 2 to 51. The number of rehabilitation goals per patient ranged between 2 and 15, and the primary focus of the goals coded against the ICF were most often around mental functions, followed by communication, learning and applying knowledge, and major life areas. So per the clinician reports, technology was included in 40% of all therapy sessions. It was included most often in sessions by OTs and speech pathologists, being in almost 50% of sessions delivered by them. Therapists most commonly discuss technology with patients in 70% of instances. This was followed then by practicing using technology and then demonstrating how to use technology. Per clinician reports, mobile phones were the most common devices utilised, and the specific technology features or functions most commonly included were calendars, notes, alarms, and reminders. Technology was most widely included in therapy to support mental functions like organisation, planning, time management, and memory, and those purposes are again coded against the ICF model. So per patient reports then, in data collected at T4, 72% of the technologies included in therapy sessions were continuing to be used several months after service discharge, and this was predominantly independently, so without significant assistance from others. 28% were no longer using the technologies, and reasons for discontinuing use were primarily a preference for non-technological aids or using alternate technology, or perhaps their needs might have changed. Per the clinician reports, barriers to technology use most commonly related to unfamiliarity, disinterest, or reluctance followed by psychological and cognitive or communication challenges. In contrast, though, it was felt that technology use was most enabled by pre-injury experience or familiarity with technology and a person's motivation to achieve goals, along with the availability of social support. Preliminary findings from the clinician focus groups have shown that although clinicians reported that technology has the potential to improve patient outcomes and is a key consideration in preparing people for transition, there was also barriers impeding their ability and success in implementing these. So some of these barriers were lack of knowing what technology is available and how to use it. This may have included clinicians' lack of confidence and training in using technologies that they themselves weren't very familiar with, or feeling overwhelmed by the ever-evolving nature of technology and not having time to perhaps learn new technologies. They also felt there was a lack of knowledge and access to data to support evidence-based practice, including not knowing where to look or being overwhelmed with the amount of data available, or data not being available. So, for example, assessments not being validated to be delivered via telehealth. There was also a barrier of lack of access to technological devices and the infrastructure to support use. This included funding, the need for multiple devices, red tape associated with accessing the latest technologies, and sometimes poor internet connectivity in the hospital environment, where some therapists reported having to sit outside with patients. Finally, the last barrier identified was looking at suitability of patient goals and therapy tasks. So sometimes there were prioritized higher order patient goals that required more immediate addressing. And finally, insufficient time to promote, introduce, and then sustain patient uptake. The enablers that clinicians reported that supported their use were interdisciplinary collaboration, external motivation and support, creativity in working around hospital-based constraints, so workshopping and developing team-based approaches were considered helpful, and relevancy to clinical practice. So finally, in conclusion, technology is increasingly being used in brain injury rehabilitation to deliver interventions, support adjustment to functional impairments, and promote participation in the home and community. The ideas generated by clinicians to increase the integration of technology into practice include more opportunities to see how others integrate technology into practice, more easily accessible evidence to support use, better infrastructure, including internet, to support technology use, increased ability to electronically communicate and with consumers and their social support networks, including via email, increased understanding of and if how patients would like to use technology more as part of their rehabilitation. And finally, through the patient lens, technology use is generally sustained following therapy cessation and is best supported by an individual's prior experience or familiarity with technology and their own motivation to achieve their rehabilitation goals, along with support. Thank you.
Thank you to Rebecca for providing us with a really good overview of technology and the use of it in practice and what some of the enablers and barriers to that are. Does anybody have any questions for Rebecca at all? Thank you so much, Rebecca. We're going to move on now to Dr. Jessie Mitchell, who is a research fellow at the Hopkins Centre. Jessie will be presenting on supporting self-advocacy after brain injury, the MySay tool, and support sessions. Welcome, Jessie.
I feel like I need to give a disclaimer that I am in the clinician session, but I'm not a clinician, and I'm filling in for my colleague, Dr. Annalie Bates, who's an advanced social worker and team lead at the Brain Injury Rehab Unit here. And we're really fortunate on this project to work with a large team of Metro South Health clinicians, as well as researchers and disability advocates from Griffith University. And we're also really fortunate to have funding support through a Metro South co-funded collaboration grant, as well as support from Hopkins through both MACE and NISCI, because this is a 3-phase project and we've been at it for a little while. So in terms of background, we know that self-advocacy is often compromised after brain injury, and this is due to a range of factors, particularly complex cognitive communication and behavioural changes, as well as the range and diversity of needs after a brain injury and the multitude of transitions that people experience, often up to 8 in the first 12 months after a brain injury across care contexts. So what we aim to do in this 3-phase project is to support self-advocacy skill development early after brain injury rehabilitation, and the hope that that would continue on as a lifelong skill as people continue their rehabilitation journeys. So in phase 1 of this project, very briefly, you might have seen this work before, we interviewed people as they were transitioning out of hospital into the communities and looked at what is self-advocacy and what supports or enables it. And so we found that self-advocacy existed on a continuum of reclaiming agency, and that this was best supported by scaffolded support, so support that was most appropriate to each stage that people were at. But this support needed to be tailored to where people were at, and that continuum people progressed along, but also maybe pulled back across as their care context changed and their needs changed over time. And so that led us to phases 2 and 3 of our project, which I'd like to focus on today. So taking what we learnt in phase 1, we sought in phase 2 to co-design a personalised self-advocacy platform for people with brain injury during particularly the hospital to home transition. So we conducted 2 rounds of focus groups with people with ABI, family members, and brain injury rehabilitation clinicians. And so we kind of found 2 sets of themes and what consensus was reached. So this is an example tool that's playing on the screen behind me. And what we found was that people really agreed that there needed to be a place where people with brain injury owned the information that was shared with others, both for themselves and to share with others. So they were looking for a place to store biographical information, injury-related information, their rehabilitation goals and progress, resources that were available to them, where they might go for help if they needed it in the future. But it was really important that they owned it and that they were able to share it with other people at their will by, for example, a password protected link. And we also learned that it needed to be a free tool that was easy to use, and that could be translated into a paper-based tool for those who perhaps weren't quite as digitally literate. So this is the example profile that we've came up with. But the other thing that was really identified and agreed upon as important was the necessity of support sessions to support introduction and then ongoing use of the tool. And so we co-designed a series of 7 sessions delivered flexibly over a 16-week period. First, as people were in hospital, so those sessions delivered in person, and then delivered remotely as people were out in the community and adjusting to life there. And so really using kind of strategies of systematic construction, so modelling, reinforcing, and then slowly fading that support as people learn to use the tool and hopefully continue to self-advocate themselves. So in phase 3 of this project, we sought to pilot the Marseille tool and support sessions. And we were particularly looking at the perceived feasibility, acceptability, and then also the utility of this tool and support sessions. And so we're in progress. I'll present to you some of the preliminary findings from that today. But we have 5 people within ABI who have transitioned from either the brain injury unit here at the PA or the Jasmine unit at Wynnum. And important to note that we are using a longitudinal mixed methods case study methodology. So we've got a nice little sample of 5 people who have really been able to dedicate resources to. But I will note that just because of the cohort and our recruitment timing, they all have strokes, 60% are female, and they're a bit older. So they're in the 45 plus and most are in their 60s. So really testing our digital literacy and how well we can introduce a tool like this. And we require people to have access to an electronic device, internet connectivity, and the ability to use it either independently or with a support person, whether that's a family member or a support staff person. So we've collected data for 3 participants so far, and these are pseudonyms. So 2 of the 3 that we've completed data collection for have done all 7 sessions and had a 3-month follow-up. And both of them were using the Marseille tool at the 3-month follow-up, continuing to use it in their own ways. So Fran she was not very into the idea of journaling and writing her reflections and information about herself when we first started. But she was a very willing participant, which was amazing. And by the end, she reflected that, particularly during that initial period where she was experiencing quite extreme expressive aphasia, that it was really valuable to have a place where she could just freely write and document her own experiences and challenges and reflect on that. And so she didn't necessarily share her profile with other people. She tried a couple of times, but had limited interest. They had limited interest, but she really found that initial period of reflecting and understanding what her needs were and how to communicate that. She also really valued the support sessions. So she had some challenges with the care that she was receiving and finding alternate support. And those were things that we were able to work through and provide that scaffolded support through the sessions. And at Full Up, she'd created herself a second profile and was using it for scheduling and medical information so that she knew what was happening and what she needed to do to prep for upcoming procedures. Sue, on the other hand, was all about the journaling, and it's something that she had done, I think, most of her life. And so she was really into recording her rehab goals, her progress towards them. She uploaded videos and photos, inspirational quotes. And it's been something that she's been quite active in sharing with other people as well. So rehab professionals, but also her employer and family and friends. And she reported that she had a friend whose husband had Parkinson's and found really valuable that sense of peer support. So understanding someone who maybe had had a similar experience and sources of support in the community. She lived in a regional and remote community, so internet access was a barrier for her, but she was able to use the tool on her phone. Ken completed 5 sessions and was starting to get going, but then transitioned home. And I think this big life transition and the competing demands of family and rehab and his growing self-awareness about the impact of his injury on who he was and what he was able to do in the community got a bit overwhelming. And so he dropped out of the study. But I think that really just demonstrates the suitability of the tool for people and that need for ongoing support. So we weren't able to continue to follow up with him, but he noted that he might need some more time in the community to adjust before he was willing to re-engage with that kind of process. We're still collecting data with Grace and Kevin, but both are actively using the tool. Kevin with a support staff member that comes in for every session, which is great, and he's created a public profile and a personal profile. The personal one is for his thoughts and feelings that he doesn't quite think are appropriate for everyone else. So what have we learned so far? I think when we first started, we were really focused on the tool, and the support sessions were the idea to support the tool use. And I think our thinking has flipped a little bit. So the idea that these sessions are really valuable to support that highly personalized and tailored self-advocacy skill development over a long period of time that people then can carry on with them. And the tool might be a great way to do that for some people. And I think these are just some of the key strategies that we've been using in the MySay support sessions that I think all of you as clinicians are probably using anyway, but we've found that a refresher and some really dedicated to support to that has been valuable for our participants. There's a toolbox online that you can check out with the QR code. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessie. Before Jessie takes off, is there anybody who has any questions for Jessie and the MySay tool at all? Okay. Moving on in our journey now, we've got Miss Emily Allen, who's an occupational therapist from the Spinal Outreach Team with Metro South Health and Clinical Fellow at the Hopkins Centre. Emily is going to be presenting on investigating the factors influencing usability, usefulness, and continued utilisation of aggregate healthcare data dashboards for rehabilitation clinicians. Take it away.
Thank you, Julie. So early on in my research journey exploring the utility of clinical data dashboards, I attended a presentation on data storytelling. In it, the presenter said, "Well, we know Queensland Health loves a dashboard." Great, I thought, so do I. But do I detect a hint of something, an undercurrent there? What was the issue? And was it isolated to Queensland Health? We know that there is evidence for the benefits of clinical dashboards in regard to efficiency and quality. We know that the technology is now capable and available. Fortunately, one of my wise mentors encouraged me not to investigate the benefits of clinical dashboards, but to look into what makes the good dashboards good. Refining this into a research question, though, was one of the first big challenges and learning experiences for me as a novice researcher undertaking a Hopkins clinical fellowship. So the research question we landed on was, what are the factors influencing ease of use, usefulness, and continued utilisation of clinician-facing aggregate healthcare data dashboards? Or in short, the Rehab Data Dashboard Design Project. We chose clinician-facing because we wanted to learn how to design for clinician insight and action, not just reporting. We chose ease of use and usefulness because the technology acceptance model states that these factors directly impact intention to use and actual use of technology. The vision was to develop a framework for ease of use and usefulness that dashboard designers and clinicians alike can apply. We've done this. We've got a preliminary framework with 7 broad themes. And I know you can't read all these little sub-themes, so I want to first step you through the research that informed these 7 broad themes and how we went about it. The Hopkins Fellowship has afforded me the opportunity to conduct 3 main research activities to inform the build of a prototype proof of concept clinician-facing dashboard. 1, a benchmarking survey with spinal cord injury clinicians across Australia and New Zealand. And thank you, someone's put that poster up by the coffee machine if you'd like to have a look at it. Secondly, a focus group study with QSIS clinicians. And thirdly, a scoping review of the literature. Today, I'll share some key findings from the focus group and scoping review. I'm pleased to say that I navigated the HREC process for the first time relatively unscathed, which allowed me to conduct 4 one-hour focus groups with QSIS staff. 22 clinicians participated in the group discussions last year. Thank you so much to those of you who attended. Participants were given a stimulus material by way of a recording of an interactive tool, like the one you saw on the very first slide. It was a fictional data dashboard for a fictional spinal cord injury service. We asked them what data would be useful for them in such a tool, and we really pressed them to describe how and why they would actually action that data in practice. Discussions were recorded and transcribed in Teams, de-identified and synthesised in NVivo software using a qualitative analysis and thematic coding. With regard to the scoping review, we searched 5 library databases for papers evaluating clinician-facing dashboards in terms of ease of use and usefulness. After a process of screening and assessment against the inclusion criteria, 35 studies were included in the analysis. So I was really keen to dive into those 35 studies. And some of the characteristics of those included studies were commonly, they were from the USA, followed by UK and Canada, where dashboards were used. They were used across all settings, so primary care, community, outpatients, but most commonly inpatients, and intended for use by multidisciplinary teams. They were used for a really broad range of patient populations, but notably for long-term chronic disease population management. All of them displayed quantitative analytics, and one displayed qualitative, such as this one here that provided feedback on patient feedback themes. All of them used descriptive analytics. Predictive analytics were only used in 3 papers. For example, this one here predicted the referral rates for a really busy outpatient neurosurgical clinic. And the most common, the most common business intelligence software was Microsoft Power BI, which we have, followed by Tableau and Qlik in that order. The timeliness of data refresh was usually real time, but it ranged broadly. Most of them were viewed on a standard personal computer screen, and interestingly, only a couple on mobile devices. And in terms of graphs, bar graphs and line graphs were the most common, but there was a really broad range of visualizations, like this geospatial map at the bottom, as well as the heat map that you see there in the middle and the bubble chart at the top. So in terms of the characteristics of how they were designed, a human-centered socio-technical approach to design and implementation was really common in most of them. And clinicians were usually always involved in the design. Some used workshops, like these pictures here, where they used sketching and storyboarding to design the dashboard. And others used personas, like Dr. Skeptic here, to make sure that it suited all of the different users. Some studies applied a checklist of human-computer interaction usability principles called heuristics, such as this one for healthcare dashboards by Dowding and others. In terms of how they evaluated the dashboards, ease of use was mostly done through mixed methods, so commonly observation of dashboard use with a think aloud protocol plus a system usability scale. And to evaluate usefulness, this was done usually qualitatively with semi-structured interviews and focus groups. So bringing together the findings of the local focus group we did with QSIS clinicians and the themes from the scoping review, we looked at some of the shared themes from both studies, and returning now to that framework. So talking you through this, each row here represents 7 broad themes from our study, and the blue column here represents all the factors that impact ease of use. On the right, all the factors that impact usefulness, and in the middle, the factors that impact both. Now, I encourage you not to try to read the small sub-themes, but rather see this as like a data visualization, so you can get a sense of the number of rectangles or boxes that fall under each category. I'll pick a couple of these just to point out some of the key, more interesting themes and sub-themes. The first one being dashboard access and entry. Dashboards needed to have fast access, frictionless with minimal clicks. Secondly, dashboard capability, features and functions. So a factor, for example, impacting this usefulness was the ability for the dashboard to be interactive and personalisable with filters, sorting, drill down and bookmarking. Thirdly, the design of the data visualizations. One example is that clinicians need at a glance broad summary visualizations and granular detailed patient level views. Next, data quality, integrity, relevance and security. For example, metric relevance that was determined with user engagement. In the scoping review, one author noted, nursing staff perceived the dashboard to be of little relevance to them because it did not capture what they considered to be important markers of quality. Communication of context and comparison, a 5th broad theme. One example of a factor that impacts usefulness within this theme is that the dashboard needs to display data in the context of comparisons between time points or trends over time. In the focus group, one participant said, I feel really validated. That felt like a really busy year. The data is telling me that that was real. We had 3 times as many patients as we've ever had. Socio-technical and facilitating conditions. So an example of a factor that impacts usefulness here is a supportive culture of learning and quality, positive, not punitive data use. In the focus groups, one participant said, we've got to stop looking at not hitting targets as a negative thing, but rather just looking at how can we support. I don't think it should be accusatory. It should be, we need more staff there or we need to pool our resources here. Finally, implementation and design methodology. An example of a factor in this theme is post-implementation activities, recognising the need for continued dashboard feedback and improvement. In the scoping review, one author said, after the dashboards had been released, the staff became more familiar with the tool and thus were more likely to suggest improvements. So that's the framework. And in terms of my next steps from here, toward the end of my fellowship, I need to finalise a manuscript for publishing and hopefully put this framework into practice, looking for further opportunities to move our proof of concept dashboard into a contemporary tool and to apply that framework so that Queensland Health does love a dashboard because it's easy to use and useful. I've learnt so much. Thank you so much to the Hopkins Fellowship. I set out wanting to learn a few tricks with Power BI, but I learnt so many skills in scoping review, focus groups, conducting a scoping review, conducting focus groups, benchmarking surveys, general research skills, and I'm now involved in a number of different digital and data innovation committees, and I've even completed my certification in health informatics. So thank you so much for all the opportunities this has led to, and thank you to all the collaborators. You've been amazing, and especially thank you to our funding partners.
Thank you to Emily for that really quick and speedy trip through Dashboard. It's actually something that we're going to be using a lot of, and we will be seeing those dashboards in use and making real good time of that from a clinician's perspective. If you want to catch up with Emily in the afternoon break, please feel free to follow up with her on this great piece of research. Next up, we have a presentation titled Figuring Out Your Personal Pain Puzzle, Insights from the Engage Research Project. I'd like to invite Ms. Kelly Walsh, the Senior Physiotherapist, and co-presenting with her today is just her. I'll hand over to you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Great. So I'm going to be giving you some insights on what we call the Engage Research Project. And just to acknowledge, this is very much a team-based effort. So thank you to everybody on the team. So in regards to treatment for persistent pain or rehab for persistent pain, interdisciplinary pain management programs, or IPMPs, are the gold standard practice. And they involve usually physio, psychology and OT, looking at pain science education, behavioural strategies and skills, and sort of psychological strategies to help manage persistent pain. What we wanted to look at really is, despite the recommendations of what these should involve, what do people actually learn from a pain management program? And this was really lacking in the literature. So we decided to base this on our own interdisciplinary pain management program called the Engage program. So it is a low intensity program. It's run over 6 weeks. 5 weeks of those are in-person group sessions, and week 6 is a follow-up phone call. The way that we've done this is pre-engage interviews, where we're looking at what are people's current beliefs about their pain, what are they doing even though they've got pain, and how are they managing their pain. We're then tracking that with focus groups after each of the engaged sessions, and a follow-up phone call, which occurs a few weeks afterwards. So I'm going to focus on phase 1, which is the RTA, or reflexive thematic analysis. So this is what we're learning from the pre-engage interviews. And what we've really seen is that it's a personal pain puzzle. People are coming into the Engage program. They've already got their own knowledge of what's going on with their pain, what are their beliefs about their pain, and they're trying to figure out, well, how am I going to manage my pain? So the first thing that we got from this is that we see a change in self. And this is very much reflected in the panel just before. So our first subtheme there is, I'm not who I was or wanted to be. So persistent pain changes people. It changes their identity. It changes who they are now, but it changes who they were going to be, their future self as well. It also affects every part of their life. And so by that, I mean their family, their friends, their social networks as well. We've also got, I'm not who I was, but I'm still someone. So despite people having to adjust quite, every aspect of their life, they're still finding some kind of meaning there. But what we really saw in these pre-engaged interviews is that people felt stuck. So when we talked about what are you still doing even though you've got pain, it always turned to what I can't do anymore. And there's a lot of grief and loss, which is coming across through these pain interviews. Our next theme there was putting the pieces together. So people are coming in with a personal pain theory. Now, interestingly, persistent pain, or pain in general, is a biopsychosocial construct, but it was a really biological understanding of what is going on with people's pain. Those that did have some of the psychological understanding then attributed it to how, say, for example, stress impacts my muscles, and then the muscles cause my pain. So it's still drawn back to a biological cause. People were working really hard to try to figure out what is going on with their pain and what they can do about it. And what we saw is that that led to a lot of avoidance, and life was becoming smaller and smaller in this attempt to figure out what's going on. And then we've got what we call the disconnect, which is when the pieces didn't fit. So when people sort of had been given some pain science education, but it didn't make sense to them. They understood it from that intellectual level, but it wasn't what they were feeling. Our final theme from the pre-interviews was really healthcare hinders. So whilst healthcare, really does try to help people along the path, what we had was a lot of negative experiences of the healthcare system for people with persistent pain. Lots of invalidation, not being believed, not being listened to. People had been given a diagnosis and then kind of, sent on their way without any follow-up, so they didn't understand what was going on for them. And primarily medication management. This is despite people wanting to learn active strategies and coping skills for their pain, but were given medications for that. So this is a bit messy, but what we've then gone on to is the focus groups and mapped this onto, well, how is this fitting into what we've already seen? And what we're seeing through the focus groups is that it's changing from a pain puzzle to a life puzzle. People are realizing that it's not about fixing my pain or managing my pain. It's about what do I want to do and who do I want to be in the context of having persistent pain. We're seeing here that learnings are much more than the concepts and the strategies taught during the Engage program. It's really kind of tapping into the identity that we've been talking about. That learnings are demonstrated through behaviour changes, which makes us think about, well, when we're asking, measures of, change in IPMPs, really maybe what we should be asking is, what are you doing differently? And how do we facilitate the changes that we're seeing? How do we keep on supporting people with any movement that we are making? So I'm going to talk about the new things that are coming up. Our first one is in relation to putting the pieces together, and that's what we call reframing and reshaping. And Frith termed this walking with and talking to your pain. So through pain science education and psychology involved as well, we're seeing that people are reshaping what pain means to them. They're reconceptualizing or starting to reconceptualize what pain is, and also reshaping their relationship with themselves and with their pain. And so here we see a lady who's talking about, well, I've been experiencing foot pain. I'm able to de-threaten this. I'm safe. There's no danger. And that means I can do more. So rather than stopping, she's able to continue with this. We're seeing that people are becoming unstuck. So in the change in self, where I talked about in the pre-interviews, people were talking, in that really stuck talk, and there was no kind of future focus when we asked people, what do you want to do? It was really, well, I don't plan anymore. Okay, I don't want to let myself down. I don't want to let others down. Whereas here we're seeing that people are starting to see that things could be different. And I really want to emphasize this is the beginning of the journey, hopefully. Okay, so we're seeing that people are becoming more future focused, starting to think of re-engaging. In fact, quite a lot of people did start to re-engage in activities they previously did or new activities, and really focusing on, okay, well, what could I be doing now rather than what couldn't I do? We see that people are taking the pain blinkers off, and by that I mean pain becomes a bit of a scapegoat sometimes for why people can't do something or what's going wrong in people's world. And what we're seeing here is people going, actually, it's not just pain. I'm socially isolated. I need to make more connections with family and friends. It's the anxiety around pain that's stopping me, not the pain itself. And so this opens up new treatment areas and new areas for people to kind of get some help and assistance with. And finally, all of this is occurring on the background of a validating and affirming healthcare experience and the role of the group. And I can't emphasize the role of the group enough. And this includes both the engaged group and the focus groups. So peer-to-peer learning is just as valuable, if not more, than learning from clinicians. And they really felt peer-to-peer learning is bouncing ideas off each other, figuring it out together. Whereas with the clinicians, it's talking to the front, if that makes sense. Who's running the group is really important. I think with any group programs, you need to be considering the clinicians that are doing it, their training and their passion for this, making sure they're equal with the participants. People are learning they're not alone, that others do understand. And by that, I mean people with lived experience understand, because people are talking about my husband of 30 years, he tries to get it, but he doesn't truly get it. Whereas people who are living this experience understand. And so that connection is really, really important. And just on the focus group specific, that it played a really vital role in facilitating these learnings and the teach back of concepts. And it's something we hadn't really considered before. So we are making changes to our Engage program. We are still about to code the post-Engage interviews, and we'll be having a co-design workshop. And we are really looking at how do we improve our program and also talking points for, I guess, the pain world in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Does anybody either from in the room or online have any questions for Kelly around the pain puzzle and shifting, I guess, to their life puzzle? Feel free to follow up with Kelly in the break and have some conversations with her. The next presentation, we are social beings, we are not islands. Friendship and social connection for people with spinal cord injury and acquired brain injury across the rehabilitation continuum. And that is brought to us today by Associate Professor Melissa Kendall, Senior Research Officer for Acquired Brain Injury Outreach Service with Metro South Health. Welcome.
Thanks, everybody. People who were here last year probably heard me speak on this project, and this project has continued and feels like it's going to continue forever. I'm going to talk on the development of a translational framework for supporting friendships after both acquired brain injury and spinal cord injury. Just a background, the research, challenges with friendship are recognised in both populations. And we, of course, heard Jacinta speak beautifully this morning about some of these issues. The importance of those social connections, including friendships for psychological well-being and how important that is. There's been theoretical work in the area to inform maintenance and development of social connections. So my own PhD, many years ago now, just some of Jacinta's work, Christian Salas and Tamara Bertram have all done work in that area. There's a real need as clinicians on the front line to have translational work that informs what we do on a day-to-day basis in clinical settings across the rehabilitation continuum, so in the units and when people go home. So our aim was to co-design a translational framework of feasible and sustainable strategies for change to support friendships and social connections across that rehab continuum. And this project was funded under a seed grant provided by the Hopkins Centre. So the bigger picture for the project, it's a 3-phase project. In phase 1, we did focus groups and interviews. And this was a very exploratory phase. We wanted to know what are the factors affecting the friendships across the continuum, but also what might be some of the strategies that we could implement. So we got a lot of information in that phase. In phase 2, it was about consensus, so trying to narrow down some of those strategies. What can we actually do here? And phase 3 is a pilot of the developed framework evaluation. Today, I'm going to focus on phase 2. I presented phase 1 results last year, so this is more about phase 2. So what did we do? We did an eDelphi survey. So from phase 1, we had a range of strategies, 27 in total, that we had identified. So in this phase, during the round 1 survey, we got consumers to rate the importance of each strategy, and staff rated importance, but staff also rated how easy could that strategy be implemented in the clinical setting and how easy would it be to maintain that strategy in the setting. Because as we know, if staff aren't supportive of changes happening in a clinical setting, they probably won't happen. And we asked for qualitative comment as well. So then we took all that information that we got in the round 1 survey and we used that to develop a draft framework and an action plan. And then what we did in the second round survey is we sent that draft framework and action plan out. Participants provided comment on what they liked about it, what they thought should change. So our participants for both rounds included consumers, so people with brain injury and people with spinal cord injury, family members, friends, and rehabilitation staff across both BERS and QSIS. As you can see, there was a reasonable number of people that completed the survey during both rounds. And what we found was that the most important strategies that consumers identified were educating the person with the injury and their family about the injury, supporting friendships when and where the person with the injury is ready. And this was really important. People were very specific about it's my choice about when I want to address that. So that whole issue of choice and control is crucial. And then training the family to support friendships. The things they thought least important were recording information about friendships in patient records or referral to other services, and staff numbers and reducing staff workload. When we asked the rehabilitation staff, they equally supported educating the person with the injury and the family about the injury, but also about educating friends about how to help the friendship and educating support workers about how to help friendships. And they equally identified the least important strategies around numbers, workload, and referral. But when we asked them what would be easiest to implement, we found that education was one of the easiest strategies to implement. So educating the person with the injury and the family about the injury itself, educating them about the importance of friendships, and this was really important to people because it was often not a topic that was raised early on, and including information in assessment, discharge planning and patient records, that would be easy to do. It wouldn't be easy to change staff numbers or workload, and we know that. Interestingly, staff identified that it would be good to educate support workers, but it would be one of the most difficult things to do. And having specialised roles to support friendship. So here's just some of the qualitative quotes that came from those rounds. A person with an acquired brain injury said, provide help with skills to help maintain friendship, help injured people be able to explain their injury and the problems associated with that injury. Or finding a way that both the injured person and friends can see the importance of friendships in the injured person's time and how important friendships can be to their rehabilitation. A friend said, be open with friends about what is difficult or what is scary for them to do on their own so we can help. It really came through that friends often didn't know what to do to help or how to even broach the issue. And staff said, starting where the person is at and be guided by them, discuss different strategies for how they would like to engage their friends, recognising that that's going to be different for everybody and people will be at different phases when they're ready for that to occur. And if they aren't ready, what are some of the indicators for when they would be ready? In terms of the framework, people said they liked the holistic considerations of the framework. There were clear actions for translation, good support for change in practice. They liked that it was clearly identified what the goals were, where resources and material will be available, and that we've listened to the people most closely affected by these types of injuries. Displaying posters in hospital about the importance of connecting with people was particularly good, as this makes friendships a talking point from the beginning of rehab, so right from the start. And the fact that friendships are highlighted as important. So this is the framework. I've got 1 minute left, so I've got to hurry up and stop talking. So the framework is called Staying Connected, and it focuses on 5 things. The rehab environment, so rehab includes social activities. Friends should be welcome into that space. We need to create space for friends to come in, either in the hospital or into people's homes if they're living in the communities. Friends are a part of rehab, equally as family are. Understanding my injury, so me understanding it, my family understanding it, my friends understanding it. Using technology, so having access to technology and being able to start communicating with friends while people are still in hospital. And I know Rebecca raised the issue of internet connectivity being a bit of an issue here, but that's something we can problem solve. Help from my family, understanding the importance of friends. Sometimes family were blocking friends And it was really important for them to understand how important that was, how to include the friends, and the same with staff. Ask about my friends, let others know about my friends, support and include them, give me ideas about how to make and keep them. So we have developed some written and spoken education resources. Thank you, Delina, for all the work Delina's done on that. And Sarita, hearing from other people with injuries and their friends, which will be in the form of podcasts, which I'm in the process of organising, awareness posters, which has been developed, and using some checklists. So at the moment, we're in preparing for phase 3, which is to pilot them. If we eventually get approvals, and we'll trial those resources in hospital and once people go home. And my favourite quote, keeping and maintaining friendships are pivotal, are absolutely necessary to live in society. We're social beings, we're not islands. And that's the team that is involved in this research. Thank you to all of them, and thank you to NISCU.
Thank you to Melissa for that great body of work that you've displayed today. If anybody would like to follow up with Melissa, hopefully you'll be hanging around in the afternoon tea break and they can find you. We'd now like to invite Miss Jackie Mitchell, who is an advanced physiotherapist with the Geriatric and Rehabilitation Unit with Metro South Health. Jackie will be presenting today on Epic Tech, Engineering and Physiotherapy in interdisciplinary collaboration with technology.
Thanks, Julie. It is a mouthful. We can thank Catherine Kay for that lovely acronym. Yeah, so I'm not going to repeat that title. Thanks. So we know rehab technology does exist and that it is challenging to implement. So we propose trialling of a new model of care, establishing the Epic Tech team, an interdisciplinary team with allied health, engineers and lived expert members to see how we might better support clinicians and consumers using technology in rehab. For this project, we tested the Epic Tech model of care with an implementation of the Andago, a robotic partial body weight support gait training device for rehab of patients in Biru and Garu at the PA hospital. We investigated the feasibility and potential clinical impact of the Epic Tech team while implementing this particular technology. And there were 3 phases. Phase 1 was our baseline, providing data on the current state of practice. Phase 2 saw the implementation of the Epic Tech trial. And phase 3 is the evaluation, which is ongoing. So this diagram shows the flow through the phase 1 and 2. Eligible patients from rehab wards entered the study with completion of standardised physical function measures. The patient's therapist recorded details of every therapy session, including activities completed, staff required, and equipment required. In both phase 1 and 2, conventional physio was completed over a 12-week period. In phase 2, the Epic Tech clinic was offered and comprised of a senior physio, an engineer, to support treating therapists in the use of the Andago. The clinic operated 4 half days a week with 3 sessions offered per day, and due to the number of participants, a maximum of 2 sessions a week were per participant were offered by the team. All participants exited the study either on discharge from rehab or at the end of the study phase. Patients and physios were interviewed about their perceptions of both the usual therapy or the Epic Tech model of care. So in terms of the results, we found that there were some differences in patient characteristics in each phase. Compared to usual therapy, the trial phase had a higher number of stroke and spinal cord injured but less acquired brain injury participants, and the trial participants had a shorter time enrolled in the study. Phases 1 and 2 were similar in the total number of physiotherapy sessions offered and the number of sessions not delivered. Notably in phase 2, Epic Tech supported sessions were completed in lieu of conventional sessions and made up 1/4 of the completed physio sessions. Participants in phase 1 were rated by the therapists as benefiting from gait training with partial body weight support. However, the available light gait device was rarely used. With the model of care we implemented in phase 2, there was a higher usage of technology, for gait therapy in both the number of participants and the number of sessions provided. The functional independence measure, motor subsection, is a measure of physical dependence in mobility tasks, where higher scores are better. The first graph shows that on admission to rehab, phase 2 participants were more physically dependent than phase 1 participants, and this observation was continued on discharge. When we look at the FIM motor change, which is the improvement between admission and discharge, we can see in graph 2 that phase 2 participants improved slightly more than baseline cohort, remembering this group were on the trial for a shorter period of time. Now, this graph on the left shows the amount of time in each mobility task with the number of repetitions for each task listed within the column. Let's focus on dark green, which is walking. And here we can see in baseline, which is the very top row, participants averaged 32 metres in 10 minutes in walking compared to the Epitech facilitated sessions, where there was an average of 54 metres and more than 15 minutes of walking training completed. If we move now to the right-hand graph, we have the number of staff required for therapy, and the scale is 2 staff at the end here. And the colours relate to the staff roles. So dark green are assistants, followed by students, more junior physios, and then more senior physios are in the peaches and reds. With the model of care we chose to implement, running technology required more staff, 2, compared to 1.4 in the baseline. The model of care delivered more senior physio, particularly HP5, and less assistant time. While the Epitech service data has this increased senior physio requirements, this was in part related to the requirements of the research team, but it also allowed for opportunities of peer-to-peer learning and case mentoring. Now on the far right, the availability of the support team and the technology reduced the average therapist fatigue and strain in the trial phase compared to the baseline phase. Over the trial period, 30 staff were trained in the use of the technology. We had 131 appointments taken up out of a possible 134 on offer, and this showed therapist and patient engagement in the program. Safety was maintained throughout, and we had no sessions missed due to technical issues or malfunctions, although these did occur. And over the study period, additional equipment modifications and innovations were developed and trialled by the Epitech team. Patients were really excited about using this novel technology. On the first sessions, we had 3 participants crying with joy and 1 who was just beaming with elation. Participants described feeling a freedom from physio assistance, of being more in control and confident in their gait training. And 2 participants had significantly reduced pain using the device, which enabled an increased participation in their standing and gait therapy. Overall, physio staff thought the model was a good one and that it supported the use of new technology-based tools. They used the Andago and the interprofessional team to engage and encourage patients in therapy and to increase the intensity of training. Staff reported the support of the Epitech team enabled them to focus on the patient and treatments rather than worrying about the use or the safety considerations of the technology. So in conclusion, so far, we can determine that the Epitech model of care in the implementation of the Andago was feasible with a high uptake of sessions and device training, no lost days due to device-related issues, and safety maintained. We had a clinical impact, and this was achieved with more time spent in gait training and higher distances covered. But at this point, there is a higher staff costing. For this project, technology can help increase movement practice, but staffing efficiency will only be achieved through further development of the model of care. And we found that embedding new disciplines in established therapy teams led to a culture of innovation and an increasing list of ideas. And we have 1 publication and there'll be more coming soon. And thank you very much to the Hopkins Centre for our seed grant funding.
Does anybody have any questions that they'd like to ask this afternoon on the Epitech or the piece of research study? Okay, you can always follow up this afternoon in our afternoon break. So we're going to have a bit of a longer presentation now. Dr. Evgenia Zakharova-Leneva, Staff Specialist from the Queensland Spinal Cord Injuries Service, co-presenting with Miss Kylie Rickson, the Senior Research Assistant with the Hopkins Centre, will be presenting on enhancing inpatient rehabilitation trajectory following flap repairs in SCID.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for letting Kylie and I talk. These are preliminary findings from our seed grant, looking at improving our processes for people requiring flap repair, people with spinal cord injuries. So as many of you know, pressure injuries are really common in this cohort of people, and those with really severe pressure injuries, the stage 3 and 4 pressure injuries over the pelvic areas, often do require flap surgeries. Flap surgeries require, well, there's two types. There's either fasciocutaneous, which is skin and underlying fascia, or myocutaneous, which is skin, underlying fascia and muscle, taken with its own blood supply from an area nearby the wound and moved over to cover the wound to give these people a chance to have a healed area of skin. But the post-operative journey is quite arduous. So it's a minimum of 4 weeks of bed rest. Most of that time is offloading that flap, so not putting any pressure on it. But often that's longer. We need to wait for the wounds to heal to then do the slow return to gradual sitting and usual activities. But the complication rates are really high. So even though we tell people they'll be in hospital for a minimum of 3 months, our average is actually 6 months. And so the consequences for the patient, for their family, the cost to the health service is immense. So the purpose of this project is to see if we can improve our processes, reduce the complication rates, and reduce the time in hospital. And we had a wonderful research team, you can see there, that helped us achieve some of that, and we'll present our preliminary findings from our scoping review, the chart audit, and a qualitative study, and we'll develop a clinical pathway to guide future practices in SRU. So over to Kylie for the scoping review.
So this was a systematic scoping review using the standard PRISMA model. The question that we were looking for, the literature, was the demographic, care and treatment factors that influence the rate of complications for people with CSI who have had their flap surgery for their pressure injury. So we weren't interested in surgical related factors, it's the other things. We found 71 studies, so it's a bit of a monster. About 70% were retrospective chart reviews. We've got 24 different countries represented, mostly the USA, China, and South Korea. About half of them came from people working in surgical departments, and the other half came from SCI centres and rehabilitation units, so a good mix there. And as Evgenia said, these are just the preliminary findings. We split the outcomes into complications and recurrences. The average rate of complications was 40%. The average rate of recurrences was 22%. But what's really interesting here is the ranges. With complications, it went from 6% to 74%, and for recurrences, it went from 0% to 90%. This is because of a lot of inconsistency in the literature, the definitions that people are using, inclusion and exclusion criteria, timeframes over which they're measuring follow-up, and the types of analyses that were done led to this really difficult to get your head around heterogeneity in the literature outcomes. In terms of the predictors, we have found so far 165 have been reported in the papers that we've found. Of those, what has consistently been found to be protective of people after their flap surgery is having an MDT for pre-hospital and post-hospital assessments and care. Sorry, that was supposed to flow much better than that. Also having a structured patient education program, having regular post-discharge follow-up by the multidisciplinary team, and also having assistance with positioning after discharge. The biggest risk factors were having a previous failure of flap surgery at the same site, having the wound not completely healed at discharge, the location in the pelvis, so the ischial area is the worst, not having a diabetes diagnosis, but having high blood glucose. So out of control diabetes is the problem there, not just having diabetes, and having a very low or very high BMI. What I'm going to look at next is the stuff that came in are really inconsistent. So things like age, 70% of the studies found it wasn't important, but 13% found being younger was a risk and 16% found being older is a risk. Osteomyelitis and the way it's diagnosed also has really mixed findings, as do nutritional measures and comorbidities. So at this point, what it looks like is that there are different outcomes for different groups of people. And so that's going to be the next thing we look at.
So in terms of our chart audit, we looked at 9 years worth of data in SRU. And in that time, we've done 84 flap surgeries in 61 people, the average age of which was 52 years, predominantly males, predominantly with traumatic spinal cord injury, just over half had paraplegia, and mostly complete injuries. This was a very highly comorbid group of people with an average number of comorbidities being 7. And our complication rates were high. Our overall complication rates were 89%. Our local complication rates were 82%. Now, the purpose of our audit was to actually capture everything. We didn't exclude, minor complications. We didn't exclude people that didn't adhere to the protocol like other studies did. So perhaps our rates are higher. We had a higher rate of dehiscence and infection rates compared to previously reported, once again, probably due to differences in definitions, but reassuringly, our rates of major complications, so flap failure, flap necrosis, need to return back to theatre, was significantly lower than previously reported. General complications are not well reported in the literature at all. We found a rate of 68%. A lot of that was urinary tract infections, but people also had new hospital-acquired pressure injuries, often over the greater trochanter due to offloading that flap. And other systemic complications as well. And of course, that really had a big impact on progressing through the key milestones of their rehab journey. A lot of the local complications occurred soon after surgery, but even when they got to sitting, they often required periods of return to bed rest because of concerns for their skin. So that really stretched out that post-surgery time, and the average from surgery to discharge was 143 days. We also found that some people had difficulties in adhering to the protocol. Pain was a big factor for that ability to maintain the optimal bed positioning, but it was also a factor for adhering to that sitting regimen. And psychological factors were the most significant for not able to adhere to that sitting regimen. And a lot of that is that ability to cope through that long admission. And in some situations, it was thought to be related directly to the complication developing, especially in the case of optimal bed positioning. But despite our challenges, 95% of individuals actually regained the ability to sit at least 4 hours on discharge, and half were sitting at over 8 hours at discharge, which is a substantial improvement compared to what they came in on, and shows the overall good outcomes for these people. We did find some correlations between BMI and diabetes and general complications, and overall length of stay, time from surgery to discharge and surgery to sitting was correlated with local complications and total complications as well. And in our study, osteomyelitis was a risk factor for local complications developing. So overall, you can see the complexities. You can see that further studies need to be done to really tease out those factors and how we can prevent them. But moving on to a qualitative study, we looked at 2 groups. We had patients who have recently gone through our unit and have had a flap repair and suffered with a complication, but also we had specialist clinicians who looked after them. And we are done either focus groups or semi-structured interviews and developed a thematic framework. So we had 8 consumers participate. Their demographics are very similar to what we had in the chart audit, and mean time since flap repair was 17 months. And we had 10 very experienced clinicians that represented each of the key disciplines involved in our team. And we developed this thematic framework, but I apologise, I'm going to have to go through this very quickly. With theme 1, it's living in the present, waiting for the future. And it's about feeling the impact of that real prolonged bed rest. The physical impact was huge, the pain, the spasticity, but also people put on weight, and then that affected their ability to transfer and affected their equipment. And that really then added on to that time at the end of their rehab. The psychological impacts were immense. These were universally reported by all consumers, and this quote says it all for me. There are times when I feel like I'm in prison. Technically, I'm allowed to leave, but it's not in my best interest to do so. I think that loss of autonomy is probably the worst. And then there's the impacts on their families, on relationships, on their work. And, sometimes people tell us, we give you 4 months and then I have to go back to those important activities. But what if the flap's not ready? It really puts us in that challenging position. The second part of this theme is about how do we stay the distance? It's about managing people's expectations. And it's about tolerating that uncertainty when complications occur, and we can't answer the questions of how bad is it still inside of there? Is it going to be worse than what it was when I came in? How much longer am I going to be laying in bed for? How much longer am I going to be in hospital for? And how do they deal with those setbacks when the clinical team doesn't always have the precise answers for all those questions? And sometimes the surgeons aren't able to fix all the complications that occur. Theme 2 is about how we negotiate those multiple obstacles. One of the big ones is contending with skin issues, and of course, how do we offload that flap? It was identified that, it's sometimes hard to get people into those optimal positions, once again, due to pain, but also people's frustrations, and sometimes they were heightened, couldn't hear what was being advised. But sometimes we had junior staff and they were just not able to position the person appropriately. And then we had all the other skin issues to contend with as well. And how do we manage those complexities when, for example, if someone's had a heart attack 36 hours after their surgery, they're on dialysis, of course their admission is more complicated and more prolonged. And in that time of prolonged bed rest, that then they decondition and their posture changes and it affects the way they sit on their scar, and that makes it more complicated. And theme 3 is about harnessing those purposeful strategies. It's about establishing self-efficacy, and it's about finding the motivation to stick to the course. It's about making the change. Now, this was a big one that identified by both the consumers and clinicians. So if someone was in a wheelchair for 20, 30 years, they might have all had the same type of equipment, they've done their transfers in the exact same way, they come in with this skin issue, and the team starts to advise them, look, you need to change your equipment, you need to change the way you transfer. That might mean you now need more personal care supports, your lifestyle needs to change. And that change overall is quite hard to make. But when people came around and made those changes to reduce the risk of skin issues occurring, they did really see the benefits of that. And it's about establishing self-efficacy in the pre-admission preparation. So if we can identify the risk factors and give people that sense of control in being able to manage those risk factors, that's a positive coping strategy in itself. And they can use that then throughout their admission to keep themselves going. The importance to specialised service was identified by, especially by the consumers, and part of that's access to specialised equipment. That's both before, during and after their admission. But importantly, it's the specialised team that can prescribe that equipment, but also tackle all the complexities that go along with it, like we've discussed throughout that journey. And consumers identified that there's just not that level of expertise outside the spinal unit, and especially in regional centres that can help them with that. And one clinician identified that, look, if we actually had an intensive transition service that looked after people with flap repairs on discharge, potentially we could reduce our length of stay, and we could potentially support these people to reduce the risks of recurrence. It's about pursuing that optimal physical health. So people use that prolonged time in hospital to access many different disciplines, such as a dietitian, sleep physicians, etc. And some even identified that they were the healthiest they ever were coming out. But it's about, taking the time to optimize the mental health to stay the course. And people used all sorts of strategies. They used formal strategies like seeing a psychologist, but also informal strategies like having a little banter with the nurses, and that all those were important. And it's about realizing our dreams. So this is a bit of a bucket list of a wish list for our clinicians. They identified that if we had a properly coordinated multidisciplinary team that can do the pre-surgical planning, we can coordinate with diverse stakeholders, we can select the right patients for this surgery, ones that can weather these lengthy periods of being in hospital, that would improve things. It's about having a trial admission, so several weeks where they can, we can line up all our ducks in a row, make sure everything's set to go before we do the surgery, and then support them on the back end after we discharge them. And it's about having the right funding to have the right infrastructure and the right team of people. So, those long periods of bed rest, if we can get people out in their beds into green spaces, opportunities for them to still have private time with their families, but also opportunities for just that normal social interactions with people. And how do we fill in those very long hours of boredom with meaningful activities? Could it be through diversional therapy? Do we need other team members to support them in other ways? All of that's really important. So I think this study really highlighted the complexity of the journey. Probably gives us a lot of ideas where to do further research on, but importantly, I think has given us some good strategies we can start working on to start to improve our processes. And we'd like to, sure I had another slide, sorry. We'd like to thank our funders for making this project happen.
Thank you, Evgenia and Kylie, for your presentation. I know it says afternoon tea break there, but we just have some spotlight sessions to go through now, which will only take us about 10 minutes, but they're really important for us to focus on. I want to thank all of our oral presenters this afternoon for the presentations that they have provided to us about new and innovative pieces of research that they have carried out in the rehabilitation space. For me, it's been a real privilege today. I get to read and sign off on a lot of these projects when they very first are in their infancy and when they're about to commence. And it is such a privilege to sit down and to hear how they've progressed and what the findings were from each of those studies as well. So I almost feel like I've really gotten a wealth out of today's presentations myself. In regard to the rehabilitation journey and what that does for the people who we provide care for every day, it's these type of innovations and research that people do and commit to, and a lot of the time it's out of their own time, and it truly makes a difference to that rehabilitation journey for people, and it actually shapes the rehabilitation services that we offer into the future. And with that in mind, we've got two short spotlight presentations that we're going to hear from now. The first one comes from Dr. Kylie Ferguson, Kylie is a rehabilitation medicine physician at the Brain Injury Rehabilitation Services here at the PA Hospital. Kylie is going to be presenting today very briefly on the Headache Puzzle Multidisciplinary Interventions for Post-Traumatic Headaches Following Concussion, a scoping review in progress. Thank you, Kylie.
Brilliant. So my name's Kylie Ferguson, so I'm working in the Brain Injury Rehabilitation Service and I'm part of the concussion team. This is the list of amazing people that I have helping me with my scoping review. So I guess a bit of background, the concussion clinic started in 2023. When we started, I found that there were over 80% of people who needed input or intervention for headaches that were affecting their day-to-day lives. So with the amazing team that I work with, the question came up of what is the research for the multidisciplinary intervention that we have for headaches post-concussion? And that's where the Bright Sparks application and subsequent grants started after that. So post-traumatic headaches, they're as high as 60 to 70% post-TBI, and that's within the spectrum of traumatic brain injury. We know that it's one of the most common symptoms that people experience after having a mild TBI or concussion, and it's actually a high incidence in these in this population compared to the moderate to severe traumatic brain injury. It affects their day-to-day life. So this includes their sleep, their cognition, their mental health, and the ADLs, the activities of daily living that we heard about before. It affects all of those. This includes things like driving and working. And we know that people who have had headaches after a concussion, 3 months after that, 35% are unable to return to work. Now, frequent headaches are associated with poor functional outcomes. So there's many factors that affect headaches or contribute to headaches, I should say. So it includes musculoskeletal, neurovascular, iatrogenic, as well as behavioural, such as avoidance, anxiety, depression. Now, we also know that there's a few different phenotypes of headaches that can contribute. So the most common is the migraine type, followed by tension type post-concussion. So MDT interventions for headaches, including medical, physical, psychosocial and behavioural approaches, should be standard of care. And to date, so far, the reviews have broadly examined post-concussion symptoms rather than headaches specifically from an MDT approach. So the aims of this scoping review includes what type of interventions for post-traumatic headaches have been evaluated in the literature and what are the reported outcomes or impacts of interventions for these headaches. So we have the PRISMA extended scoping review framework that we're using. We've used 6 different databases and registries. With Google Scholar, we used the first 1,000 results. We had over 3,000 results that we found, but with the duplicates, we then cut that down to 1,864 articles. We screened them with both primary and secondary independent reviewers using just the title and abstract against our inclusion criteria. And initially 140 articles were checked with 2 reviewers for consistency, with 92% consistency between the reviewers. So this is the inclusion-exclusion criteria that we used for the full text articles. So noting that we had the adults with concussion who had to meet the criteria for the American Congress of Rehabilitation Medicine diagnostic criteria, or the earlier accepted definition, endorsed by the WHO Collaborating Task Force. So this were people older than 18 years, or the mean standard was more than 18. Now, we looked at just the headaches, but also if they did treat other things, but within their article, they had to have a rationale that included why they thought that the intervention was also improving headaches. We looked at a number of different articles, but we did exclude abstracts, dissertations, reviews, commentaries, letters, opinion documents, editorials, protocols, conference abstracts, proceedings, case reports, animal studies, and cross-sectional design. Qualitative studies were excluded if there was only description. So I'll just quickly go through these. So we did full 3 text articles together. Then we went through 62 articles, independently reviewed between the 4 reviewers, and we had 90% agreement. From that, we excluded 32 and now have 30 articles, which we're extracting between 2 independent reviewers. So that's just a quick PRISMA diagram, but we've sort of talked through that. So I guess preliminary findings so far is showing what type of intervention we have. And interestingly, we don't have too many that are interdisciplinary. So we only have 3 out of our 30. We have quite a number of non-invasive brain stimulation techniques, so up to 7 of those articles, with most being the transcranial magnetic stimulation, 6 articles, and some are also the pharmacological intervention at 6. Majority of our articles have come from the United States of America, but otherwise we're still working on the rest of the scoping article and aiming to do our results next. So just wanted to take the time to thank Hopkins and NISQ for their funding. It's been an extremely valuable experience that I've had.
Thank you, Kylie. For those who are not aware, the Concussion Clinic is a relatively younger member of our rehabilitation family here at the PA Hospital, with permanent funding provided for this clinic only early last year. Our final session today, before we go into afternoon tea, is translating the findings from an AusIN SCI community survey into actionable outcomes. And we have Mr. Glenn Werner-Wren here, who is a project manager with the AusIN SCI Translation Project with the Hopkins Centre and the Princess Alexandra Hospital. So I'll welcome Glenn to this podium.
Thank you, Julie. Good afternoon, everyone, in person and online. So our study revolves around the INSCI community survey. And I was just out of interest wondering how many people have heard of either the INSCI community survey or the AusINSCI, if you could raise your hands. Okay, and how many kind of feel like they know what it's all about? Okay, great. So we're all going to learn a lot today, which is fantastic. So the INSCI community survey is an international survey, the first of its kind for spinal cord injury. The first survey was released in 2018 and 2019, involved 22 countries. And the second iteration is out now, and it involves 40 countries. So it allows us to get cross-sectional data, but also longitudinal data for those participants who have completed the survey more than once. So the INSCI International Survey is a very large survey, so 125 questions across multiple domains. The Australian version, which is called the AusINSCI survey, so it has even more questions over these domains as well. So in Australia, so from the first survey, we had 1,579 participants, and this data has been analysed, and there's been a number of publications that have come from that. Also in 2021, there was a pilot translational project, which was led by Delina Amsters, and it looked at running a number of focus groups with people with lived experience in spinal cord injury, with the aim to try and come up with some ideas for change across the domains of pain, employment, bladder bowel, and sexual function. Now, unfortunately, that project kind of came to the end of its funding cycle. But now here with the AusINSCI Translational Project, we have the opportunity to build on that great foundation that Delina did and start to drive some real positive change. So what we're about with the AusINSCI Translation Project, ultimately, we're trying to improve the lives of people with spinal cord injury. And we want to do that by translating the insights from the AusINSCI Community Survey into practical co-design solutions by engaging stakeholders, informing policy, and supporting system-wide improvements for people living with spinal cord injury and their family. So the project is hosted by the Hopkins Centre. The project lead is Professor Tim Geraghty, and it is funded by NISQ. Now that funding, it's a 3-year project, and that funding will fund my time as the project manager at point 4. It'll also fund my colleague's time, Michaela Filipchikova, at point 5. We'll also be working very closely with our colleagues who are running the community survey. So that's Dr. James Middleton and Mohit Arora from Sydney and Samantha Borg here at Hopkins. Importantly, we've got a steering committee that's got national representation. And we're also in the process of finalising a consumer advisory committee. So that will involve 8 people with lived experience of spinal cord injury who will help guide the project. So there's 6 stages to the project. The first stage is getting the data from the survey. And then the second stage is kind of where we're up to now. And that's about trying to prioritise the key areas to focus on. We're going to do that via a Delphi study. And what we're aiming to try and achieve is to try and work out what the top 5 health-related issues are and what the top 5 non-health related issues are. Once we have that, so our top 10, we want to do an environmental scan to see what else is going on around Australia to make sure that we're not duplicating anything. Stages 4 and 5 is about engaging people with lived experience and also key professional stakeholders to work out what these ideas can be and how we can try and convert those ideas into action, followed by stage 6, which is implementing whatever we come up with and then evaluating. Now, you might see in stage 2, we've got a little asterisk, the ideas to action survey. So we're actually going to fast track the work that Delina's done. There are already ideas generated from people with spinal cord injury with pain and employment. So we're going to fast track that and try and generate those ideas to action now. And that can kind of work as a bit of a pilot for stages of 4 and 5 later in the project. So we feel like we have a really unique opportunity to make significant change because never before have we had this data that's available from the community survey to kind of build on. We've also got national buy-in, which is really difficult to get, and we're engaging in genuine co-design to come up with meaningful solutions to improve people's lives with spinal cord injury. So if you want to get in touch, we've got an email, there's a web page on the Hopkins website. Also, happy to take any phone calls. I work Monday, Tuesday, Michaela works Thursday, Friday. And if you're wondering what I do in the rest of my time and building on Jacinta's work, what gives me meaning, I'm at home raising these 3 delightful human beings. Thank you to new students for the partnership.
I'd like to thank Glenn for his presentation this afternoon. I get to experience some of the benefits of the data that Glenn has been putting together. So the previous work that Glenn has been working on in regard to spinal cord injuries is actually making a real difference in the way that we communicate the needs of people with spinal cord injury. And I'm really excited to see where this piece may actually go and some of the opportunities that it might provide us with to be able to communicate that information on as well. So thank you to Glenn. We are at 3:26. I believe that afternoon tea goes from now through to 3:40. If you could, I guess, take a moment to have a refresh and a reset, and the next session will start at 3:40 this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everyone. We are now in the home straight of bibs. To all of you that have stayed throughout the day, congratulations. You are stayers. I love it. So yeah, definitely last but not least, session 4 is focusing on enriching environments. I'm Tamara Ownsworth. I'm the Research Director at the Hopkins Centre, and it's a great pleasure to be introducing the presentations in the next session. So we have a really strong research agenda at the Hopkins Centre on inclusive environments and enabling technologies. So we have a wonderful mix of presentations that will really highlight the importance of psychological and social dimensions of the environment. So first up, we have Danielle Pretty, who is doing a PhD with the Hopkins Centre, and she's full of beans, which is exactly what we need at this time of day. So welcome, Danny, to come and talk about a project that you're a research assistant on.
All right, we'll see if it works. So, hi everyone. Now I'm presenting today on a project that I'm part of a team of. So I'm presenting a progress update on where we are at. This project was part of a feed project. Oh, okay, hang on. Is it gonna work? Is that you or me? That was you. Okay, so we'll go back one. Okay, so the project. Does personalising and modifying rooms aid neurorehabilitation? And if it does, what kind of changes are people making to their rooms? What barriers and enablers do we have? And how does it affect their experience? Thanks, Carla. So it's a mixed methods study. After all the consents, initially we go into their rooms with a standardised checklist, and we're just noticing what we're seeing. Have they made any modifications? Have they got any personalizations? And then following that, we do an interview with them in their rooms so that we can talk to them about any items of meaning, why they're there, and get this really rich understanding of what's going on. Now, after transcribing all of that, we're using the framework approach, which is really instrumental to getting everyone on the team their insight into how these sort of codes are coming along, what sort of things might be getting there. So, for example, for phase 1 and phase 2, we can do a codebook printout to be able to show everyone on the team and get everyone's insights into how they see these things are sort of mapping out and what their specialty is kind of seeing there. So that's a really lovely way to get the interdisciplinary insight there. Thanks, Makala. So this is a snapshot of where we're at right now. So we've collected data on 28 participants. It is predominantly males. We're just trying to even that up now with a little bit more purposeful sampling in the last couple of weeks. They have had an average of 3 weeks stay. So they've had long enough to be able to start bringing in items if they needed it for us to be able to see, and a range of injuries there. So where we are at, what we're starting to see, preliminary insights. There's a little bit of the photos and the balloons and the cards and things like that. But for the most part, it's the necessities. It's the clothing, it's the toiletries, it's the really functional items that they need that's the strongest. We have had to swap up a little bit, and the phones and the laptops are coming in as absolute necessities. Every person has them, and the charging and the battery packs, those type items. A little bit of the comfort items, so the comfy blankets, especially because it's a little bit cold, and the robes and the preferred snacks. So even down to people bringing in their herbs and spices and stuff that they would usually have at home in their meals at home. So bringing them in. And of course, the lots and lots of endless supplies of chockies from family and friends. In terms of the barriers, it seems to be definitely they're unsure if they're allowed to. So they just don't know if they're allowed to bring in stuff or modify their room at all. But also, so haven't really got much insight into whether it would be beneficial. And there's certainly an element of people that just don't think that it will be. So they're like, no, I'm here to recover. I don't need, fluffy things. I don't need that. I just want to get better and I want to get home. So there's certainly that sort of theme coming through for some of them. But there's also this, because of the reliance on family and friends to be able to bring in these items, It's a little bit clunky at the moment. So for example, they might decide after a few weeks, once they start feeling better, oh yeah, I need some clothes. So put the call out to family and friends. And then it turns out the family and friends bring in the one bag of clothes that's been sitting at the door to go to Vinnie's for 3 years, and they get in like, oh. Or it might be, they realize that, oh yeah, I really need my glasses. The family member comes in the following week, brings them in. And then the very next day they think, oh, I really need something else. So there's definitely some nice ways we can see where we can start mapping out what sort of resources that might look like to make that a little bit less clunky. And in terms of room modifications, the biggest is about the window, the sunshine, the blinds. They absolutely love being able to adjust those, let the sunshine in. It's even a little bit contentious as to who gets the window spot. So in shared rooms, if one person has the curtain closed and it blocks the person's sort of view to outside, it seems to be theme-wise. It's not just about the window being important for distraction or for view. Like, it's not just because it's pretty, it's because it's allowing them to see like the outside world or the activity going on and feeling connected to that. So they really love that. Closing it at night because it's a little bit cold. So that was pretty much the biggest modification. There's a little bit of gripes with, because those phones and computers are so fundamental to them looking at photos and to staying connected with family and friends, that access to the PowerPoint is a little bit, it's a bit tricky for them. Often they're reliant on staff to be able to plug in to charge up, and they can't do it themselves, so that's a little bit tricky for them. And some other pain points are the noise environment and the lack of storage. So even if they did have personalizations or modifications, there's not that much storage or the space, and it is a little bit tricky for them to be able to do that. So here, just sort of summarizing some quotes. Yeah, it'd be nice if someone told me, or personalizing makes it feel a little bit less institutionalized. Those type things. More for me. Thank you. So next steps, finishing up. So we have run this at the Gold Coast Uni Hospital and the Logan Hospital. Got a couple more weeks of data collection. Like I said, moving into purposeful sampling and hoping to develop some really nice resources and inform future studies. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Danny. Really interesting findings. We'll switch now from enriching environments in hospitals to enriching environments in research. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tamara, and thank you for allowing me to come today and present. While my name is listed against the title for this presentation in the program, the inspiration for this work comes from Joan Carlini. Joan led this project, supported by the analysis team of Jessie Mitchell, Michael Norwood, and Kelsey Chapman. Before we commence, I would like to acknowledge and warn you that there is a strong meme presence in the presentation today. This is not to trivialize the outcomes of the work. Joan, acknowledging that academics have the tendency to be a little bit emotionally challenged, allowed us to communicate our thoughts and feelings through the use of memes. As a result, we were able to communicate complex and sometimes contradictory emotions in a way that allowed us to feel safe. To begin with, I'd like to unpack the presentation title, as it has many, many words that contain many, many syllables. The term transformative researchers allowed us to describe who we wanted to be. We were a group of academics from marketing, health services and systems, allied health, rehab engineering, inclusive research, health policy, and disability inclusion. As we came together, we noticed that we were all trying to achieve the same thing in slightly different ways and in different contexts. However, one overarching thing united us: the want to do good, but also feeling the weight of wanting to do good. So looking at the term navigating social impact, this allowed us to communicate our purpose. We have a shared commitment to addressing the complex challenges at the intersection of consumer experiences, health, disability, and service delivery. We are committed to addressing these challenges with academic rigor and the recognition of expertise of lived experience. Finally, the last term I'd like to unpack is collaborative organisational autoethnography. We use this method to explore our personal and professional experiences while being involved in consumer-engaged and consumer-led research. An organisational autoethnography locates the experiences of the participants within the institutional systems, cultures, and power relations that shape their work. In this case, for us, it was the university sector. To do this, we applied a four-step approach. Firstly, we decided on our research question, and each member of the team generated a written response to the questions. We then met for a series of collaborative workshops and discussions reflecting on our own responses and the responses of others. These workshops generated the preliminary coding, which further guided discussion and the generation of memes. We undertook an inductive approach to the coding that allowed us to construct meaning through iterative coding, categorization, and theming. Finally, the outcomes of the research were embodied in the context of the organisation. We mapped the outcomes of our work against the job demands model to deepen our understanding of how transformative research is experienced and sustained over time. The job demands model is a framework for examining how work-related demands and resources affect employee well-being and performance. In this model, if the job demands and the personal resources of the individual and the agency provided to them to craft their own role exceeds the demands placed on them, work engagement is improved, which leads to positive job outcomes. Our work uncovered four primary themes: being driven by purpose, forging a new path, navigating the academic landscape, and the human element. These findings inform our GROW framework, which is generating research outcomes with well-being. Because of the nature of our work, I will be using first-person language to describe our findings. Our work provides us with a deep-seated sense of purpose, with that purpose being drawn from personal or close family members' experiences of health systems and disabilities. Because of this, who we are and what we do are entangled. We lose sight of where one ends and the other begins. Consequently, working with colleagues who share similar personal values becomes a crucial resource for creating organisational environments that value transformative work. These collaborations drive our resilience to maintain our momentum in this field. Having our work deeply entrenched in who we are is a source of strength, but is also a point of vulnerability. To do our work well, we need to build trust with our co-design partners, oftentimes around issues involving illness, loss, and trauma. This creates an imbalance where we need to build relationships where people feel safe to share their stories. But we realistically need to set expectations and deliver on those expectations, not only for the consumers who engage with our research, but the people who fund us as well. The people we work with need change now, but oftentimes the immediacy of that change is outside of our control. As a team, we reflected on how underprepared we were for the emotional impact of our work, which highlighted critical gaps in professional support and training. Our team reflected on experiences where the value of co-design was discussed as being high but under-resourced, reflecting on the finite nature of those resources but the infinite nature of the demands. We believe our work can be career-defining as it allows us to be the change that we want to see in the world. But professionally, it can be restrictive based on the intensive nature of the work and potentially limited funding, impact, and publishing opportunities. It isn't all negative though. Our team reflected on how these challenges require us to forge our own path. These challenges inspire us to build meaningful collaborations, to navigate bureaucratic nonsense and complex systems. These challenges inspire us to reframe constraints as options for streamlining and innovation. They force us into advocacy roles to redefine how our research is conducted, evaluated, and mapped to traditional academic metrics. We're aiming to drive change within the sector through simple things like getting co-design added as a research field on Griffith experts, commentary pieces and frameworks establishing a shared language and transparent reporting, and development of citizen science and inclusive research training. Our team acknowledges the very real possibility that our work could create transformative impact. However, there are personal and professional challenges that need to be navigated to allow this to occur. To work effectively, we need to invest our whole selves in ways that are not always recognized by traditional academic structures. However, direct engagement with consumers and a sense that we're working towards positive change not only enriches our lives, but is perceived by our team as being a non-negotiable to allow our work to succeed. I appreciate that listening to my presentation, it appears to be at best tangential to aligning with enriching environments. I have attended almost every BIBS conference, and irrespective of the yearly theme, one thing I leave with every time is a sense of hope. Everyone in this room has a passion and desire to want to generate meaningful change. However, if our work has taught us anything, it's that these resources are finite. Maybe by applying our preliminary findings and expanding this work, we can enrich our research environments so we can be a source of hope for change. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to send them to Joan.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I think I'm going to be mulling over the messages from this presentation for quite some time. I know that there are some very important messages. Thank you. I'm amazed at this time of day at BIBS, we have not mentioned the term artificial intelligence. That is about to change. We now have Jake Bennett, who's going to talk about a project that he's leading on the use of AI. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you. And is my lapel working? Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. Okay, wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for attending today. So my name is Jake Bennett and I'm one of the research team members here at the Hopkins Centre, and I'm working on a project using an artificial intelligence-based algorithm for the identification and staging of pressure injuries for people with a spinal cord injury. But I'm not the only person working in this project. I'm a part of a very talented team of researchers, academics, and clinicians from the Hopkins Centre, so Professors Timothy Garrity and Gustafsson, also clinicians from the Queensland Spinal Cord Injury Service, so Dr. Evgenia Zakharova-Luneva, who we heard earlier on today, Joanne Kemp, Rachel Jones, and Tracy Taterman, also with some clinicians at Spinal Life Australia, so Deb Dent and Rebecca Leeds. So pressure injuries are one of the most common complications following a spinal cord injury, and they're defined as a localized injury to the skin and or underlying tissue, usually caused by pressure, usually over a bony prominence, caused by pressure and shear. And following a spinal cord injury, around 30% will sustain a pressure injury within the first month. Over the course of a lifetime, that estimate is closer to about 85%. And as mentioned earlier, they can have very negative impacts on psychological and physical health, alongside social well-being, also on quality of life. And we know that the early identification of these types of injuries is really important for their management. So based on that, our project's really looking at doing two different things. The first is to identify and stage a pressure injury through an image of the wound site. And the second is to really give this type of technology a place to live. And in our instance, we're really looking at developing a smartphone application to do that. And that'll be very helpful in terms of people who may not otherwise have access to this type of early identification, or people who, for example, live remotely or rurally as well. So based on these two aims, the first thing we've been doing has been collecting images and building an AI model for the identification and staging of pressure injuries. So we have been first collecting images through our partner organisation, Spinal Life Australia. While in the meantime, we've also been undergoing the ethics and governance process at Metro South Health to access pressure injury images across QSIS, and that's from the electronic medical record system. So far, we have our ethics and our PHA and our departmental approvals. We're just waiting on our final tick for that. And in the meantime, in the background, I've been developing a smartphone app that enables this type of technology to be used, but a little bit more on that in a second. So AI has been a bit of a buzzword recently, and there are lots of different types, but the type that we're looking at using is something called a convolutional neural network, which is a really, really fancy way of saying we identify things through images. We identify what's in an image, and how we do that is a filter, but you can really think of it almost kind of like a little box that'll scan an image from left to right, also scan it up and down, and from that we'll take out low-level features like color, we'll take out orientations, we'll take out shapes. But what our particular technique does really well, or what the what the technique does well is it actually preserves the spatial relationship between those dimensions. So it gives you a little snapshot of what it's actually looking at, and it gives you a bit of a template to work off. If you find a few of these features together, that gives you a really nice indication as to what is actually in the photo itself. For our purposes, we're first wanting to actually teach it what a pressure injury actually looks like. So it could be something else. So it could be pathology other than that. It could be, like a carcinoma, it could be keratosis, it could be acne, it could be scarring, it could be other things or other skin-related pathologies. Or there could also potentially just be nothing there and it's an otherwise normal photo of skin. If it does come back with a pressure injury, it's really important to actually understand what type of pressure injury is there. So whether it's kind of a stage 1 or a stage 2. So hopefully there isn't that progression into the stage 3s and the stage 4s as well. So how will it work? So for our purposes, and please use the image that is up in the top there in terms of our kind of as I go through and I explain how it works. But someone will first take a photo of a suspected pressure injury, or they'll upload a photo of a pressure injury, and then our model will go through and extract some of those features as I had mentioned before. From that, we're then going to make a series of predictions based on the features that we took out of that image. But we don't just want to make a single prediction based on one model, because based on how a model is actually trained, it's going to pick up on different things and it's going to make different types of predictions. So we're really interested in kind of what the probability is of that particular image falling into that category, but also across a few different models there. So for our example, our custom algorithm says that that image is 87% likely to be a stage 1, the second is 92%, and the third model is 84%. And the most likely interpretation of actually bringing those 3 aggregate scores together would be that that image is most likely a possible stage 1 pressure injury. So where does it live? So this is kind of the bones of the app that we've got at the moment. And this is both iOS and it's Android compatible. First, each individual will have a profile page where they can upload their personal details and also their spinal cord injury related details. And we have kind of 2 core functionalities at the moment. The first one is to just upload or take a photo of a wound, and then straight away they can just ask to get a potential staging information from that based on the interpretation. Or secondly, they can actually push it through to kind of make a report where they can then add in additional information about the wound itself. So where is it actually located? Is there any redness? And in terms of asking all of kind of the clinical indicator questions there as well. From that, it will scrape all of that information that they've already provided into the app and let someone actually export that as a PDF to their device that they can potentially then send off to a clinician of their choice. And we're currently undergoing some co-design for this app for people with a spinal cord injury, so we can understand the types of features and the types of things that they would actually want embedded in the app in addition to the functionality we've already got in there. So if you're a person with a spinal cord injury who would like to take part, feel free to scan the QR code up there, but the QR code's also going to be on the next slide as well. So the next thing for this project is to really just continue to gather images and train the AI model, and also complete the app co-design process there as well. We're then looking to finalize app development, refine, test, and work to optimize within kind of the Q2 of next year. And from there, we'll then enter our decision-making and our trialing period there as well. Perfect. So for more information on the project, my details are up there on the board. Again, if you would like to participate in the co-design workshops, you are more than welcome to scan the QR code up there. And apart from that, just a gentle reminder that it is Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Week, and we very much hope that this project goes a long way in helping people with their spinal cord. Yeah. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you very much, Jake. I don't know if people remember, but this time last year, well, at the BIBS last year, this was just a concept, this project. So it's amazing to see what time can do in terms of progress. Okay, we have, I think, the most ambitious presentation next because we have three speakers who are all going to coordinate perfectly to share some of the latest findings from the TRACE Prospective Longitudinal Project. So I'd like to introduce Rachel Brough, Dr. Rachel Brough, Joyce Lee and Caitlin Neal. Joyce and Caitlin are two psychology honours students who have bravely decided that they'd be part of our BIS program. So thank you, ladies.
Thanks, Tamara. So today we're presenting about the Sentinel events and their relationship to wellbeing for people 3 months and 12 months post ABI and spinal cord injury. So this is part of the broader TRACE project. We've got a wonderful team, many of who are here today, of academic, clinical and lived experience researchers working on this project. It's a mixed methods longitudinal design over 2 years. There's 5 time points. We are at the 18-month and 24-month time point for the study. And today we're presenting about survey data from 3 months and 12 months. We've been very fortunate to have these two wonderful honours students working on the project, and I'll pass over to Joyce to talk about the work she's done with the spinal injury cohort of the project.
Thank you, Rachel. We rarely think twice about our car keys, front door, or desks, but for someone adjusting from brain and spinal cord injury, these everyday items can become powerful milestones. Keys may symbolize the courage to face traffic again. Our front doors can be the line between safety and uncertainty, and a desk, the hope of reconnecting with our former roles. What's ordinary for many becomes a sentinel event after injury. So what is a sentinel event? In neurotrauma research, it refers to key milestones that shape community reintegration and quality of life in the first year after injury. So our study used an adapted version of the Sentinel Events Questionnaire originally developed by Nalda and colleagues for brain injury to capture these moments. For this presentation, we'll focus on 4 particularly critical events. So return to work, return to driving, independent community access, and independence at home. So each Sentinel event occurrence was recorded as a yes or a no, and the 3 appraisal questions that we asked, regardless of whether the event occurred or not, are just shown up here. So our research involved 2 parallel honours projects. I'll be presenting on spinal cord injury, and Katie will present on acquired brain injury shortly. Together, our shared aims were to explore how many people experienced these events at 3 and 12 months post-discharge, whether the personal meaning differed across these events, and whether personal meaning helped to explain differences in community reintegration and quality of life. So in the spinal cord injury cohort, we had 47 participants at 3 months and 41 participants at 12 months. And here is a snapshot of the demographics and health-related information. For spinal cord injury, our primary outcome of interest was quality of life. So that's how someone sees their life overall, based on their goals, their values, and what matters most to them. So what we found was there was a gradual resumption of roles and independence across all 4 events. So by 12 months post-discharge, more people had resumed work, driving, and independent access to their homes and their communities. But how were people experiencing these milestones? Our early findings show that those who had experienced a milestone consistently reported higher positive impact and stronger perceived coping when compared with those who had not. And this pattern was consistent across all 4 of our Sentinel events. But is reaching a milestone enough on its own to really improve quality of life? So one of our most consistent findings was that the impact of perceived coping. So regardless of whether people experienced the milestone or not, those who had greater levels of perceived coping reported better quality of life. And this was consistent at both time points. So we can take 2 of our participants here who had not been cleared to drive at 12 months post-discharge. One reported low coping due to some real practical barriers, but the other high coping, seeing the delay as manageable. So these appraisals show that it's not just about reaching a milestone, but really the meaning that people assign to their experiences. I'll now hand over to Katie, who will walk you through the ABI arm of this project.
Thanks, Joyce. So using data gathered at 3 months and 12 months post-hospital discharge, we finished with a final sample of 52 participants with acquired brain injury. This slide provides a snapshot of the demographic and injury-related statistics of these participants. Community integration was the main outcome measure in this study, referring to an individual's subjective sense of belonging to their community and their ability to participate in meaningful roles and activities. Firstly, we found that significantly more people had returned to work and driving and had regained independence in both the home and the community from 3 to 12 months post-hospital discharge. This reinforces that for individuals with ABI, key sentinel events are common and represent important milestones in recovery. But occurrence alone doesn't tell the whole story. We found reporting that an event had occurred was associated with increased positive impact and coping appraisals, and reporting that an event had not occurred was associated with more negative appraisals. In other words, people who experienced these milestones were more likely to see them as meaningful and to feel confident in their ability to manage them. Our regression analyses added another layer to this picture to see how the occurrence and appraisal of sentinel events influence community integration. At 3 months, the occurrence of returning to work did not directly explain community integration. Instead, it was the combination of positive, negative, and coping appraisals that explained a better sense of belonging to one's community. This highlights the positive and negative appraisals can coexist. For example, someone may feel proud and purposeful about returning to work, while at the same time feeling the financial pressure to return and some anxiety about their ability to keep up with demands. A similar pattern was found with driving. At 3 months, it wasn't just the act of returning to driving, but rather coping appraisals and the belief in one's ability to manage driving-related challenges that predicted community integration. For example, one participant stated that they have to wait for their neurology appointment before they can drive. No one can tell me when this will be, and it's very frustrating. However, they rated their coping with that event quite well. For home independence at both 3 and 12 months, the occurrence of the event alone did not predict community integration. Instead, we found a mix of positive and negative appraisals arising. This makes sense if we consider how differently people can interpret home independence. For some, it may represent freedom and relaxing time alone, while for others, it may bring feelings of worry or isolation, as shown on the quotes on the slide. To summarize, this study shows that recovery after brain injury and spinal cord injury is not just about whether sentinel events occur, it's about how people interpret and appraise those events. These appraisals, whether positive, negative, or coping focused, play a crucial role in an individual's quality of life and community integration. This highlights the value of supporting individuals in how they make sense of those milestones. By helping people reframe challenges, build coping strategies, and validate the complexity of their experiences, we can better support community adjustment and enhance quality of life. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, ladies. Now you just have to write those theses up and you'll have a happy supervisor. Tremendous. Well, it's now my pleasure to introduce Catherine Cave, who's going to talk about the development of the Robin smart device.
Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Robin research team. Adjusting to life following an acquired brain injury is challenging, particularly navigating the time point of transitioning from hospital to home. Rehabilitation teams tend to focus on organisational discharge goals and when the person is deemed safe to leave hospital. The design of the hospital environment itself is one of safety and for good reasons, but this does not reflect the real world of home and the community where hazards are a natural part of daily life. People with ABI report feeling underprepared for the transition home and may experience difficulties re-engaging in their daily lives, impacting their psychological well-being and reducing their quality of life. So what can we do to address this? With technology becoming an increasingly present part of our daily lives, there is opportunity to use advancements to help in the transition from hospital to home with people with ABI. The Robin project is in phase 1, aimed to use co-design to arrive at a technological solution to meet the needs of all stakeholders to assist with the transition from inpatient rehabilitation to home. Following this design process, the aim was to develop a prototype of the technology solution ready for further testing. In phase 2, findings from phase 1 will be used to develop a co-designed smart device application focused on facilitating the return home, with the aim to enhance communication and information exchange between all parties. It was aimed that the application would then be ready for feasibility and acceptability testing in the rehab setting. During phase 1 that was carried out in 2023, a co-design process guided by design thinking was used to identify and prioritise the needs of stakeholders and ideate potential solutions. Participants included people with ABI and their carers, clinicians and developers, and the research team. From this process, developers created prototypes that were evaluated by the group. From the phase 1 workshops, 5 key priorities were identified so that the technology should be able to access education resources tailored to individuals' needs and available as and when they were needed. To be able to understand the support team, for a place to show the network of people involved in a person's rehab journey, including the family, carers, therapists, and support people, with all their contact information recorded in one place. And also to be able to share information about life before ABI and share that with the rehab team. And this was a key theme for both people with ABI and the clinicians. And it was really important to understand what life was like before ABI to facilitate targeted therapy and person-centered goal setting to improve that transition. And this might include information about the person's lifestyle, work, life likes and dislikes, their home environment, and roles and responsibilities. And it was important too to help to identify plans with a place to record recommended therapy, next steps, and reminders for what the person or the family members can be doing to work towards those rehab goals. A smart device application was thought to be the best technology option to meet these needs. Several prototypes were developed to address the priority needs and were presented to participants in a workshop for their evaluation. Participants' feedback was considered for the development of the application in phase 2 of the study. Phase 2 commenced in April 2025 with the development of a workable prototype by app developers from Maroma Project Factory. A co-design workshop of clinicians and people with ABI were presented with the app to provide feedback before further app refinement. The Robin app has now been released to the study team for future feasibility and usability testing. And we'll just have a look at the app as it stands at the moment. So the Robin app has been designed to be simple to use and accessible to people with ABI with the support of their rehabilitation team and family and carers. The app is primarily user-driven, allowing individuals to track progress in their own way. Data is stored locally on the user's device, ensuring privacy and security. The app's key focus is on personal record keeping as a core feature of this initial release. And at this stage of the development, there is no back-end reporting or data analysis. Here are some screenshots of the homepage for a new user starting their journey using the app. Entries include a place to record personalised ABI resources, journal entries to track progress and celebrate achievements, therapy notes and therapist contact details, and the ability to link the app to a Padlet profile for the user to share information about their background. The resources section can include links to ABI information that's been personally recommended by therapists, therapist contact information, and therapy aids, for example, links to support or exercise resources. It is possible to capture photos, videos, or audio recordings during therapy sessions for tracking progress or as a reminder of what to complete as homework between therapy sessions. Tags can be used to highlight goals and milestones, and entry filters can assist with finding information that's stored in the app. 2 types of notes can be created. A general note can include a person's challenges, questions, or wins. Emojis can be used to express feelings and emotions at the time. Attachments can include photos, videos, audio recordings related to the entry. Therapy notes are categorized by therapy discipline, session date, and are linked to clinician contact information. And therapists can use the app to record a video or take a photo of exercises or resources to facilitate participation in therapy. Initial feedback on the app from a co-design workshop has been positive. However, some considerations were raised for its future implementation. Which people would, with ABI would most benefit from using the Robin app? At what stage of a person's rehab, and how should the app be introduced? Is the app accessible to people with ABI with communication or vision difficulties? And what supports are necessary for the app to be used successfully by people with ABI and their carers? Future iterations could include enhanced filtering and addition of a search function, integrated goal and task management that's linked to the journal entries, and the ability to sync the app to allow access on multiple devices. There will need to be development of a back-end reporting system for app content and data analysis into the future. Unfortunately, these considerations would need to be addressed in future developments with further funding. So next steps will be to progress to feasibility and usability testing of the Robin app with people with ABI, their carers and clinicians. We'll be seeking further funding and implementation partners to complete further development of the app. And we would like to see the Robin app being used in future to address some of the challenges faced for people with ABI when transitioning from inpatient rehabilitation. I would like to acknowledge the research team, app developers and contributors across phases 1 and 2 of the study, and special thanks to all our co-design participants for their valuable contributions. And I'd like to extend a thank you from the Robin app team to the Hopkins Centre and NISCU for supporting this research.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Again, wonderful to see such great progress by you and your team. Okay, we have our next speaker, who is the last formal presentation before you have what I'd call more of an experience. So if I could please welcome Danielle Pretty back to the stage, who's going to tell us about one of the studies from her PhD.
All right, so yes, I'm presenting on what was pretty much the crux of my PhD. So I wanted to see if we could take the best parts of dance and use them as an enrichment opportunity for people that are recovering from brain injury while they're in the hospital. So before we get to that though, before we get to the nitty-gritty, I want to ask a question. Just answer in your heads, don't answer out loud. But what do you think of when you think of dance? Do you think of being a little girl and watching the beautiful ballerinas on stage? Or do you think of clubbing or rock and roll on a Friday night? Or maybe you're the wedding dancer where you self-profess to have 2 left feet and you only ever get up once every 10 years when there's a wedding because you promised someone that you would dance. So I want you to hold on to those thoughts while we go through the rest of the talk, okay? So when I say we, this was a collaboration between Queensland Ballet, Griffith University and Gold Coast University Hospital, made possible because of the Hopkins Centre and the Beehive. So we needed to be able to even do this, we needed to develop a program that was going to be suitable. So where this project stood different to some of the other ones that have tried it, they kind of went, we're going to try tango or we're going to try something else. Whereas what we wanted to do is we wanted to get everyone's voices, find out exactly what they wanted in the program, So this was a co-design project where we started off with focus groups, people in the neurosciences ward at the moment, and also clinicians working in the ward. We ran focus groups, found out what they did, what they didn't want, what they would use to be able to feel safe, what they would love for them to be able to enjoy it. We found out what barriers might be and what enablers might be. Hot tip, the jukebox is there because a lot of the patients, their stories were that they just wanted to tap along to really fun music so they could remember sneaking into the pub underage and hitting that jukebox and things like that. So we wanted to encompass all of that. So we built the program. We mapped it out to the TIDIA checklist so that it was reproducible and transparent. That was part one. Part two, piloting it. So the pilot, it was a mixed method study, and it was a feasibility and acceptability study first and foremost, because this has only been done a few times before. We ended up with 9 patients that went, yeah, I'm going to give it a go. And so we ran interviews with 8 of those. And we also had 5 staff members that helped us on the day that put their hand up for interviews afterwards. Predominantly males, a range of injury types. Next one for me. Okay, so I can say absolutely we deemed it as feasible and acceptable. They loved it, it was fun, it was engaging. They thought it was a positive experience. They adored their time being able to do it. So tick. So this one here, I want to talk to you about the themes that came up that I found really interesting. So I'm going to start with the one that shocked me the most. More than anything, they loved being able to watch other people have fun and have a good time. And they felt like this was what was maybe missing in their time in the hospital at that point. So for example, one of the common things we did was we had them doing a mirroring activity. And in my mind, as a dance teacher, I was thinking, oh, we'll play, beautiful music in the background. They'll feel inspired and they'll mirror each other doing these gorgeous expressive movements. Well, I turned around and instead the patients have got the staff pretending to be zombies and they're pulling faces, and it was absolutely wild, but they loved it. So they loved being able to watch other people have a good time. The next one here was the positive anticipation. So it wasn't just that during and after for the next hour or two, they felt great. They looked forward to it all week. So we would do it on a Saturday. So we ran this for 6 weeks, Saturday. And by the time Sunday would rock around, they're already thinking about the next Saturday. They're thinking, oh, I can't wait. I wonder what music we're going to do it to. What's our theme? And then they'd have chats to their buddies that they'd met all throughout the week about what was coming up. So it wasn't just in that couple of hours afterwards, which was really nice. Oh, back one. And thankfully for my PhD, there was definitely the theme of they felt like it was positive for their mental state. They felt like it was, it put them in a good place, which they really liked. And the other one up there though, is it turns out, they didn't tell me at the time, but afterwards, there might have been more wedding dancers in the group than I anticipated. So they said that it was the thought of doing it was it was a little bit scary. They was like, oh, I don't know what I'm getting myself in for, and those type comments. But they still put their hand up and they still did it. And they realized that the minute that we started, oh, it was fine. I could, the music started, oh, it wouldn't matter if I'm off the beat. It doesn't matter if I can't do that movement properly. But their thought of what it was going to be like beforehand was a little bit scary. But as the quote sort of says, once they did that, this really positive feeling of being really proud that they'd done something that was a little bit scary, and they achieved it. That was nice. Now we can go. Okay, mixed methods. So that was our interviews. I was fortunate enough to follow 3 participants throughout the 6 weeks and catch up with them before and after to get quantitative data on fatigue and affect. And so the 3 participants it was as variable as you would expect from people with different brain injuries and from people in different stages of their recovery. So person 11 there. So I used a change index so that I could see for that person on each day if there was any significant changes for them. So that person actually, person 11, increased in energy and decreased fatigue over and over again throughout the week. So that was lovely. However, affect, flatline, no change. My person 13, they significantly changed affect, so better positive affect, less negative affect, but flatline for fatigue and energy. And person 3 wasn't so much benefit for them at all. What was lucky though is we'd because we'd done the interviews, we got this really rich data of what was going on for that person. So it turns out for that last person, they used to be a gymnast, they used to love dancing, they used to love their music. And so this was really this experience, it was a sort of awakening or awareness of what they used to love and what they used to be able to do. And then it sort of it felt different for them than it did for the other people that didn't have much experience with it before. So that was their explanation of what had happened. When I caught up with one of the nurses that had looked after this patient, they said that at first they were a little bit, oh, maybe this isn't going to be a good thing. But then through all the conversations, they felt it was really positive because it opened up those conversations about what the pathway is going to look like, how they can support, what's a reasonable aim, what's not a reasonable aim. So they thought that that was actually a really beneficial, this sort of increased awareness from it. But when I put it together, so this is our program that we ran with here, and the rest of that is amazing, super happy with it. But just for that scary factor, and just for that, this might be maybe the first time they're doing something for them, for that they really want to do we need to maybe frame it with a little bit more of a like a mindful acceptance or something like that, just like a 5 minutes of what sort of mental space do we need to be in to be able to embrace this like new scary thing. Yeah, so that's about where we're up to now. So thank you to the team. Could not have happened without everyone on there and more. And thank you to our funders.
Thanks, Danielle. You can tell she's a dancer, can't you? The way she walks on stage. Well, we have not finished with dance for the day. We are now moving on to something very major that focuses on dance. So it is my great pleasure to really end the BIBS event in terms of presentations by introducing Belinda Adams and inviting Danielle back on stage. And they're going to share their experiences of running the NeuroRhythm program this year for people with acquired brain injury. So I'll let Belinda tell you a bit more about NeuroRhythm. I won't steal the thunder, but I do want to just say that Belinda Adams is an incredible advocate for people with brain injury and a carer and a family member. And there is no new initiative that she will not take on wholeheartedly, but she had a wonderful partner in crime here for NeuroRhythm. So I'd call Belinda the mastermind of NeuroRhythm, but then Danielle is the very talented creative lead. So please share your experiences of NeuroRhythm.
I think we're just going to start with a little sizzle reel that we've put together from the program.
Come in. 1 moment.
Maybe we're not.
It's coming. It's just thinking for a moment. We haven't working before. I put it wrong.
The Active Australia Innovation Challenge is the Heart Foundation's grant program to fund community initiatives to get more people moving.
Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, today is a gift. That's why they call it the present.
The NeuroRhythm program was selected last year as one of the Heart Foundation's Active Australia Innovation Challenge winners. We received a grant to start this program to help people living in the community with a brain injury to regain fitness and for community connection. The program is going to incorporate djembe drumming and some free dance movement and body percussion. Research has shown that drumming is one of the only things that engages both sides of the brain, so we're very keen to see not just the physical improvements that might occur, but also just to measure the community connection for the pilot program does make improvements for them in their general well-being.
I'm super excited about seeing how the program can help bring people together and help them see what their strengths are and help them see that they've got this amazing community around them, just from something like drumming. But I know that music and movement can be the thing that changes your outlook on life. So yeah, I'm really excited about being involved in the program.
It was really interesting to watch the participants over the few weeks that we did this program. I think a few of them at the start were a bit unsure why we were doing what we were doing. Others were very excited to be a part of it. But by the end, everyone just absolutely loved coming, and I don't think any of them wanted to have the program end. They really, really put in the effort to make the most out of the program and connect with each other, and it was just really beautiful to see.
Oh yeah, I love music. I enjoy music so much. I mean, it helps my mental health severely. Play the drums, get my left hand working.
I always try and tell people that have an injury, where you are now is not where you are going to be. And I can walk and I can ride my bike, which is amazing. Even though these are only small things, are huge gains.
I've lived with brain injury for 36 years and I was a sleeping passenger in a car accident. And my rehabilitation was, when I left hospital, have a Panadol, go home, be grateful you're alive. I was led to this neuro drumming by a little flyer in our local group, Participate, and I went, me. I find it in a group community, it makes us all shine.
I think the icing on the cake for me has been the people that I've met. Makes me emotional. Yeah, really special people. That's the cream.
Thank you so much for making this everything I want. They loved it.
As one of the good sayings that Robert Downey said, well, sometimes you got to run before you can walk. So just keep running and don't look back.
So we had 6 participants who you just met, just a brief snippet from everyone there. And we ran the pilot program for 5 weeks. We had 3 facilitators led by this incredible woman. We're all of varying degrees in our capacity. I have to say I was probably the learner of the group, but I was very much encouraged by the participants, would you believe, who sometimes were like, "You've got this." We held the program at a performance studios because we wanted to have an artistic space. And yeah, I will move over to Danny now to talk to the next slide.
Okay, so when it comes to a normal djembe drumming, so say if you went to a class out in the community, there's a few key things. So we wanted to put on a performance at the end of it that included some of those things. And one of them is once you get going as a group, you sort of split into either 2 or 3 groups where you then do different rhythms. And then the other main part is you can finish all together unanimously on one beat and then just have the silence sort of ring out. And it's quite fundamental. So over the course of this program, we had to kind of guesstimate as facilitators how we would go, when we would introduce these things and how much time we would need to practice them. So week 2, so week 1 we learned one beat, week 2 we learned another one, and at the end of week 2 we trialed for the first time this joining these 2 rhythms together. And it is so much harder than you could possibly imagine, trying to maintain one beat that you've just learned while someone else besides you does an entirely different beat on a drum that's really loud. So it's really distracting. You need to focus all of your attention in on it, tune out whatever's going on there. And then to be able to finish on that one beat together with everyone unanimously, like you've just been doing this rhythm for five minutes. So that's going. And then all of a sudden we're asking you to stop and inhibit that action of that next arm. It's really tricky. So we would never say this as facilitators. So I'm just capturing what the general consensus was from the participants. But that first time we did it, we were terrible. It was so hard and there was a lot of laughter. But within 2 weeks, so by the end of week 4, we had it. And everyone was so proud that we managed this thing that a couple of weeks ago we thought was just not achievable. So yeah, over to you.
So we included carers, family members and support workers in the program, and it actually was one of the highlights for all the participants. One participant said that he found his mum having to learn the drum and do an exercise that was using both sides of the brain, and the fatigue and the difficulty that she felt doing that was giving her an understanding of the fatigue and difficulty that he sometimes faces just with everyday tasks. As a carer myself, and my son was also a participant, it's the first time since his accident that we did something that was for his well-being, but was all about fun. And it wasn't about, sometimes we're so busy going to appointments and having to go for assessments, and some of those are quite soul-destroying, I have to say. So to do something that was fun and connect with other people that are all in the same space was really impactful for all the participants, and that was one of the highlights that they all had in their feedback.
So we had a physiotherapist and an occupational therapist come to see us on week 1 and then come and see us at the performance. And we also had an occupational therapist that attended every single week throughout, and to keep eyes on, make any modifications we might need to keep them safe. But also that occupational therapist had run some assessments pre and post, and it looks like there was preliminary insight that it could be beneficial to upper limb function. So 2 of our participants that had one side that it actually improved significantly over the course of it. So preliminary insight, but could be beneficial.
So I'm an impact filmmaker, and we captured the development of the program as well as the entire pilot program on film. I've always felt it was a very powerful tool to elevate people's voices and enable them to tell their stories. But the thing I've really discovered whilst editing the film is that it's an incredible tool for research, because I know as a facilitator in the class, I was having to really focus on the drum and didn't get to take in a lot of what was going on with the participants. So as I've gone through the footage, you can actually see the progression of every single person week to week, as well as capture the camaraderie that grew between everyone. And it really became a family at the end. We were all really sad when the pilot came to the end. But yeah, I think the film is really powerful, and we're still editing now. It was only intended to be a 10-minute film, but we got such incredible footage and so many amazing interviews from all the participants who very much wanted to share their stories and their journeys. So yes, it's going to be probably about 30 to 40 minutes instead, but yeah, we're really looking forward to sharing that when it's finished.
Okay, do we have 1 minute? We got 1 minute? 1 minute.
Sorry, can I just quickly say, I just want to thank the Hopkins Centre because they've supported a lot of my work. They supported the project and they've also supported the editing of the film. So I'm very grateful for all that assistance. Thank you.
Do you want to do this? Is it happening? Yeah? Okay. All right, you're going to have to come to the middle with me. All right, to finish off, we wanted you to feel how hard it is to do the keeping a rhythm while someone else does something beside you, okay? So we are going to, all you have to do is tap, it's okay. We're going to split the room in half, okay? So yeah, in the middle, you just choose, it's all right. This half here, you're going to be following my rhythm. This half here, you're going to be following Belle, right? So we'll teach you the two rhythms. And now I do also just want to point out, once we get going with the rhythms, we're going to have a go all together at all finishing on the one, okay? So what that'll look like is I'll count you up. So once we get going with our rhythm, I'm not going to show it to you yet, but I will be saying that this is 1, this is 2, keep going. I'll say this is 4, and then the next 1, I want you to stop, okay? So we're going to give it a go. It's okay if this is a train wreck, by the way. We want you to feel how hard this is. Okay, so this group here, I am going to take you through what this is going to look like. Belle and I are famously bad at finding our way on Google Maps anywhere. So this rhythm is called Oh, Oh No, I'm Lost. Okay, so it goes like this. We go, oh, oh no, I'm lost. Oh, oh no, I'm lost. Okay, this is the rhythm. Yeah, give it a go. Yep. Okay, pause it there. Belle's rhythm. So stop that one for now. Belle's rhythm. We are doing Jumanji, okay? The name describes it itself. So you'll be going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Imagine it on the drum. Yep. That's it. Don't get faster or it makes our job really hard, okay? Stay there. Okay, I'm gonna leave you with Belle, just for us to feel how hard this is, okay? I will start us off. When you feel confident, join in. Oh my goodness. Okay. I can do it. I have faith. Woo. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. There was not much warning about that in the program, but thank you very much for the participation. I think it was exactly what we all needed. It's now my great pleasure to pass over to Tim Geraghty for closing remarks and a little bit more.
Thanks, everyone. If you can indulge us for 10 more minutes and we'll have you out the door. This final session is one that I always like and I seem to get to do, which is great, which is to award some awards to people in thanks for their hard work over the last 12 months. So that will not take us very long and then we'll get you home. And of course, we have to take some obligatory photos as well. So we'll move towards the banners. Awards. Our first award today is the Early Career Researcher Award, and in fact it's been combined with the Citizen Research Award, and it's presented to Dr. Emily Bray. This award recognises Emily's outstanding research achievements since her PhD in the area of management and psychosocial support for people with spinal cord injury, including her CIB role on a nationally competitive early career MRFF grant, leadership of a Hopkins Seed grant, and the first paper arising from the Trace3 project. She's been very busy, as all of our researchers, I think. Emily's just had to leave, unfortunately, so we'll make sure she gets this later. Next, we have Emerging Researcher Award, and as you know, one of the key things that we try and do is to support clinician and academic researchers who are at the beginning of their careers. So this award is awarded to Kristen Tynan from the Pain Rehab Clinic. This recognises Kristen's evidence of excellence in research productivity related to opportunity, relative to opportunity at an early stage of her career, particularly in relation to her successful completion of the Bright Sparks Clinical Capacity Building Grant, which resulted in a research publication and informed improved triage systems and management strategies to reduce risk and optimise care in the Pain Rehabilitation Centre. So Kristen, unfortunately, isn't here today either, so congratulations. Next is Early Career Researcher Award, and this award goes to Christy Hogan, who I'm reliably informed is in the room. Christy Hogan exemplifies the Hopkins Centre values and research excellence with her consistent support, leadership and expertise across diverse research projects, including Trace, assistive technology, various seed grants, and the Mental Health and Psychological Wellbeing Project. Congratulations, Christy. Research Impact Award is the next one, and it's awarded to Dr. Michael Norwood. Michael is a champion in collaborative research that leads with impact within and beyond the clinical site. The VR Nature Innovation project that was piloted at Gold Coast University Hospital last year is now implemented into practice at the Neurosciences Rehabilitation Unit and beyond. It also recognises and is recognised by the research community with the paper and published findings awarded by the Journal of Environmental Psychology as a paper most likely to have impact. Congratulations, Michael. Michael has had to leave early as well. Perhaps we need to bring these awards earlier in the day. Okay, finally, two very important awards for sustained contribution. And the first award is to Kylie Pursehouse. This award recognises Kylie's long-standing support for and commitment to the Hopkins Centre from its very earliest days through multiple clinical and research leadership roles and activities, including in the area of spinal cord injury. Congratulations, Kylie. Next, the second Sustained Contribution Award to Janelle Griffin. This award recognises Janelle's sustained contribution to research over several decades. That's not a nice thing to say, is it? Focused on championing a culture of research in Biru, supporting recruitment on the ground, facilitating other clinicians' involvement in research, and leading the Metro South funded Biru Scoping Technology Study and previous Hopkins funded fatigue research. Janelle really is a stalwart of research in Biru over many years, and we will give her this award with thanks. Thank everyone again. Okay. So I think it's been another really wonderful BIBS symposium, our 9th one, as we said at the beginning. I wanted to really thank NISQ again for their ongoing support for the Hopkins Centre. It's been a wonderful association with MACE and now continuing with NISQ. Thank you, Gaynor and the team. For those of you who've been to a few BIBS before, you might realise that BIBS is much earlier in the year this year. It's often October or even late November. And that's because a number of key leadership people are taking off to various parts of the world later in the year or having leave. And so we had to bring things forward. And what that's meant is that the planning for BIBS has really concertinaed into a whole range of other activities that we've been doing over the last 3 or 4 months. So it's been busy for everyone, but it's been incredibly busy for Makala and the team to put this on early, put it all together, which they've done with their usual degree of impeccable planning and timing. So thank you, Makala, Beck, Mel, and Rosie, once again. I'd like to thank our keynote speaker, Jacinta Douglas, and our plenary speaker, Lisa Stafford, for incredibly engaging and interesting talks and a really insightful and interesting panel discussion, I think, today from our citizens as well. Tamara Owensworth and Louise Gustafsson. Louise couldn't be here today, unfortunately, but did a huge amount of work in preparing the program. And also Elizabeth Kendall and Julie Argus for their wonderful chairing of the sessions. And of course, to all our fantastic presenters today, lived experience presenters, clinical researchers, clinicians, and academic researchers, really highlighting what Hopkins is all about, trying to bring all of those people together to do research which really benefits and improves the outcomes for people with disability. So thank you to all of them, and thank you for all of you for being here today, both in person and online. We can't do any of this without your support. So we look forward to seeing you all again, hopefully next year. Thank you all very much.